about the active shooter suspect. His name is Robert Card, 43 years old, 20 years in the military, reportedly, and he was a sergeant. Breaking news. If you have any updates, feel free to put it on the nest. And if you would like to speak, feel free to send a request.
Yeah, that's right, Roz. Just a few hours ago, we received unconfirmed reports of an active shooter situation unfolding in Lewiston, Maine. And as the situation progressed, we got more and more information, confirmation, multiple scenes involved, at least one gunman shooting between 60 and 80 people. We know that 22 people have been confirmed killed, another 50 to 60 injured. We don't know if those injuries, some of the injuries represent people who have passed away, or if it's in addition to those figures, but clearly a really significant situation that we haven't seen play out here in the United States in quite some time. The entire city of Lewiston remains on lockdown as police try to find this suspect who may have fled in a vehicle.
I'm also seeing that the suspect is a registered sex offender as well.
Yeah, that's why I've been getting a lot of DMs right now too. I'm going to be careful reporting that, but looks like he is on the main website, so still going to do a little bit more research.
Looks like it was in 2016.
Yeah, I actually found an article on that. I can send it to you.
Yes, that would be great. Thank you.
Is there anybody we can get on here that lives in the area?
We had one person that lived nearby, but he jumped off after the space crash. So
yeah, he's on the Maine sex offender registry as well on the actual website.
It looks like Josh Basham's reporting shooter suspect Robert Card has been previously arrested for child porn and is a registered sex offender who cannot legally possess a firearm.
Breaking out, let me know if you have any updates, but just doing a little bit more research at the moment.
Yeah, that's fine. As we mentioned in the earlier space, but I'll reiterate it right now. We have word from the White House that President Biden has been informed on the situation. He's currently hosting a state dinner with the Prime Minister and First Lady of Australia, and he will continue to receive regular updates from White House personnel, campaign and administration on the developments. But we do know that 22 people have been killed by one suspect in multiple locations, and potentially at least 50 to 60 others wounded in this ongoing situation. Someone reported earlier with knowledge of the locale and local law enforcement operations that there are roadblocks in certain areas. We're not going to go into any details. We don't want to give away positioning of law enforcement at this time, but clearly a really active situation. Life flights and ambulances being called in from multiple different areas, even out of state, as far as Boston, Massachusetts is the furthest that we've seen first responders coming from this evening. Not everyone who has been injured has been transported to a hospital at this time.
I'm from Lewiston.
Oh, how is the situation there? What's the energy? How is everyone feeling? Are you in a safe location? And so on.
Yeah, I just flew in from Tampa, and we literally got home, and then it was just a constant sound of sirens and cops just flying by. We didn't understand what was going on, so I just jumped on Facebook, and then, like anything, it just, I went onto a local group, and it's just mesmerizing because I have family members that go to the bowling alley. The one of the ones that was there's a bowling alley and a pool hall, and the bowling alley there was so many people shot, and my sister-in-law has 3 confirmed people that have been shot. They're wounded, they're not dead, but it's everybody's just losing their mind. It just puts you in a totally different state of mind. You know, it's just mesmerizing. And the guy Robert Card, I heard you guys talking about him. Everybody up here, a lot of people know who he is. Know roughly where he is. Someone who I'm fairly close to just said that his home, whether he's there or not, is surrounded currently. But at the same time, the scanner saying that his vehicle was last seen heading in a slightly different direction. So everybody's still pretty tense.
Matthew, thank you for taking the time to inform us on the situation on the ground. I hope that you and your family remain safe and that you continue to receive updates. There is a lot of speakers that are joining up, and we are so happy to have you contribute. We just want to remind you this space is going to remain apolitical. Right now, we're not going to discuss anything having to do with politics, as this is so raw. We're still discussing figures that are coming up. At least 22 confirmed killed, 50 to 60 others wounded, and the situation remains on as suspect remains at large. So please respect those wishes and feel free to contribute with any fact-based and confirmed information that you have.
Yeah, I just want to give an update. FBI, ATF, and every sheriff office from every county within 1 hour radius are now pulled into the site or en route. So this is very large.
Yeah, and Roz, one of our sources in that group chat that we were mentioning earlier, mentioned that school has already been canceled in Lewiston for tomorrow. That's the information we're getting. We'll check the source on that.
But now
there's reason to believe that that's the case.
80 sorry to interrupt you, but breaking 80 people have been shot and 22 have been dead. So that's the current breaking news. I'll post it on my wall in a bit. But yeah, that's the...
Yeah, the source for that information, thank you for that. The source for that information of the closures appears to be the superintendent of the Lewiston Public Schools. He says that there will be no school tomorrow or after school activities. There's lots of, quote, remains a lot of unknowns at this time. Information moves quickly, but not always accurately. Please continue to shelter in place or get to safety.
And if you would like to jump in, feel free. We might be a little bit quiet time to time. We have a lot of, I'm dealing with a lot of information's DMs. So if you would like to talk about anything, feel free. Well, not anything, but around this topic. But yeah, sorry about that.
Additionally, there's some scanner reports coming out right now. I just want to, let's not discuss minute by minute updates from the scanner. We'll be able to review them going forward, but sometimes things are either misheard or oftentimes just out of curiosity and publishing of information, we kind of give away positions that shouldn't be given away. So any people following the scanners, as I'm sure many of you are, let's just refrain from reporting in real time what's being said.
So do we know if somebody's in custody right now?
No, the suspect is still at large, very at large.
Okay.
Do we have his actual name? Because is it Robert Card? Because there's different photos of him, I guess.
Yeah, that's the confirmed named.
I must say that the photos that his Facebook shows versus what was posted to the public they don't look too close or similar there.
They really don't.
They don't know which one it is yet, I don't think. Well, we don't know which one it is.
I see two locations on a map. Does anybody know how far those are apart from each other?
The one that's showing, I think Waterville is 50 minutes north.
Thank you.
Matthew, maybe you can explain to us, just for those who are not familiar with the area, resources have been staging in the nearby city of Auburn. Can you
Yep.
explain the connection between the two towns? It appears there's a body of water, possibly a bridge, but what's the relationship, if any, between the two cities?
Lewiston, Auburn, they call them the Twin Cities, and there's three different bridges that separate. There's a river, Androscoggin River, splits. It's the second largest area in the state of Maine, and I mean I don't know exact numbers, but maybe 35,000 in Lewiston, and maybe 26 or 28,000 in Auburn. But then the surrounding areas, all these small towns, I think it adds up to about 110,000. But Auburn is more of the Lewiston has a bad rap. People call it Dirty Lou. Has a little bit more of the density, low-income housing type situation that can kind of draw some scrutiny once in a while. Auburn is more of the residential side of things and has an airport. The airport is not, I guess its infrastructure is pretty unique as far as being able to handle larger planes, but it is not used as an international, airport. But they are staging some stuff out of there, from what I understand, and possibly some fuel. Yeah, so that's really, Lewis and Auburn. They've been at war, in a good way for a long time. Like sports and stuff like that. Lewiston versus Auburn, hockey, football. There's always been a rivalry between the two towns.
Yeah, from what we're hearing from you and others who live in the area, it appears that Lewiston is a really tight-knit, even though there's such a 35,000 people is not insignificant. But as you mentioned earlier, there are a few places where people can gather for nightlife, and it seems like the suspect was able to find those places and do the maximum damage. We know, for those of you just joining us, that at least 22 people have been killed in this mass shooting spree. 50 to 60 others are injured. Some of those have yet to be transported to local and area hospitals. Sometimes trauma centers are needed during this situation, hence the life flights that we see coming in from as far as Boston, Massachusetts. We do have images of the suspect in one of the locations, that bowling alley / bar, of him with his rifle up, aimed possibly at people. And police say that he remains at large at this time. Apologies for the lull. We're just trying to get you the latest information.
Yeah, we're dealing with a lot of DMs trying to get the latest info, so we do apologize if it's a silent for a bit.
Yeah, there are extremely unconfirmed reports at this time of potential sightings, and we'll work our sources and see if we can get you anything verified as soon as possible. But we want to remain accurate, as well as not giving away any law enforcement positions or things that they don't want the public, and especially the suspect, if he's listening into any newscasts, to get that information.
Reportedly, the suspect has been arrested. Someone just sent the video on our news chat, but this remains unconfirmed at this time. But it looks like someone has been arrested. But
that video has been circulating, and I'd be a little cautious on the accuracy there.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm seeing some frustration among people who are calling on Lewiston police to give an official briefing or update. In these situations, the first priority is triaging those who have been injured, as well as accounting for that suspect. And once those two goals have been achieved, then they'll brief the media and the nation, and in situations like this, most likely the world. So we will give them our patience as we await official figures. Obviously, what we know so far to be confirmed is at least 22 people killed, 50 to 60 wounded in multiple locations, and only one suspect is being sought by police at this time. federal officials are involved from the FBI and ATF in the manhunt as well as the response in general to these scenes. It takes a lot of personnel just to comb through these areas, make sure they get everyone who has been injured, evacuate those who were just caught up in the situation but remain uninjured, as well as responding to calls that come in from people who hear a bang or see a suspicious vehicle that matches the description and calls it in. These things have to be responded to very quickly, and we commend law enforcement for their quick responses always to these situations. Sometimes it's just unfortunately not quick enough. Roz, if you have any more information, Philly crime update. I know that you're not from the region, but you have incredible sources as well in law enforcement. If you have anything to contribute, feel free.
Yeah, looks like that video is negative, so it's false.
They said that they have his vehicle in Lisbon, Maine.
All right, we'll do.
That's like 10 minutes away.
Yeah, I've just I have someone on the inside that runs a dispatch for a service that's being utilized right now that, I can't confirm this, but he just sent me a message saying that they're on him. They don't have him in custody yet, but hopefully he's giving me accurate information. So it should be over soon, I hope.
Just as an update, I actually had to make some phone calls real quick. So as an update for that, a couple of things. Apparently all the hospitals in the region and manufacturers are sending a ton of supplies to Central Maine Medical Center. That is the biggest hospital in that little chunk of the state. But beyond that, there are even more helicopters pouring in, just as you mentioned. They have a general location. It's kind of a wider net, but to cover all bases, they've also roadblocked off all roads coming out of the city, and they're keeping an eye out. They have people stationed to the south, just past Portland, going south towards Kittery, to keep an eye out just in case he is able to evade and tries to go south out of the state. But with the sheer volume of helicopters that are up in the air right now, they have a rough idea of where he could be located, and they're kind of just dialing it in from there. So it really is just a very short matter of time, just like you said. Maine police aren't known for making immediate updates. As you said, they prioritize and triage. So the first thing that's going to happen is obviously locating it. They're dedicating literally every resource, every body that can be thrown at this within a reasonable radius is pouring into the area as we speak. On the upside, apparently, like was mentioned before, there does tend to be a lot of phone calls about that. Thankfully, there's been a lot less, to put it bluntly, crackpot stuff that's been popping up. And it's mostly been legitimate sightings of vehicles that were similar for people that didn't heed the shelter-in-place warning, which were rapidly intercepted and handled. But there has been a lot of credible information. Functionally, people just looking out their windows right now in their area. For as big of a city as it is, it's very much a lot of work has been done for community building, providing resources, things like that. So this shit just does not happen. So when it does, things pull together because of the mentality of the people in the area. It's very community focused. So it's basically a lot of people. So it's not just police and LEO. There are people, basically all the citizens, looking out the window. And that's where some of these credible reports are coming from. So the net is tightening, and they do have hope that this will be sorted out fairly quickly, just as a quick update.
Thank you so much for that update. And I'm getting some new reporting from Fox News' Jackie Heinrich. She's saying, reaffirming that figure, unfortunately 22 killed, but revising the number of injured down to possibly around 30, which led to my suspicion earlier, potentially the original figure count of the injuries included those who had unfortunately passed away. But again, still a very fluid situation, continues to be updated and revised. We do know speaking of Jackie Heinrich, who's at the White House, President Biden has been briefed on the situation and will continue to receive regular updates when necessary. He's hosting a state dinner with the First Lady for the Prime Minister and First Lady of Australia currently, but obviously this situation takes priority and he continues to get regular updates from his advisors. Additionally, school in the area has already been canceled ahead of tomorrow. Any extracurricular after-school activities canceled as well, as the manhunt continues for the suspect who went on a shooting spree tonight in Lewiston, Maine, killing at least 22 people.
And I would like to jump in. We have a lot of requests, so I'm going to start removing speakers, except for the important ones like Matthew and Breaking and others. So I do apologize if you get removed, but we have a lot of requests right now, so I'm going to be adding people up. So. And I'm seeing tons of people sending me a video of someone being arrested. At this time, the suspect has not been caught or arrested. They are still looking for the suspect as he is still at large. So if you see anyone saying he's been arrested, that is false.
Helicopters are like circling some area in Lisbon, near like a lake.
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing at the moment. Yeah, it looks like someone spotted the individual via scanner from our news chat near the vehicle. So. County-wide shelter-in-place has been issued for. Let me get the county. Yeah, so no, I have a lot of DMs right now, so I do apologize if it's a little bit scattered. So, just trying to find the right ones. But if you would like to jump in, feel free to send a request. Breaking is doing a great job. Make sure to follow our speakers. And if you do get removed, don't take it as hurt or anything. We just have a lot of requests at the moment. So.
Did I hear somebody say that the car was spotted in Lisbon?
Yeah.
Matthew, if you're still with us, or Apocalypse, maybe you can help me with this. I'm seeing reports that the entire state of Maine has been asked to shelter in place. Most importantly, the county and obviously the cities involved in this situation. Do you have anything leading to that?
When it comes to that, it's typically better safe than sorry, because when I said that this does not happen, like, this is the kind of stuff that happened in the 90s, back when it was a lot rougher in the state. A lot of stuff has been poured into social services, housing, you name it. So it's better safe than sorry right now. A lot of counties are making their own decisions on closing any kind of afternoon programs, YMCAs. They're issuing their own shelter in places. Because from Lewiston to Lisbon is easily a 25 or a 15-minute drive. Sabattis is about 15. Green is about another 20, 25. Minot, Poland, all of that. There are a lot of straight shots that go through there, but one thing to keep in mind also is there are a lot of back roads and side streets to get basically everywhere. So it's definitely something that's going to be happening. As each county makes their own calls, each individual law enforcement agency makes their own calls, just to cut down on the traffic and just people and things in general so they can just focus on this. Presently, it's circling around They have a helicopter in Lisbon, over Lisbon Street, aptly named, circling over a church and a couple of streets right there that's in a holding pattern. He wasn't able to get any kind of info on what's going on with that, as that was the New Hampshire State Police helicopter, which is currently over there. So they have not compartmentalized, but they have their own people to call things into and to cut down on that fog that can happen in situations like this. Bad info, bad calls, bad shots. Everybody has their person to coordinate with, and then it trickles down as needed. So it's kind of going up right now. A lot of roadblocks are being pulled out even more now as they tighten things in. But I'll definitely cut in, and I was told I'll be kept updated if anything big happens.
Thank you so much for that. And for those of you just joining us this evening, just before 8 p.m. tonight Eastern Time, news channels were made aware of a developing situation in the city of Lewiston, Maine. It's a large city, population of approximately 35,000 people. And what we know to be confirmed at this time is at least 22 people have been killed, dozens more wounded in a mass shooting spree carried out by one individual with an assault type rifle. He remains at large at this time. Police have a suspect vehicle that they have identified and are following. There are reports coming in from the scanner of different possible sightings of this individual or his vehicle. And what we know to be confirmed at this time is that there is a major effort among local, state, and federal law enforcement, including the FBI and the ATF from the Boston region, surging this area, trying to evacuate those who have been injured, assess and interview those who were involved in this situation, but thankfully uninjured, triage those who have been injured to area hospitals, trauma centers, etc. We know life flights, medical helicopters have been called in from multiple cities, including Boston, Massachusetts, and President Biden at the White House this evening has been made aware of the situation and will continue to receive regular updates. We are coming in and out of the space as we tweet to our followers who aren't necessarily able to tune into this space. Roz is doing an incredible job hosting updates, and we appreciate every one of you who's here for information. If you have anything new, please let us know.
Hello, I live in Lewiston, Maine. So I actually woke up literally at 8 o'clock, which was, 10 minutes before things started to go out. You could definitely hear, because I live right downtown and the police station and the city hall are within a block. You could hear all the sirens, fire, EMS, police. Another part of this is I'm a junior at the high school as well. And within the last week, we've gotten 3 separate threats, one being a bomb threat and 2 involving firearms. And so I don't think they're connected to this, but we're definitely living in fear right now. Like people have mentioned, school has already been canceled for tomorrow. And this is a place where things like this don't happen on this scale. We see a lot of, small scale gun violence between, drug dealers and stuff, but we're not seeing shootings and we're not seeing threats like this coming in. So I just wanted to let you guys know. Thankfully, everybody's safe. My mom was out. She called me within the first 30 minutes of it happening, and she came home instantly. But we're definitely living in fear right now.
I can't imagine what you're going through right now. The entire city of Lewiston and the surrounding area have been asked by police to remain in shelter. And that critical information you're giving us here of potential threats that may or may not be related, but clearly the city is on edge. Students are on edge. There's obviously situations going on outside of the United States in the Middle East that have really caused alarm towards people, for people, and obviously there's zero connection between the two at this time. Motive and things like that will be discussed later on, but all those in the area, please remain in shelter as police continue to search for the suspect, triage those who have been injured. It's important to stay off the roads, not only because there's a suspected gunman out there, but to ensure that emergency vehicles and personnel can travel at their high rates of speed that they need to, unobstructed and undisturbed. During these situations, things are very fluid. They're getting calls of possible suspect sightings that they need to race to, as well as possible other locations as people hear bangs or something drops, a glass shatters. Unfortunately, we've covered too many of these incidences, and we're familiar with the way that things play out here. We are awaiting a press conference from local law enforcement officials. That will come once all the victims involved have been transported to area hospitals and treated, as well as the suspect ended. Occasionally, police will take to the TV cameras to give a suspect description, but it appears right now they're waiting to try and capture the suspect before they make any official statement to the media.
Yeah, I'm working on that statement about the false videos because I'm getting about 30 DMs now claiming that the suspect has been arrested, but that remains false, as there was just a sighting a couple minutes ago. But the FBI just released a statement too, if you want to report on that.
Yeah, we do have that statement in our news chat from the FBI Boston Division, saying the FBI Boston Division continues to coordinate with our local, state, and federal law enforcement partners in Maine, and we stand ready to assist with any available resources they need, including evidence response, investigative, and tactical support, as well as victim assistance. We continue to urge the public to remain vigilant and report any and all suspicious activity and/or individuals to law enforcement immediately. As this situation is very fluid, we have no further comment at this time, and will refer you to the Maine State Police. Similar statements have been made by the ATF, who are also currently on scene. We are now getting reports that at least one medical helicopter has left the Lewiston area, possibly for a trauma center in the area, as they continue to triage and evacuate injuries from the multi-scene active shooter situation that remains ongoing at this time.
So the scanner just said that two people are going around door to door in Lisbon with guns, just knocking on the door. But they don't know
Yeah.
what the reason is.
So I was gonna say, if you're in the Lewiston, Maine area, like, don't be out trying to help the police. That you're just taking away resources from them.
Does anyone know how big the bowling alley or the sports bar is?
So, I mean, neither one are particularly big. Bowling alley is your typical bowling alley. The sports bar, Schmenge's, honestly isn't that big either. You're talking like max capacity, maybe 100 people by like fire marshal. Schmenge's isn't known for being like a huge place, but it's one of the few places you can go to do stuff. That's, something to do. Keep in mind, Lewiston isn't the best. It's known to go to Portland for most things to do. But that's why I said this really does appear to be a very target for mass casualty event, because he basically hit the biggest places where there's going to be bigger numbers of people, especially at night, like around 8 p.m., including that confirmed Walmart distribution center, very large employer. So it's definitely a decision that was made for mass things. Like I said, either one is going to be of your typical size, nothing massive, but big enough to make an impact, unfortunately.
Thank you.
Yeah, and thankfully we can actually confirm the situation earlier reported at that Walmart was cleared by law enforcement. There were no injuries or proof of a shooting that occurred at that area, and that's really positive news. Unfortunately, the other three scenes that we have been told by police resulted in significant loss of life and casualties this evening. Suspect remains at large at this time. There's unconfirmed scanner reports of different elements of this shooting, and I'm just scanning. I'm going to share this with our group just for their.
Yes, Steve Luckner is reporting that the scanner someone spotted the suspect moments near where his vehicle was found. That was posted about 9 minutes ago.
Yeah, there's in situations like this, tons and tons of information is pouring into law enforcement, as well as journalists like myself and like Roz. Social media has enabled people to get real-time updates, sometimes share updates that they feel in the moment to be verified and confirmed where they may not be. So it's hard to we're trying to weed through everything, make sure we only give you what's confirmed, what will not put anyone on the ground at risk of divulging, and in the most sensitive way possible to those victims and their families who lost their lives, and those who are currently in the hospital or being transported to the hospital with various injuries as a result of this horrific tragedy that's unfolding in Lewiston.
Someone is reporting it was a children's bowling event when it happened, but that remains unconfirmed at this time, but hearing reports. And again, if you get moved down or removed from the speakers, please don't take it. We have over 30 requests right now, so if you do get removed from the speakers, please just know that we have a lot of people requesting. So thank you, and make sure to follow our host too. So
yeah, you guys have done great. You can take me off this stage in just a second, but I just wanted to express some appreciation for you guys just putting the facts out there. Obviously, in moments like this, it's easy to get, on a stance, political, those sorts of things. I just want to remind folks, and you said it just a second ago so eloquently, there are individuals who are victims of this. There are individuals who have been affected by this and will be affected by this who haven't even found out yet. And I think in the coming days, as we move through this, I appreciate you guys because you're a trusted source for facts. You are a trusted source for information. And without the politics, without the anti-gun or pro-gun or all the things that we're going to hear after this in the news cycle, that folks just remember there are individuals whose lives were ended. There are individuals whose lives were ended who are still breathing and their hearts are beating on this planet. And our place is to remember the impact of the human capital that is involved in this, because regardless of where any of us listening in this room stand on a political standpoint or religious standpoint or any of those things, and I appreciate you guys for keeping this room clear of that, but to make it a place where we recognize the people, the individuals, the lives affected, because whether it was this situation, like you said earlier, there are things happening across the planet. It's so important for us to think about the humanization and the reality of the individuals affected in this moment. So I just want to thank you. You can put me back down in the crowd. Not another thing to say, not a reporter, but I appreciate you guys, and I want to express honor and gratitude and respect.
thank you so much. That really means a lot. Yeah, we usually try to report on the facts. We hate reporting on false information. I think when pages do that, I'm not gonna say who, but when pages report on fake information, it seems like they just want to do it for clicks and views. So we take this very, very seriously. So thank you.
Roz, do you want to give a little overview of the situation as we know it for those who are just joining us?
I'm currently messaging about 4 different people right now. So if you can give a little overview, I'm just trying to confirm something real quick. So
sure. For those of you just joining us, tonight at approximately 8 p.m. Eastern, we were made aware of a developing situation in the town of Lewiston, Maine, where there were
Was there confirmed
reports.
to be no shooting at the Walmart because there's video of the doors being shot up?
At this time,
I mean, the report that I reported on about the 80, about the 80 people, no, about the law enforcement has reported that 22 people were confirmed dead. There was 3 locations: the Walmart, a bar, and the bowling alley. So it might be the Walmart.
yeah, it's possible we got that information wrong at the beginning.
It was reported.
Walmart was originally reported to be cleared, but it's possible that in the confusion, the fog of war, as they say, even though this currently isn't a war, it's a horrific mass shooting incident. I'm going to check up on that, and if there's any details, we'll get back to you. But clearly a really tragic and still unfolding situation in the town of Lewiston. The entire city and surrounding area have been placed on lockdown as police hunt down one suspect they believe to be responsible for the shootings at multiple locations that left at least 22 people killed and dozens more wounded. There's figures floating around. We don't know if those figures include those who have passed away or are in addition to that number. Anyone with additional information, anyone who is an eyewitness or who lives in the area and can give us a little bit more details, feel free to speak up. We apologize if there's periodic lulls. We're trying to get the latest information for you as this is currently breaking.
Again, I'm going to start removing from some speakers so we can add some new people. So if you get moved down, please don't take it as hurtful. We just have a lot of requests, so thank you.
So if we catch him and he's an illegal immigrant, can he be put to death?
We don't know if he's, looks like he's not illegal immigrant. He seems to be a very local. We have people that live in the town. Seems like they're not here now, but we had a few locals that reported. So just dealing with a lot of messages right now. So if Brittany or anyone else want to speak up.
If you try and comment anything like that, you'll be immediately removed from the space. That's not something that we're talking about right now. We're not politicizing this in any way. The information we have right now is an individual of unknown status opened fire in nations and killed 22 people and injured dozens more. And we are looking for fact-based information to educate those who are listening tonight with the most relevant information as police continue to search for that suspect. Sandy, it looks like you have your hand up.
Hi. Yeah, no, I live in South Portland, Maine. This whole situation is just really kind of like nerve-wracking. I'm still trying to keep my composure, but they have news that they have apprehended one of the suspects. I do believe there's more than one suspect. And I mean, with all the developing information that we have so far, it's just kind of the whole city's on lockdown. I do believe that they're kind of starting to lock down more of the areas down towards like the border just to make sure if any other it's not really known to be like a targeted attack, but it's also I'm sorry, I'm a little flustered right now. Um, but yeah, it's the situation is really crucial. So if you guys could just keep your prayers, arms up, just enlighten and keep as much ears on the ground, I guess, in a sense.
Yeah, there are rumors of a suspect being apprehended, and at this time, our sources and the people that we trust can verify that that's not the case, and that the suspect remains outstanding. Sandy, we hope that you stay safe, and it seems to be, from people we're talking to in the area, very shocking, very emotional, what people are going through. And in these situations, like we said, information comes out rapidly, and we have to verify that for you and bring you the latest. But Sandy, we wish you and your family the best during this really unsettling time, and thank you for tuning in and for contributing.
No, thank you for having me as well. It's Maine's a small state, so for this to just happen is, I mean, it happens everywhere, but for it to happen in such a vacation land considered, hopefully it opens a lot of people's eyes.
No, we were very surprised when it happened in Maine. I was just shocked. I've been to Maine multiple times. It's such a beautiful state. Great for lobsters, great for sailing, beautiful landscape. But yeah, it was just shocking to hear this.
Thank you, guys.
They are running into more and more people who are seeing the now debunked news that the suspect's been caught and have been leaving their homes. I know I've heard that there's a lot of locals in here. I hear the accents. And he wanted to clarify that until you hear that the shelter in place, which has been expanded to the entirety of Androscoggin County, until you hear that that shelter in place has been lifted, that regardless of what news you may see, until it is publicly released by the police, which they will do in a press conference as soon as they have info on that, and as soon as they announce the shelter in place has been lifted, to please stay inside, because people are believing these circulated news reports of the capture and are trying to go about their lives or go back out or go do something else. And it's just getting in the way of EMS, LEO, and it's when they see moving vehicles, they do have to focus on the nearest helicopter or LEO that's in the area, just to make sure that that is not the suspect in a different vehicle. So once again, just stay inside until there is official confirmation of shelter in place has been lifted for the entire county, and official confirmation press conference that the suspect has been apprehended one way or the other.
Yeah, I'm getting multiple reports now. It looks like scanners are reporting, according to scanners, there's a second vehicle pickup check, so a possible second suspect is involved. They're saying this suspect is circling Cumberland Farm with hazards on. So this is reported by police scanner. So.
And we have some more information coming out right now from the White House press pool. Earlier, we reported President Biden was made aware of the situation at the White House, but now we know from the White House that President Biden actually spoke on the phone with the governor of Maine, Janet Mills, as well as Senators Angus King and Susan Collins, Congressman Jared Golden, about the shooting, and has offered full support, federal support, in the wake of this horrific attack. Now, I want to preface, I don't know if the term horrific attack is a quote from the president or if it's just the terminology being used by this White House reporter, but clearly a really significant incident, with the president taking the time to immediately contact all lawmakers in the area, and that he will continue to receive regular updates on the situation, and has offered federal support, which is customary, unfortunately, during these times.
And I just want to say, if for the speakers, again, if you get removed or disconnected, please don't take it seriously. We have over 40 requests right now. A lot of people want to jump in and speak. So if you do get removed, we do apologize. So we're just trying to rotate. So thank you. But if you have any updates or live near the area, feel free to send me a message or a request and we'll have you up.
Sorry, we're getting a lot of information in our news groups about situations related and unrelated. It was a very busy news day outside of the horrific events that have occurred in Maine, which obviously takes priority right now. We're getting some reaction from Capitol Hill starting to trickle in. And we're just trying to verify sources of information. We're trying to delay as much as possible any reports that have been heard over the scanner. We don't want to give away any positioning of law enforcement. We don't know if the suspect is listening to any news updates, TV, radio, etc. So we're trying to be mindful of that, as well as keeping this space completely focused on the facts of the situation and not go into anything political at this time. So those who would like to speak are welcome to, but just please abide by our request to focus on the situation, developments in the region, confirmed developments. And someone mentioned earlier, about 20 minutes ago, police began responding to a region near a body of water where they believe that the suspect may be. And based on video footage that we've seen, they sent a significant law enforcement presence to that area to follow up. And we're not going to update on specific addresses or anything like that, but there appears to be great interest in that area of what's going on, potentially linked to the suspect.
And we had a few hands raised, so feel free to speak.
Yeah, I don't know how much you guys want to mention specifics. So I'll hold off, I guess, based on what you just said. But there is definitely a section of Lisbon that has heavy police presence, and that also, if you look at flight radar, you can see there's a police chopper hovering around a certain area. So I just wanted to definitely reiterate that they have not caught everything and everyone involved, or if there's one or multiple. I know you guys have championed that message pretty strong, but I've heard a lot of people, even in our text conversations up here in Maine, that have said, oh, they've caught somebody. And I appreciate you guys saying that's not necessarily true. You got to wait for the official channels, and from what I've seen and what I've heard locally, they definitely are still looking for someone or multiple someones. And it does look like the air radius is expanding around the area that they're looking at. So, yeah, appreciate what you guys are doing, and keep up the good work.
Thank you so much for the info and update. And feel free to give us any more information. So
we're hearing now. CNN conducted an interview with City Councilor Robert McCarthy. A quote from him says, "We're a town of 39,000 people. Our hospitals are not geared to handle this kind of shooting event, and they're doing this." And that goes into and confirms the reporting that this is a multi-city response to this situation, with other neighboring cities, even places as far as Boston, sending resources to assist in one of the most significant national events in recent memory. At least 22 people confirmed killed dozens more wounded. We're seeing figures ranging between 50 and 60. We don't know if that includes those who have passed away or if it's in addition to the confirmed fatalities at this time. Clearly, very fluid, active situation as local, state, and federal law enforcement continues to search for a suspect. I believe still the only one suspect who opened fire in multiple locations, and that's the information we have right now. Possible leads on the suspect in the area of Lisbon is being reported, but we can't independently confirm that right now.
Hey, Roz, and breaking news. Just wondering if you guys might have heard about the latest update from Lauren Matter with KAMC News. She just put out 14 minutes ago that at least 22 people have been shot and killed, and a new total of 80 has been injured. I wasn't sure if you guys might have heard of that update yet and might have confirmed it, but she is a evening reporter with that news agency.
Yes, I reported that a while ago, but thank you for the confirm.
Yeah, thank you for contributing that. We are seeing those figures floating around, and it is critical during these times to find local media reporters. They usually have the best sources on the ground. And so there's no reason to believe at this point that what she's saying is inaccurate. And so we will continue to adjust, but the number of injured keeps fluctuating depending on which outlet you look at, depending on the minute. But thank you so much for that contribution. We want to ensure that the people understand the gravity of the situation. Clearly, if 22 people have been killed, another 80 injured in various conditions, it's something incredibly, incredibly significant happening tonight in Maine.
Yeah, I just want to say Maine State Police has confirmed that the suspect is 39-year-old Robert Card, and he's still at large. We're hearing that multiple reports that there might be a possible second shooter, but that remains unconfirmed, and seeing tons and tons of videos of saying that the suspect has been arrested, but that is also false. So.
Just as an update, and apparently the triage for this is that the most seriously injured are being sent to Maine Medical Center down in Portland. Anyone from the area will know that's a very well-staffed, very large level 1 trauma center. Like, they know exactly what they're doing. The ones just below that are going to be staying at the Central Maine Medical Center with some minor injuries being overflowed into St. Mary's. I know this might not have a whole lot of context for anyone not in the area, but the ones that are in there, they know that that's at least they're doing some good to try and get this handled as soon as possible. They have police staffed at all of the hospitals in the area just because of the high volume areas that have been targeted. So they're doing everything they can to triage the situation and get everybody treated as quickly and as well as possible. So hopefully these numbers kind of stay where they are for now.
There's also about at least 2 or 3 choppers that have left Lewiston headed to probably Boston based on their direction that are med life flights. So I would imagine that's the really bad, and badly injured, because Portland can only handle so much.
Are those that are getting that are being treated, are they being flown to surrounding states like Vermont and New Hampshire with the insufficient necessities to treat their injuries, or do we not know at this time?
So with the medical centers that are in New Hampshire and Vermont, honestly, as big as those states look, they're not going to be that big in population, crime, what have you. So those aren't going to be the prioritized trauma centers utilized. Obviously, I'm not on the choppers, so I can't tell you exact purpose or if they do have patients that are heading back or if they're going back to point of origin. However, there's some good trauma centers nearby that are able to handle that. And as was mentioned, worst case scenarios can be overflowed for the really, really exigent circumstances down to Boston. Those life flights go very fast. And despite Boston kind of looking a ways, it's still only 3 hours by car. So by life flight, you're probably looking at like an hour, if that. So I can't imagine that they would be going to New Hampshire or Vermont in lieu of, Boston, because Boston has some very, very massive, very well-trained, well-staffed, well-stocked hospitals that have handled pretty much anything under the sun, including that marathon bombing. They train for these kind of things, especially the police, apparently, from what I was told, run these training drills for these certain circumstances. Just because everyone's shocked that it happened in Maine doesn't mean that these contingencies aren't planned for. So this is something that is not only trained for, but was particularly fresh in law enforcement minds at the time because of that fairly recent training that was involved for these kinds of situations.
Hey, I appreciate that. Sorry, it's just been a long day, and then I get notified about this this incident. So I apologize with my geography issue.
Oh, no, absolutely. I just wanted to clarify because, this is a very, very heavy topic, obviously. And while it's important to distribute that information, I think that it's good to have some, lighter information to kind of have some kind of hope that this isn't, for lack of a better word, a unmitigated massacre. That, like the other person that was very much, I could tell from Maine, that was living in Lewiston said, the typical is your occasional gang violence, drug violence, anything you'll see in anything above a medium-sized village. So while they are able to handle a shooting if it comes by, like Central Maine Medical Center has the experience there, but when you have a very large casualty incident like that, there's only so many teams that can go around to handle these situations. And so that's why triage is important, to have the people who aren't immediately in danger to be shuffled over to where they need to be.
One quick question, then I'll be done with my questions. I was notified that the FBI and ATF have been notified or are on our boots on the ground. But is it also true, per other sources, that the NHS is currently en route to that area just in case that it is a Homeland Security issue, or is that not factual?
No, we ain't getting to that.
When it comes to that kind of stuff, obviously all agencies offer help if it's needed and if called upon. However, at this time, pretty much every other local law enforcement has piled in. I can't imagine that would be particularly needed at this time. For what they've said, they have staffed the border areas to ensure that as a contingency plan, just in case, to keep an eye out. But the focus is very much a well-cordoned off county. And so between the FBI, ATF offering their services, there's also the local sheriff's departments from basically every surrounding county, apparently especially from Saginaw, and of course Androscoggin's own counties, with some en route up from like Portland, not to mention the very well-staffed police departments from that area. I know it's Maine, but Lewiston, Portland, there are some very much bigger cities that do have very well-staffed police departments. So at this time, there probably is going to be more than enough law enforcement staffing to be able to address it.
Not a problem. And I wasn't trying to make it sound political or anything. I just wasn't sure if that was actually true or not, that NHS did offer their services but was turned down.
Yeah, it's one of those things where pretty much everybody rallies the troops, so to speak. The wagons get circled. Anyone that can conceivably help is going to be offering their services, and then it's left to leadership to go, all right, we need to tap you in. Please handle this. Even if it's just having people on this road at this roadblock, you get the idea. That's the one upside with the interagency cooperation that's come about, depressingly because of situations like this, that they all have point of contact information to offer that help should it prove to be needed in those situations. So it was just more of a point of clarification, just to make sure everybody feels a little bit better about what's going on, as much as can be said to feel better. But yeah, not a problem.
Thanks, guys.
Someone with knowledge of the situation, he appears to be a senior digital political reporter for NBC News. He, according to his statistics, and this is very disturbing, says that the death toll in this shooting is almost an entire year's worth of homicides that the state of Maine saw back in 2021. And that's incredibly upsetting to hear, but information that's just points to the gravity of the situation that we're seeing. Again, 22 people confirmed dead, anywhere between 50 to 80 people wounded in a mass shooting spree.
I'm surprised that this happened in Maine. I mean, Maine is open carry, basically. You don't even need a license up there, so
Yeah.
kind
I'd
of
like
shocked
to.
that no one took this guy out.
We're not going to discuss specific
Right.
laws. It's important to point that out. Yes, we're not going to talk about what people could have or could not have done in this situation right now. That'll be discussed at a later time. I'm sure people will have things to say. But right now there is a manhunt ongoing for the suspect. Police potentially have him confined to one area surrounding in a body of water. We're not going to confirm the exact location. If those of you with the resources, I'm sure, is able to see what people, where the heavy law enforcement presence is via helicopters, etc. But a very significant situation going on right now. Okay, so BNO News, which is a trusted source that we've worked with for years, is now reporting that the suspect is a trained firearms instructor in the U.S. Army Reserves, and he was recently released from a mental health facility, and that's quoting the Maine Information and Analysis Center. This is unclassified / law enforcement sensitive. The suspect reportedly suffered from mental health issues, including hearing voices and threats to conduct shooting events. It gives detailed information about his potential vehicle. Suspects should be considered armed and dangerous.
Where are you seeing them?
We're gonna continue to.
Yeah, I'm about to
It's on
on my page.
BNO
Just a
News.
minute.
Yeah,
Yeah.
BNO News is the source, a very trusted source that we work with. But we are going to get that out for you. It looks like Roz is going to do a post including that information, and then he could hopefully put it up in the nest for you guys. Clearly, things continue to break as we are holding this space.
I just want to offer a recap of what we've been covering.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and add on something real quick before anyone asks. Hi, Reed/WX. I am a content creator in meteorological content out of the Midwest, so pretty far away. But I know a guy that knows a guy that lives in the same county as Lewiston, and he does live near the county line, like far away from the city. But I did hear that his area is also in shelter in place. And the helicopter that was sent from, the police helicopter, we were talking about the main one, that is currently from the New Hampshire State Police. So New Hampshire State Police is assisting in the manhunt right now that I know of. And I can't recall, but you just say body of water or something like that. Probably is. I don't know if it's a lake or a river. I think there's a river or a lake near Lewiston. But yeah, first time speaking in front of 6,000 people, so it's kind of nervous. You never know. Probably gonna blow up in followers, get backlash. You never know. But yeah, I'm going to go ahead and mute my mic. I'm going to let you guys go ahead and add on anything. And if I need to add on anything important or get any other important information, I will let you know. Thank you.
And just as a minor update, I've been informed that a large amount of police has been shifted over to Lisbon to follow up on something. Obviously, with these things, information is very sparse because it's go here, do this now. Not why, not when, but go here, do this now, look here, follow this up real quick. But he did just get told that he's being shifted over to Lisbon with a large amount of LEO. So nothing confirmed. Don't fire off fireworks. They could just be following up on a lead that sounds good. Obviously, nothing confirmed. So that's just the most recent up to this second update on the movement on that.
Hey, I got something really important to add on. A couple, I can't remember when, but it was like a few minutes ago. I was listening to the Auburn and Lewiston police scanner on broadcastify.com. If you want to find that, go to all you have to search up is Lewiston, Maine Broadcastify, and it should be the first thing that shows up if you want to listen to the live police radio at the time. But what I'm trying to add on here is that I've been hearing, I don't know if I'm listening to like 2 different feeds at once because it glitches like that sometimes where I'm at, but I've been hearing a bunch of stuff about callers saying other people, flashlights. I've been here earlier. I heard something about 2 men with guns and flashlights at a park or something, but I'm not gonna make anything dramatic. I'm not gonna confirm anything. I'm just trying to get kind of a background here because I myself don't have the most knowledge. I don't have as much knowledge as most of the people that are currently involved in this space and in the situation. But right now, if you also want to watch a live news coverage on YouTube, I would recommend NBC News. Again, that'll be the NBC News official YouTube channel. Yeah.
Yeah, we're getting multiple questions if it's a single shooter or multiple shooters. At this time, we think it's a single shooter, but there are reports that there are possibly 2 shooters. But
yeah, and I've also heard that the.
Jayo, what was that?
Yeah, I just had a quick question for Apocalypse. It sounds like he's familiar with the area. So there's like multiple different locations of where the shooter's at. We've heard Walmart, we've heard a bowling alley, and I believe a bar. I don't know the exact timestamps on those, but I'm curious if Apocalypse, he might know. He seems like a little bit more informed. Could there possibly be 2 shooters, like, based off the timestamps, could he be able to maneuver around the city fast enough to do these shootings back to back? I mean, it sounds like he's pretty busy. So, I just want to hear what you had to say.
Yeah, so here's for layout, like streetwise. In my experience, there's a lot less, rather, stoplights than you'd imagine, to put it very frankly. At least the areas he was operating in, if there's not a lot of traffic and he doesn't care about stop signs, I mean, honestly, in that state of mind, who knows? But barring, obeying all traffic laws from the locations that I saw that were at least confirmed, it's doable. Once again, I don't know the speed. I don't know a lot of variables here, but I would say that it is very much doable.
Gotcha. I was just really curious about that because I believe I saw like a map and it was a little spread out, and the based off the timestamps, because a lot of people are questioning if there's more than one. It's like, how fast could this guy get from location X to location Y? But, I mean, it seems like if you think it's doable, then it could only be one suspect.
So, based on that, just to reiterate what both Raw and Breaking has said, based on the information that's been released, he is someone that's having a mental health episode presently. It does, from all accounts, aside from, once again, that fog of things that pop up where someone might look out the window, see someone with an umbrella, or see someone with a cane, and then make a report. I mean, from all accounts, it's just one person so far. Nothing beyond that's been confirmed.
Hey, I got more NBC News has been showing a picture. There is a picture of the suspect that has been popping up, like it's like one of those bad quality camera, with like the blue background, kind of like sheriff's office or whatever, like mugshots kind of type thing.
Yeah, we posted that a couple hours ago, so they might be a little bit
Yeah,
behind.
would anyone be able to tell me exactly when we started hearing about the shooting occurring in the first place?
Reports started coming in just after 8 p.m. The shooting.
Oh, so I'm quite late, aren't I? Oh,
Yeah.
no.
Yeah.
Reed, you can click Raw Alerts account and just scroll through the feed so you can get a better understanding.
Oh yeah, sometimes at night I just stay up until like 3 in the morning scrolling through because like Raws actually post interesting stuff.
Hey Reed, the first report came in after just after 8 p.m. Eastern time.
So I'm gonna switch some users. We have a lot of requests, so I'm gonna be removing and adding a lot of new people. But if those who haven't spoken yet, please speak so we can add new people. If you haven't spoken just yet, and then yep.
I'm gonna go ahead and head off of here. So before you move me, just want to say something. First off, I'd like to thank you guys for giving me the opportunity to speak, and I'd also like to thank the people that have been listening into this space, taking the time out of their day to tune in and be able to listen to the information and chat with us. I'd also like to thank you guys. I'd like to wish everyone to have a great, happy, and safe night. And following me would also be appreciated because I'm trying to get big. I'm trying to become a storm chaser. So yeah. Everyone have a great night, and Roz, I guess I'll message you later.
Sure thing.
Hey Reed,
See you,
real
Roz.
quick
Y'all have
before
a nice
you
night.
leave.
It was nice meeting you guys.
Going off of what Reed was asking earlier about the two possible gunmen, were those confirmed to be local Leos going door to door checking for the suspect?
They never stated if they were Leos. They just said two armed people door to door.
Yeah,
right, and then local scanner traffic was saying that they could be local Leos going door to door checking houses.
The scanners are full of reports, both confirmed and unconfirmed, and we're trying to delay reports from the scanner by a little bit just to make sure we bring you the most verified and up-to-date information, because law enforcement are working as hard as they possibly can right now on multiple scenes, as well as calls from legitimately and justified afraid citizens who are calling in everything and anything that they see as the suspect remains outstanding.
Is there a scheduled police conference?
We're expecting to hear from law enforcement once they have a suspect in custody and or have transported all the injured and accounted for all the fatalities, reaching out to next of kin.
Hey, Roz and Breaking, you're more than welcome to remove me as speaker. I'll continue to listen in. That way other people can have a chance to speak.
You guys don't need to say that. If they want to boot you, they will.
Yeah, we're just dealing with a lot of requests right now, so if we do remove you just that way.
You can move me down too.
Hey, Raw, I'm gonna send you a DM real quick. It looks like there's a picture surfacing of the suspect where like he has another magazine attached to his other one. That's very looks like he really knew what he was doing. You know, I mean, obviously he has a background in the army, I believe, but that just goes to show you that he meant to do what he was doing.
Yeah, I'll check into that. I have over about 90 DMs
Oh yeah,
I have to check.
I'm
So
seeing a surface on your feed though. Looks like a lot of
yeah, now my DMs are absolutely getting destroyed right now. So, but yeah, I'm gonna start removing some speakers and add some new people. We have over 50 requests right now. So again, if you get removed, please don't take it as offense. But yeah, we have a lot of speakers right now. And I just want to say thank you for right now we have about 5,000 people on this space, which is absolutely mind-blowing. I just want to thank you all for trusting us on this news. This is not easy. We are being sent hundreds and hundreds of messages and with reports, false information, rumors. It's chaotic. So we really, really appreciate it. And make sure to follow our host, our co-host, and our speakers. They are doing an amazing job, and thank you. I really appreciate it.
interesting back and forth between the earlier reports of that Walmart being involved or not involved. A political editor at one of the local news stations in Maine is saying that a counselor is reporting that there are 3 scenes and sheriffs are reporting only 2 scenes, and that Walmart distribution center was ruled out as a location. So when we talk about constant information flowing in, verified, unverified reports, confirmations, figures, this is what we're talking about. And sometimes it's between officials as well. So we're trying to bring you the most up-to-date information that we can independently verify through local media sources, as well as trusted sources that we've established throughout the years of doing this. And to reiterate what Roz said, I wish that we never had to conduct this space, but I'm grateful that you all are choosing to trust us this evening to bring you the latest breaking news.
Yeah, if you guys haven't already, make sure you follow the host and co-host. They know what's going on. They have the greatest breaking news. So
I second that. Yep.
Hey, I just wanted to come back up and say, on a touch to what Apocalypse was talking about earlier, in the location wise, Lewiston is a pretty small, it's a blue collar town. It's a working class area, and the way it's all laid out is like there's a bunch of businesses. Like the way the town in that city.
Sandy,
Sorry.
Sandy, I'm sorry, just to interrupt you real quick. Facebook has just taken down the shooter's Facebook page, so that's just happened just moments ago.
That is wonderful.
Also,
That's
confirmation
something
for
we see very often when in these situations, as the social media pages get recognized, law enforcement doesn't necessarily want scouring their profiles looking for possible motives and trying to come up with their own conclusions. So they take those profiles down and archive them for law enforcement analysis. So that is a good sign that law enforcement is on top of the situation, already conducting an investigation background into potential motives before the suspect has even been apprehended.
Just as an update, quick breaking about the operation in Lisbon. Apparently, they are focusing on the boat launch and the waterway that goes past that. Apparently, there was a suspicious person spotted there that, per reports, potentially fit the description. So they're investigating whether any boats got taken, and they're kind of circling around that area, and that would be explaining the helicopter that's been in place and the large movement of law enforcement into that area.
And if anyone has, sorry if my voice is off, I'm just dealing with a lot right now. Haven't drank anything. I've been reporting this for maybe 5 hours now, so it's been all chaotic, just trying to find the right information. So I do apologize if I sound out of place, but yeah, there's a lot of behind the scenes right now. So thank you. And if anyone local in the area, please send me a DM. I would love to have your thoughts, information, and any updates. So. And for the speakers, feel free to jump in too. I would love to hear what's your thoughts on this. Try to keep politics out of this. This is a very sensitive topic. We just want to report on the news, but we would love to hear your thoughts.
I was just going to chime in. It does look like off the flight radar, one of the Boston life flights have been transported to Lawrence, Massachusetts, and that was its final destination.
I was just going to chime in and say that, I mean, this just kind of shows that gun laws don't really work very well because criminals do whatever they want, right?
Yeah, we're going to keep this space apolitical right now. The situation is still active and very raw, and we're going to stick to the facts of what we know. And there's a time and place for this age-old debate, this back and forth that continues. But there are 22 people at least whose loved ones and families are being informed that they were killed tonight. So we're not going to discuss politics right now.
I don't know if you guys really pointed this out, but in that Maine Information and Analysis Center thing that they posted about him, it states that he mentioned he threatened to shoot up a National Guard base in Saco, Maine. Maybe that's how you pronounce it. Which I'm assuming is the reason why I got sent to the mental health facility. But that's just one thing to know. Like, it's pretty crazy that like he threatened to do that, and now look where he's at. So it kind of makes. I mean, it sucks to say, but it makes sense of where we're at right now.
Dana, would you like to speak?
Did you call on me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to let you know, I'm pretty sure you know both Breaking News and Raw, that there's a lot of misinformation going around. I've had to detract some of what I've put out there also. So just be aware that there are things videos and images being put out that are not confirmed to be the right information about what's going on here.
Yes, thank you. That's very, very important. I've been getting tons and tons of messages about that, saying that there's a video that's been circulating around on X/Twitter that a suspect has, well, reportedly been arrested or caught, but the suspect still remains at large. He is still armed and dangerous, and there's a citywide shelter in place right now. So.
Yeah, it's going
just
on.
wanted to know.
It's going around
Sorry.
all on Telegram also. That's where I had gotten it from.
Yeah, thank you.
Hey, Roz, I just want to let you know, breaking news, there is a law enforcement will be holding a press conference where ABC3 from that area just posted that law enforcement plans to hold a press conference within the next 5 minutes on their Twitter X account.
Could you DM that?
Yes, sir. I'm doing that right now as we speak.
Thank you.
And I was just going to say really quick, hey, Roz, it's Miley. For anybody with that fake video, just keep tagging community notes or anyone that's a community noter, and hopefully X will get all those fake videos flagged quickly. So just jump in, tag community notes when you see it anywhere.
I totally agree with you on that, Miley.
Yes, so once that press conference begins, we'll try and bring it live to you for all of those.
What was the name of the news agency that was going to carry that?
We're ABC3.
Okay, yep.
Once again, I'm sorry.
WAER ABC3.
Thank you.
Sure.
Sorry if this has already been asked before, but I was wondering if there's any truth to the rumors that the shooter was only 2 feet tall. I don't know if there's any truth to it, but just.
I haven't seen reports of that, and with the pictures shown, it does not look like that.
Are you serious?
I think he's talking about the Murdaugh murders.
I wish there was a way that we could just live stream. It would be amazing if Spaces could host like Spaces with live video, so everyone could watch it together.
You can do it, but you need to be like a rocket scientist to figure it out.
Ain't that the Elon Musk?
Are any of us on here rocket scientists?
Sadly not.
No clue there.
But yes, if you do get removed from the speakers, we have over 54 requests right now. Again, if you do get removed, please don't take it as an offense or anything. We have a lot of speakers. We want to have as many people up. We have someone local that I'm getting on in a few seconds.
I'm going to let someone else speak, but thank you for your time. I appreciate the coverage. Thank you.
Politico is now reporting that a spokesperson for Walmart has confirmed that the area at the distribution center was not related to the active shooter situation. Police searched the facility and found no evidence of a shooting and no victims in that location.
Yeah, someone just mentioned I could play the audio from the press on the space, so I might just do that.
Just to help out with that too, two of the biggest, very local, like Lewiston news stations are going to be K as in Kilo, L as in Lima, E as in Echo, W as in Whiskey, T as in Tango, V as in Victor.com, KLEW TV. On their live section, they're going to have multiple feeds up, including one that is waiting on the press conference as we speak. The other one that will be a hyper-local good resource for information is going to be W as in Whiskey, M as in Mike, T as in Tango, W as in Whiskey, WMTW.com. Those are the two very local to Lewiston news stations that most are going to be watching and tuning into for major updates.
Thank you. All right, so I got the live stream on my laptop, so I'm just waiting for them to join. Rijay, you're local. Would you like to speak on this?
Yeah, I mean, I'm a first-time listener, but saw that you guys were covering it. I'm Southern Maine, roughly 2 hours from Lewiston. And to understand the layout, right, so Interstate 95 goes up to pretty much Canada, and it's kind of splits two sides of the state, the left side being, your nothing, and your right side kind of being more of your touristy beach area. So there's only so many roads that get you so far in Maine, route-wise. So it'd be hard to think that he could get too far out of the area, without somebody noticing, unless he hit one of these off roads or something like that. It's just wild to see, coming from a state, with the lowest crime rate, in the country, and a very gun-friendly state. Not to bring politics into it, it is still shocking to see. In a sense, up here, it's not really anything that people remotely ever think about. So, yeah, I appreciate you guys for keeping it respectful. Because even people like me, still kind of waiting. Maybe we know somebody. It is a small state, and somebody might know somebody. So, thanks for keeping it respectful in that sense, guys.
And one thing to kind of touch base on regarding that, having grown up in Lewiston, it's easily a 10-minute drive. The second you get outside Lewiston, getting towards Lisbon, getting support towards Sabattis, Litchfield, Wales, Green, Minot, all of those. Poland, it gets very forested very quick. So even though there's only going to be so many routes, like 196, 126, 202, Sabattis Street, aptly named, all of those, like the second you get outside Lewiston city limits, it becomes very, very wooded, and that can complicate situations like this. While they do have it manned, you can get into the woods very, very fast. So just to keep anybody from being like, why hasn't this been sorted out yet? Just there's definitely mitigating and complicating factors to what's going on right now that makes it very tough. So it's getting there, and there's a lot of resources on hand that are trying to figure this out and get a location. But like I said, it gets very rural very, very, very quick outside most major cities, especially like in Androscoggin.
And also to jump on that, when we're talking cities in Maine, they're not the cities you would think of. I mean, the cop presence, it's not gigantic. A town, a city like Lewiston, it's just one of the cities in this state that, kind of rides under that poverty line a little bit. And, it's just a little beat up of a town. And it has its issues, with addiction and things like that. So living in this state, hearing something from Lewiston, again, never of this magnitude, but you would think that something would be coming from that area. The difference being going from Lisbon to Lisbon Falls, there's only one main route to get there, and I would assume that would be blocked off. But if anything left of I-95, and again, what was just said is kind of no man's land. You can end up out there, you can disappear real easily. And again, if you go north, you're roughly, 2 to 3 hours from the Canadian border. So yeah, it's something to kind of see, and it's interesting to see that, again, there not being that many roads, but again, not much cop presence. How far he could have gotten from that initial location, and what was also being said earlier in terms of, could everybody or could the same person have gotten to those places at this time of night in Maine, this time of year in October? There's nobody on the roads, and with the traffic light situation and yada yada, and again being Lewiston, it's completely possible. So I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, just going off of what he said and what I asked earlier, I just went on Apple Maps, and it's only 10 minutes apart from the bar and grill in the bowling alley, so it's definitely very doable. Just wanted to go off of what he was saying about how close they were together.
Yeah, I just want to jump in. We have two hand raised. If Sandy, if you want to go first, and then Cherry.
This was just tying in earlier how the main roads all connect kind of to one. I frequent the Lisbon to South Portland. It's 196 to 295 basically, unless you take a back way from Freeport to Durham. So there's only a few ways that they could really try to get through. Otherwise, like they're not being blocked off. And with it being so wooded, there is that like worry. But it's also like it's wooded with a lot of housing communities or housing properties where people are either constantly watching or they're aware. There are some people that, slip through the cracks that aren't really paying attention to their property, but it's a chance that if there's something that happens, people tend to look out, whether it's a Maine mountain lion in your backyard or a deer, people still will tend to look out in Maine because it's so, with this just being on high edge, like it's uncommon, obviously, but it's the chance of him being found within the next 24 hours, I'm hoping just to be something swift because Maine, these winters they're not safe for anybody, if anything.
And Cherry.
Hi. I just wanted to ask you, Sandy, and Apocalypse, you both are there. I'm just sitting here, my heart is breaking. I know everyone's heart is breaking, but literally this is just shattering. How are they informing the public to shelter in place? I mean, I have, grandparents that if they're, don't watch TV or go to bed at 8 o'clock, or I'm just wondering, is there any are there any police presence, going down the street with, a megaphone? Or, I mean, I know that sounds kind of archaic. It's not a very big town, it sounds, but I'm just curious. Are our neighbors just letting each other know? I'm just sitting here like praying for everybody and hoping that nobody's out walking their dog or decided to go to the 7-Eleven. So, are you guys hearing, like, did you get an EMS on your phone? I'm just curious, and I hope I'm not wasting anybody's time. I'm just like, my heart is breaking, so I'm just curious. I want to make sure that people are obviously safe. So, thank you.
I mean, I'll let you know just from coming from Maine, I received no notification on or alert on my phone, and I'm roughly 2 hours away. I actually found out from being on this application, to be honest. But being from small towns up here, I mean, words travel faster than you'd think up here. Again, small towns, everybody knows everybody in that sense. And again, this is why, 22 people in Lewiston will spread far and wide in this state. So word should travel quickly. I've heard multiple times now to stay in place and press conference and things like that. So up here, I mean, we've already heard, just not through digital in terms of alerts.
And part of that too, that people keep in mind too. So because of the time of year, everybody keeps an eye on the news or things like that. Because pretty much from now forward, all bets are off on snow. Like, period. School cancellations. I mean, it can come down quick. And I know everybody jokes that unless there's a foot sustained on the ground, school ain't getting canceled. But this time of the year, people are very much aware. And he was very, very right that word does spread quick because this stuff does not happen. I can't reiterate that enough. And so the little things spread like wildfire, let alone in smaller areas like, once again, Lisbon, Litchfield, Wales, Sabattis, Poland, all those little areas that are more wooded. It's going to spread quick. Whether it's a weather thing, whether it's
sorry, I have to stop you, guys. Yep. They're about to report on the press, so I'm gonna mute everyone, and we can hear the press. If they can.
Thank you for joining us here this evening. My name is Mike Zoschek. I'm the Commissioner for the Department of Public Safety. We truly do appreciate your patience and your partnership.
Let me know if you can hear it. If not.
It's a little quiet.
Yeah, you might need to raise it up.
Yeah, it's on Periscope, so it might be a little bit difficult. Let me see if I can find a live YouTube feed, if anyone could link me that.
Go to KLEW TV. They have the press conference now under National Event Stream 1.
You would appreciate to have a lot of.
Okay, here we go.
It's very fresh. It's new. It's new for all of us. And our focus is on the investigation and getting this right.
Still nothing? Hold on.
It's still quiet.
I currently have it on my TV.
So that we knew that it was accurate, and that is incredibly important for all of us, from an investigative standpoint and from a public safety standpoint, that we have a unified front with this information as we release it. The delay in coming here with now is simply because we want to confirm information from our end. We want to make sure the information we're giving you and the information that goes out to the general public is accurate. So we do have some information here that we will release. It is here on the podium. And this is a general caution to the public that approximately 6:56 this evening, a couple of shooting incidents occurred here with multiple casualties in the city of Lewiston. And police are currently searching for a Robert R. Card, 4/4 of 1983 of Bowdoin. Card is considered armed and dangerous. He is a person of interest, however, and that's what we'll label him at moving forward until that changes. If people see him, they should not approach Card or make contact with him in any way. The shelter-in-place order that currently stands in Lewiston remains. A vehicle, which was a vehicle of interest in this incident, was located in Lisbon, and we are now also asking residents in Lisbon to shelter in place. So please share that information with communities as well. If anybody sees Mr. Card or has any additional information reference to these two shootings in the city of Lewiston, please contact 911. If they see anything suspicious, please feel free to call their local authorities. We have literally hundreds of police officers working around the state of Maine to investigate this case, to locate Mr. Card, who again is a person of interest and a person of interest only. And we'll continue to gather information so that we can bring the suspect to justice and ultimately seek prosecution down the road. This release also includes a photo, which I believe I have seen from various sources. I would also let you know that we have created a reunification location, and that would be at the Auburn Middle School. So in the neighboring community of Auburn at 38 Falcon Drive. Again, that's the Auburn Middle School. And when I say reunification center or location, what that means is that if somebody has a question or they have a concern, they can't find a loved one, they believe that a friend or a family member may be involved in what occurred here tonight in Lewiston, that they could respond to that location. We will have some of our behavioral health liaisons, counselors on site. And we'll also be providing information as it becomes available to us. As you can imagine, and as you know, there are multiple scenes in the city to include multiple hospitals, multiple follow-ups, a lot of witnesses we're speaking with, and a lot of leads. The general public has been very cooperative and very forthcoming with information. So I would expect if we have additional information, we'll be happy to come back and share it with you. I know that from the city of Lewiston standpoint, probably going to close City Hall after this briefing and probably move everybody out. But again, we appreciate your partnership and your patience. I would offer to take questions just so you know that I probably won't have answers. And as long as you know that going in, there's no disrespect intended in that. Feel free to ask a couple, and if I think we can get there, then I'm happy to answer those. If not, we do have work to do on behalf of our communities, and that's our primary focus this evening.
There are many specific figures about casualties out there. The Sheriff Sampson told me up as many as 20. I just wanted to give you those opportunities to break the string on that.
Yeah, I do appreciate that. And I know that there's been a lot of numbers out there. This is a very fluid situation. So the last thing I want to come up is give you a number and then 3 hours from now, change that in one direction or another. So I don't have firm numbers on that. And when I do, we'll be happy to share those with you because it's an important piece of healing and it's an important piece of information for all of us to be aware of. But I don't have a firm number on that.
At least 15, right?
I think I just answered that question to say that I'm not going to give you any specific numbers. And there's been a lot of numbers all over the map all evening. And I don't think that that's helpful because it doesn't help family members. It certainly doesn't help the community to see, well, they just said this and they said that. So if you want accurate information, I'm prepared to give that to you when I have it. I don't have that right now.
Does the suspect have any known criminal history with law enforcement? Is he someone who's been on the radar of state police or local police to your knowledge?
Well, Mr. Card, who we're speaking about right now, is a person of interest and a person of interest only, right? I'm not listing him as a suspect at this point, and we're not prepared to go into his background or anything else that we may be aware of. One more question?
You're looking for one shooter, correct?
We're looking for this person of interest right now, and that's what we'll label and list and speak about at this particular moment. When we have additional information, I'm happy to share that. So thank you very much. I appreciate that. Again, thank you for your time. And I know Assistant City Manager O'Malley will make arrangements, I think, to move everybody out of the building. So thank you very much. I appreciate it.
All right, so we just heard a press conference wrapping up from law enforcement officials in Lewiston, Maine on that mass shooting that occurred just several hours ago, reporting much of what we've been telling you over the past few hours, not divulging any new information, new figures at this time, casualties, injuries, etc. They are still looking for one suspect who they are calling a person of interest at this time. They did confirm the situation in Lisbon was the suspect vehicle that was located, but they did not find the person that they were looking for in that vehicle or around it, and those that operation's continuing. A reunification center for those who believe that their loved ones may have been affected in one way or another by tonight's incident has been set up in the neighboring town of Auburn, that coming from the officials just moments ago. Other than that, Not much new information, but they are prepared to come back to the podium and give more information to reporters when it is appropriate for them to do so. So that's what we have at this point. Roz, if you'd like to include anything else that you heard that I may have missed.
You were on point for that. I do apologize for the low audio at the beginning. Do have to give a shout out for Steve Luckner. He was reporting it live on his YouTube, so I really greatly appreciate it for that. So if you haven't followed Luckner, he's a fantastic reporter, and so on. So thank you, Luckner. But we have some speakers from locals. Lucky, if you would like to speak, and then after that, Sandy, and then Tara.
Yeah, thank you guys for having me on here. My bad, I'm just a little shooken up. My uncle and I live around there, and he went missing around the time of the shooting. So I'm just a little worried for him, and I wanna make sure he's all right. His name is Ben Hill Ball. So my bad. I'm breaking up a little bit. My bad. No, yeah, I'm really hoping he's okay. Ben, he's taken care of me my whole life. So, yeah, I was around there the whole time, and then at the same time where I was near the shooting, I was actually watching the Celtics game at the time, and I heard shots going off, but it was actually Julius Randle bricking. So I don't know. But it's tough times right now, and I'm actually, I'm having a tough time right now. I thank you guys for your prayers and stuff.
Sandy, you have your.
I just wanted to inform that the Ben Hill Ball is an Aiden Ross community joke. It's not actually a real thing.
Okay.
Shout out AR Lord.
All right, thank you for that. We've removed him from the speaker. I was kind of catching on to that, and unfortunately, things like that happen. People try and take advantage of these situations.
Yeah, thank you, Sandy.
And
of course,
thank you for pointing that out.
I actually, sorry.
What was that, Sandy?
Yep, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just trying to respond to Cheryl's question. I received a notification from my local citizens app, and there was a small Amber Alert, not an Amber Alert, but like some type of notification sent out on the phones for like local, because I live in South Portland, so it's kind of a city that's potentially the next thing. And then it was just a lot of social media presence from Twitter to Snapchat, as well as a little bit of Facebook and just phone calls from my family.
Tina. Or Tara. Yeah, sorry about that.
It's okay. It's okay. I know that things are kind of hectic and crazy. And first, I just want to say prayers to anyone who really, truly is affected by this. And I have a lot of people heavy on my heart right now. But I want to let you guys know that I put up a photo and I have someone in the comments, and they're currently messaging me, and they're saying that they don't believe that they know Robert Card, who is the suspect in this shooting. They know him in real life, or they're claiming that they do, and they don't believe that the photos being released are the same Robert Card that they know, but they also have confirmed that family and friends cannot get a hold of him currently. So they've been trying to get a hold of him, and he's unreachable. His car is missing. So I'm inviting him in here. Hopefully he'll come up and speak, and I'm DMing you currently, Roz Alerts, to let you know his username so that if he's requesting, you can have him up here.
Thank you.
And just to confirm, because there does appear to be quite a few locals here, that the reunification point to touch base, just in case you can't get a hold of somebody that might have been in those areas or on the street at the time, is going to be the Auburn Middle School. If you're in the area, you know where that is. it's going to be really tough to get a hold of local hospitals and get updates on any kind of patient information if they'll even give it. So that's going to be your best bet. As bad as that is for the moment, that if you can't get a hold of someone, swing over there, keep an eye out, keep trying to call them. This is going to be a really chaotic thing, but that's going to be your best bet.
So that's not a shelter-in-place location?
No, that if wherever you are right now, you should be sheltering in place at that location wherever you are. Off the street, if you're in a store, a business, work, you should be sheltering there and not leaving there until it's lifted. Auburn Middle School is only going to be a reunification for people that are getting discharged out of the hospital, loved ones, to pick people up for that. That's going to be the location for that.
All right, we have Henry Chadler.
Hello, everybody.
Hey, Henry. I just let them know that you were going to be joining, and that you have seen the pictures coming out of, the active shooter, and you don't believe, Robert Card in real life?
Yes. Yeah, I've known him for about
And you
15
don't believe
years.
those photos are the same? You don't believe that's him in the photos that you're seeing coming out from security cameras?
I mean, at a first glance, I don't think so. I mean,
Okay.
when I
I was
first saw
just
the
curious, did you
pictures.
see the videos?
Well, there's
Did you see
two
the
pictures.
videos?
So the videos that's being circulated right now is like what the police said. The suspect is still on the loose. He hasn't been caught. So all the videos that's been posted that saying he's been arrested or caught is completely false. So.
Yeah.
I meant the security
the
camera, the security camera footage.
Yeah, I've seen those, and just at first glance, I don't think it looks like him. But I guess I don't know.
Did you see both photos?
Yeah, I saw the ones that posted on Twitter there.
Neither one looked like him.
But I mean, a little bit. That guy looks smaller than Bob that I know.
Someone said
And
he was
so
2 feet tall.
you can confirm that. So you can confirm that that is his Facebook profile that people are sharing photos from. That's the Robert that you know.
Yeah, from
in real
Bowdoin.
life.
Yes, and Facebook just took down probably about like 20, maybe an hour ago. They took his Facebook page down.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I went on there, tried to see, and they took it all down. So,
lame.
I don't know. I really hope it's not him, but.
What's your thoughts?
He does.
So let's just say if it is him, like, what's your thoughts? How are you feeling? Are you shocked? Are you disappointed? Or like, what's going through your mind?
I'd say mostly shocked. I mean, he's a nice guy, and I've known him for about 15 years now. I mean, we play horseshoes, used to do paintball together, and I don't know.
Never suspected anything like this.
No, he was always a nice guy. Then sometimes when he drank, he got a little wanting to fight everybody, but other than that, I would not expect that out of him.
Do you know if he owned firearms by chance? Do you know if that was something that
he had a bunch. We used to go shooting and all that fun
I'm
stuff.
seeing reports that he's a trainer, that he's a shooting trainer, but I don't know if you can confirm that.
I think that was just when he was only in the reserves, and I think that's just something he did in the reserves. It wasn't like a job or nothing.
But I mean, the accuracy of the shooting kind of shows that he was a good instructor.
Yeah.
Dillinger, yeah.
Yeah, if it's the same guy, what's interesting is seeing all of the discrepancies and a lot of people arguing the fact that they don't believe that the pictures look the same. The ones now, obviously, security footage is a little bit grainy and difficult to see. When was the last time? Like, how recent have you seen him? Do you know if his hair was grown out?
The last time I seen him, it was maybe like a half inch long. He wasn't bald. but I
Did he
moved
have
I
a
moved
beard or
down
anything?
to I moved down to North Carolina about 2 years ago, and that was the last time I hung out with him and seen him. And
Okay. Henry, I really appreciate you coming in here. I know it's probably nerve wracking being in front of an audience of thousands of people and
yeah,
discussing something so tragic and horrific if it does turn out to be the Robert that you know. I just want to say I thank you for doing this. I mean, it's incredible, the spread of information, and I appreciate your help. And, hopefully we can get to the bottom of what is actually going on, because as we've all witnessed recently, the media does have a tendency to embellish or lie. And that's why I appreciate these spaces and, people finding each other. So thank you for reaching out and letting me know. And I'm just praying. I'm praying it's not him. It's not your friend. And maybe it just happens to be a misunderstanding or someone else. But by the looks of things and what they're reporting, it isn't looking good. So I'm sorry for you and everyone involved. This is just tragic.
yeah. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you for inviting me.
No, thank you for letting us. Diligent? Diligent? Yep, yep.
Oh, it's all right. Thank you. Yeah, I came in kind of late, and you were just doing the live report when they were doing their press conference. I saw a report by WMUR about 25 minutes ago that said that they were investigating 2 locations. So if you could give me a nutshell and bring me up to date. Was there 2 different locations there were shootings at, and was there more than one individual, allegedly
So
involved?
police have reported that there's one suspect, but that's about it. They said they couldn't give that out much detail after that. Breaking, if you want to jump in.
Yeah, we can confirm that there were 2 locations originally. There were reports of a Walmart distribution center involved in the situation, and being one of the scenes there, but that's been ruled out by law enforcement. So 2 locations where this one individual conducted his mass shooting, and he remains at large at this time. Wayne, do you have anything to add?
First off, I'm really feeling bad right now, but I'm in Maryland right now. I turned off the TV. I've been listening to the scanners, a couple of the scanner stations up there. At 11:38, there was a family that had called 911, a single family home. They heard a bang in the basement, so they had routed that to the police. But I guess nothing. Well, I guess nothing has happened from that one. But like Tara said, it's a great thing that everybody's here. I would I wanted to ask the question to the young man that was here that knew the guy, because it seems to me, in looking at the photo, um, he wasn't afraid to show his face. So I mean, it's not like he's trying to run from anything. Is or this guy. And I was wondering if his friend was sort of like that. Was he meticulous? Because they they did report of the alleged shooter having, well, Robert Card, um, being a trainer, having some military education. Did he did he remember him being meticulous? You know, critical thinking type of deal where he thought things out to different things. Because right now, um, and I hate to say this, but if he's if he hit two, if this shooter hit 2 places tonight, and that sounds like a planned out type of thing. You wonder if he's held up somewhere, or whether he switched cars or whatnot, and so that was my question to the individual who said that Robert Carr was his friend, and he hadn't seen him for 2 years. But does he remember anything about him that this sort of, well, not really, not really sounds like him, because he probably, he wasn't shooting anybody back up a couple years ago. But does it sound like him as a meticulous type of person to watch out for himself and to take care of things. Attention to detail. That's something that we used to use in the military. Attention to detail. That was my question.
He wasn't real meticulous or nothing. He was smart, but he wasn't OCD or anything like that. He just laid back, drank, shoot the shit, and just hang out. And nothing even close to any of this. Even the stuff saying that he went to the mental hospital. I hadn't heard anything about that, and I have a lot of friends and family that all know him, and even that, and saying he wanted to shoot up the National Guard or something. That's the first I ever heard of that.
Well, I'm sure most of those stories that are coming through to me. That's why I turned off the TV. I turned off the TV and just went straight to the scanners and stuff, because there's a whole lot of information that's going. You know, the guy. You knew the guy, and with everything that you're hearing on TV, it's like, wait a minute, that can't be him with all that information. So, you know, thank God for the space. I want to say that when I first got in here, thanks for the space. When I saw this, I was like, okay, let me let them know there's a couple scanner stations out there. I kind of posted them, so if y'all want to listen to those scanners, you can. But you know, just try to stay away from the mainstream media, because they're gonna make this into some crazy stuff that Santa Claus is probably gonna. I mean, he probably went to the North Pole by now. So just watch out, and to raw alerts. Yeah, I follow you, my friend. Great job on what you're doing, and thanks.
Thank you so much.
I actually have to head off. I will continue to update you on Twitter with additional posts.
Yeah, if you haven't followed Breaking for News, definitely follow him. He's amazing with fast, accurate news. He's great as a
Give
speaker.
him a
Thank
follow.
you so much. Thank you so much for being a co-host, and thank you for letting me co-host on your stream. So sorry that it crashed, but I'm glad we can keep this up and report.
It doesn't matter where we host the space, as long as we get the information out to the people as quickly and as accurately as possible. Unfortunately, tonight's reporting had to be something horrific.
Exactly.
But we hope that we were able to provide, that I was able to provide information that was useful to you all. And for anyone who wants more information, feel free to follow myself and Roz Alerts. Roz, I think you're gonna continue the space, but I'm gonna head off for now, and I'll continue to update my Twitter.
Okay, thank you, Breaking, so much. Again, if you haven't followed Breaking for News, I would highly recommend it. So thank you for helping me out, so.
Give him a follow, guys.
Breaking, I'll be heading off as well. I have to make some phone calls to some friends and family, make sure everybody's okay, that I wasn't able to get a hold of during the last break. But just to kind of confirm, double check the reunification point at the Auburn Middle School. If there's anybody you've been unable to get a hold of that might have been in the area, you're not going to have much luck at the hospitals. They are very swamped now. And due to HIPAA, they might not be able to give you any info. So just like you said, follow Breaking, follow Raw, keep updated on everything that's going on. You know the quality of reporting they do deliver. They're not alarmist. You can trust what's going on, that they're vetting everything. So I hope everybody, especially the locals, is staying safe out there. And I hope I was able to really help allay some fears and give some good info. You guys take care.
Thank you so much. Tara. You have your hand. Yep.
You're keeping this going though, right? So I think around 500 people thought you were leaving and cutting this off. So I just want to let everyone listening know this is going to still continue. If you have information, make sure you're DMing someone up here on stage, and they can relay that information to Roz Alerts or send him the information. But I did just get a message from someone saying that they spoke to an RNCO and the Maine National Guard. They said state and Fed police are activated in Maine. The National Guard Task Force has received orders as well and is moving in, and that police and Maine Army National Guard are moving to secure Central Hospital with a possible threat at the hospital, which is about 2 miles away from the bowling alley where reports of the initial shooting happened.
Wow. Yeah, it's just tonight. It's just chaos. Like, especially with Maine, I would never think this would happen in Maine. This is such a huge surprise, and it's just totally sad with the deaths and how many people are injured. It's just definitely heartbreaking and everything. And it's just, yeah, I'm out of words. And with the reports, and there's, yeah, I've been getting tons and tons messages. Thank you so much, guys, for giving me tips, information, making sure, asking questions, saying like, "Hey, is this real? Is this not?" Like, thank you so much. If you want to add any updates or information, feel free. We have a lot of requests, so I'll be adding some people. But Tara, if you want to give any updates or anything that like that, feel free to jump in and everything. Same thing with the speakers. So, Diligent.
Yeah, I had a thank you, Raw, and thank you for hosting this space and being so concise and prompt with your information. And thank you, Tara, for that update. I really appreciate it. I had a follow-up question for Henry. I know that you're not 100% sure that we're talking about the same guy here, and I actually pray that you're not. But if we are, I was just curious. Can you, without giving out any personal information, tell us, if he had was he married? Did he have kids? Could it possibly he was having personal issues or anything like that you could think of?
He was divorced, had 2 or 3 kids. I don't remember exactly, but I know he did go through a pretty bad divorce, like maybe probably almost 10 years now.
And was there still problems like as of 2 years ago? Was it still ugly?
No, I don't think so. No.
All right, man. Thank you.
Yep.
Just to put in the rotation, I wanted to confirm by ABC News that it was a children's bowling event that was taking place tonight.
Jeez.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate for those families. Hopes
Gosh.
and prayers for everyone.
Oh God, that just made it 100 times worse. I'm just in shock, really. I mean, I probably missed a report about that, but it's wow. That definitely turned dark for me. So
What was the name of that hospital again, Tara?
Central Hospital.
Sounds pretty generic to me. I don't know.
I'm looking at the news right now, and it's probably CMC Central. It is generic, but it is Central Maine. That's the name of the hospital, Central Maine. I think there's something that goes behind it, but that's correct.
Yeah, it's Central Maine Medical Center.
Yes. Yes, so CMCC. Okay, yeah.
I'm wondering if it's possible that they're going to that extent because of people being brought there. So, wanting extra protection in case this was somehow a targeted thing. I don't know if that would be, what they would do in that instance, but I don't know enough about this. So if I'm waiting for more information, if I get any more information, I'll definitely either DM you or I'll try to stay here as long as I can. But I do have to hop off as well soon.
Did we report that it said they found the vehicle they were looking for?
Can you hear me?
yes, we can hear
Okay.
you.
I just wanted to say that they said that he went to a mental hospital this summer of 2023, and they kept him for 2 weeks, and then they released him. So I found that interesting.
Yeah, one thing to note about that as well is that he kept his firearms after admitting himself to a mental hospital.
Yeah, I didn't know anything. I just know he was in a hospital for 2 weeks, and he wanted to kill people. So he asked for help, and apparently didn't get the help that he needed. And I'm not an expert on this either, but I just wanted to say that. That's it. Thank you.
I've pinned to the top a request if you live in Maine to donate blood, as the supply will be it's overwhelming. So if you live in the area and you're eligible and healthy enough and all that good stuff, to donate blood if you can.
That's great.
Thank you, Melina.
Especially if you're O negative, the universal donor, go give all your blood, please. They need it. Really, that's such good advice, especially in times like this. That's really, really important.
What's your blood
Miss?
type, Tara?
Hi, I'm visiting in New York. I've been in the library all day and I just saw this headline. So I don't know if it would. Well, can you just give me the background? What happened?
Yeah, so around 8 o'clock tonight, there was a mass shooting. So far, about 22 people confirmed dead and about 80 others injured. That active shooter, Robert Card, fired at three different, well, now two, well, there's different reports about the Walmart, so it remains unconfirmed, but three, possibly two different locations. One was at a bar, and another one was at a bowling alley. Multiple people are dead, and others are injured. There's a not nationwide, but citywide shelter in place going on, and they are still looking for the suspect. If anyone wants to join, I'm gonna get something to drink. My throat is super dry, so.
Well, maybe Tara or Alpha or someone could answer. Where was this, and was it one person or multiple people?
It's one person. Apparently,
Hey,
they're still
Alpha.
looking for him.
That's what they think so far.
Hey,
One person, two locations. But NBC just reported that there was.
wasn't that three?
NBC just reported 2 minutes ago, and take that as you will. No shooting at Walmart distribution center, despite early reports of gunfire there. A Walmart distribution center was locked down as gunfire erupted in Lewiston, but there was no shooting at that location, a company spokesman said. An earlier police statement said shots were fired at three businesses, a bowling alley, a restaurant, and a Walmart distribution center. Officers explored the Walmart distribution center and didn't find any suspects or victims. Quote, there was no shooting on Walmart's property, end quote. Walmart representative Joe Pennington said the distribution center was locked down and police searched the facility and they found nothing. No one was hurt. So scratch off Walmart.
So it's
Have they
just
found the suspect?
No.
No, the suspect is still at large at this time.
Oh my! Do they have a description out?
Yeah, if you look through the feed, you'll see the photos and updates.
Wow, it's just terrible. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So I can't confirm them because I don't have the resources, but maybe somebody else does. But I keep getting DMs from people in the audience that are tracking like police helicopters and Flight for Life helicopters. And there's quite a bit of overwhelming data for that and where they're going and where they're circling. But there's quite a few. And I guess they're obviously public and you can track them through scanners. It's wild. There's way too many for me to read out.
Well, they found the vehicle in a certain town, right? So it seems like they would be centralized around that area, right?
Well, it's not just the police helicopters, but it's also the Flight for Life helicopters between the hospitals and whatever the different resources are. I'm not sure. Hey, Sam.
I do know that there's a major hospital also in Augusta that may be taking on patients as well as just they have the resources. Maybe as well as Bangor and Waterville if they do potentially fly out. That's like in the same sense the Boston situation. Augusta would be 30 minutes through if Lewiston to Augusta driving, it's 30 to 45, so it would probably be like a 20-minute ride through helicopter. And Bangor would be kind of like an hour, same as Boston.
So thank you, Raw, for allowing me to speak. My parents live in Lisbon Falls, where this is happening. They did get EMS messages. The thing, though, is that my stepfather works with Robert at Maine Recycling, and Robert was just recently let go. This is all true. The hospital you were trying to think of earlier was Central Maine Medical Center. I live here in Augusta, right next door to Maine General, and it has been super busy with life flights here.
So you said he was just fired from his job?
Yes, he was just released from his job at Maine Recycling, which is located in Lisbon Falls. My parents literally live 1 minute from the boat ramp, which his car is found at. They've been pretty much locked down in their house since 6:45.
Is that the section between 196 that connects Lisbon and Topsom?
Yeah, so it's 196 and Frost Hill Road. There's like a walking trail right there. It's actually called Paper Mill Trail, and
It's like
the ramp is very tiny. Yep.
It's a tiny boat launch where you can go fishing, but there's like
Correct.
a train track, correct, on the Androscoggin?
Yep.
Yep.
And then earlier there was reports that there was a loud bang on the property. That's from Sprinworks Cannabis Farm, which is like kind of across the street. I don't really know much about that, but my stepfather did say that he was kind of a hothead at work and had some issues.
So it seems like some of the rumored stories could be true.
Yeah, 100% true. He was the firearms instructor at the National Guard base in Saco.
Wampke, what is the general terrain like in that area?
So we're like heavy. I mean, it would be like heavy pine wood. That like the boat ramp he is at. That's a very small like river that leads to a dam that turns into the Androscoggin, which is a lot bigger.
And so it'd be difficult for them to find somebody possibly if it's a densely wooded area.
Hell yeah, they're not going to find him at all. There was some reports earlier too that he had some night vision and night scope, like peripherals and stuff like that, which he would be.
Yeah, that's what the police scanners were reporting.
Yeah. So that wooded area. There's no houses or anything there. It's like an old game preserve that you really can't do much on. There's a couple soccer fields and stuff out there. And then the reports about it being a children's bowling event. It was a children's bowling event. That's absolutely true.
That's awful.
Just makes my heart.
But yeah, my stepdad knows him pretty well. So I don't know how well Henry knew him recently, but a couple days ago he was let go.
Yeah. One thing I was thinking earlier is that if he was able to kill as many people as he did, shoot as many people as he did, this definitely seems premeditated. And with his experience in the military, you can only imagine that he had some type of escape plan. So, if, the area that you're describing, there's not much out there. If he had an escape route, things stashed away, he could be well on his way.
Like that boat launch
the Maine landscape is, it makes foraging very easily. It's kind of what I was saying earlier as well, is you end up on a certain road, it's endless, it's no man's land. So yeah, it's, even if you got to any body of water, which there's plenty of, you can get to a lot of places with a lot of these, even these rivers, with simple boats, any of that stuff. So
I also want to say it was kind of tactical in the way, as messed up as it sounds, because if he was to do this in the Scarborough area or even Augusta, those areas, Augusta is more forested, but there's the chance to run to Canada. But if it was to be Portland, there's more of a chance for him to have gotten caught quicker, just in the sense that everything's kind of more connected. With Lewiston, the spacing of the way the city is, it was kind of an easier target, as messed up as that sounds, for him to be able to just execute his plan as it. It's still
Sorry,
very.
Sandy, I'm so sorry to keep cutting you out, but
You're good.
police say at least 22 people were killed in the multiple shootings last night, and Lawrenson, the county sheriff Eric Salmon confirmed that the number could rise, so there could be possibly more deaths.
I do believe that with just we never know how people got injured from being potentially trampled in this process of trying to escape or just either getting an injury from a bullet wound that was hit something major. So prayers to the families and just everyone involved in the situation.
I think Sandy was saying earlier too, 196 is like a super traveled road for central Maine. It is one of our most traveled roads. On the other side of that would be the Edgecombe Road, which is also very traveled. They both lead to 95, which is our only interstate. So in between the two roads is just straight woods where he left his car at. The boat ramp is honestly like 4 parking spots. There's not much. It's very small. Lisbon Falls is a very, very, very small town.
Very small.
So earlier, someone mentioned that Canada was only a few-hour drive.
Yeah, good luck on that. Yeah, no, I don't think that's possible.
I don't see that happening.
But it's only one road, you know. I mean, literally the highway, you know, would be your only inlet. So it'd be tough to even though only 2 or 3 hours, it'd be tough to get to that destination, I think.
Yeah, my parents had already said that they had closed down pretty much all the major roads leaving out of Lewiston and Lisbon. So Lewiston, Lisbon, and Lisbon Falls, all pretty much same town.
Yeah, Lewiston, Auburn, Lisbon, and I-95, our only interstate, as you said. I mean, it runs pretty much parallel, you know, straight up through Lewiston and Auburn. So
yeah,
they would have had that closed off immediately. And again, even to the right and left, there's only so many roads, but other than that, it's woods and water. So,
what about on foot though?
I was going to chime in on that because there is a possibility, but it's really slim for him to even try to get further out of Maine. He'd have to trek, like, I would want to say, like, what, southwest towards from New Hampshire. And even that, it's like, it's really wooded, it's dense, it's not a lot of, like, it's a lot of just area that's not that fully tracked. There is civilization out there, but it's one of those situations that the police would definitely be able to catch a trail on him. And going to Canada just seems really far-fetched because the borders are definitely closed. And it's like from Auburn, it's about like a 3 to 4 hour drive. So it's just like, that's a drive. And if his car's already confiscated, it's not possible to get there.
One thing I will say too is don't be confused on how cold it is here right now because we're actually like about to have kind of a heat wave. So I mean, at my house in Augusta, it's like 59 degrees right now. So it's not very cold.
What's the general population like in that area, in that town and the surrounding towns?
Dude, I think the high school has maybe 150 to 200 kids.
Yeah, it's like 39,000 people in the city of Lewiston.
Yeah,
like,
and then
that's Lewiston, Auburn also, and a little bit I feel like of like that Lisbon line.
And then Bowdoin, what he's from, is very small. The town that Robert is from, that is a like very rural area.
That's actually the town that one town over from where I grew up, and it's Bowdoin. The school district is like it compromises of like 5 towns. So it's Topsom, Bowdoin, Bowdenham, Harpswell. So it's not even like a 15-mile drive in between if you were to be on the highway. It's literally like you're in Topsom, and then there's Bowdoin, and then you blink, and then it's Bowdenham. So it's not that big of an area.
This stuff's all like within 5 minutes of each other almost.
Yeah.
Everything above Portland on the map, just think of as very rural. You know, farmlands, crops, all that stuff. So the towns are very small. You know, your post office is, you know, it's a tiny little building that, you know, you might see one car at, you know, every couple hours or something. Portland and below is kind of your more populated area. You know, Portland and your beach cities or your beach towns. So, but yeah, it's pretty desolate the further up that you get in Maine past Portland.
Yeah, our degree of separation is very small up here. If you know one person, you know probably 5 other people that person knows.
True. There is also like, I mean, and just to track like the line, it's not fully Portland, I would say, but almost like Topsom down to Portland because you have Freeport, but those still are small towns. Like your Topsom has a Target, so it's still something that has a lot of a population, but it's still something that's not, you're not going to have people flooding here just because it's a town that's on the map.
And it's also very seasonal, the further north you get as well. So
I think it adds gravity to the situation with the loss of life, though, especially in such a small town, how devastating it must be for the people and the families there. I'm praying for them.
Absolutely.
Yes, some of the kids that were at the bowling thing go to my daughter's daycare, which is closed tomorrow. My daughter's daycare is in Lewiston.
I can't even imagine.
But it is the Robert that works at Maine Recycling, as I was saying with my father, because Maine Recycling is also closed tomorrow. They had already called him and told them because of what's going on that they'll be closed.
Have you met the guy personally?
I've never met him before. When the second I saw him, my stepdad, it's my stepdad. He texted me and was like, "Dude, I know who that guy is." When they released the side photo of him.
So your dad recognized him from the pictures they released?
Yeah, instantly.
Oh, okay.
Can you get your dad on here?
No, he's a boomer.
I want to meet that dad.
But yeah, so they have everybody in Lisbon with no lights on allowed in your house. The police were driving around and having everybody shut off all their stuff.
Were they announcing that on their police speakers? Saying turn your light?
They were literally, there was cops driving around every street pretty much. They said, my mom was texting me during it saying that it was police that were outside. Like earlier, a couple guys got stopped. They were like trying to check on some people. Police arrested them for violating the order and stuff like that.
I am looking at the Flight Radar 24, and you can find that on flightradar24.com. And it does show that the helicopter is kind of circling around the Lisbon Falls area. It's looking like it's going towards the Sabatis, but it's between the Sabatis and Bowdoin region, if you were to look on the map, and that's a lot of just densely wooded area.
Yeah,
so
that's the old game preserve.
Yeah, there's a shooting ranger on there.
The dude definitely knows the area.
Oh, for sure.
Right.
Yeah, you'd have to be 100% comfortable with that area to, go out there and ditch your car. I mean, you'd have to know exactly where you're going and what you were doing. So, like you said earlier, though, being the mini heat wave that we have right now, I mean, it's going to lead into some really cold weather. But, I think for some reason, it sounds like he had a plan or something, altogether. It's too coincidental.
Sorry to interrupt, but Robert Card 2004, his Twitter account has just been suspended on X. So
that would be like the FBI then.
Do you know if he was active on his Twitter or not really?
I haven't seen his tweet. I've been dealing tons of DMs, but it looks like he was sort of active. So
yeah, the only thing I saw is he like retweeted something recently.
Yeah, he did. He's doing a lot of retweets and so on, but he did make a couple comments.
He's super busy. He doesn't have any time for you guys.
Oh, what a night. What a night.
One of my texts from my stepdad said that he used to always tell him that he was a military sniper in the reserves. So
that lines up with what we were told earlier. That river where they found the car, the boat launch. How big is that river? What's the name of it?
Androscoggin.
Well, that's an offshoot that they found it on. It's honestly probably 15 feet wide, 20 feet wide. It's not that deep. It's probably 6 or 7 feet deep. It's just an access to more rivers, pretty much. It's a lot of ravines and stuff once you get out of the like 3 bigger rivers in Maine.
So what bigger river is that one attached to?
Androscoggin.
Androscoggin.
Yep.
But you have to understand, like, if you're thinking in terms of like getting down something like that, those with like your typical boats.
I mean, he ain't going down that. There's a massive dam and rocks at the end of it. Yeah.
Right. You'd have to understand that you'd be hitting like, class 4 rapids and many dams throughout all the big rivers. So, you could only get so far. on a boat. But again, if you could hit the woods, I mean, you could again disappear for long periods of time if you knew what you were doing.
Yeah, if he got through those woods, the Edgecombe Road's on the other side, and then it's just acres and acres of woods.
I mean, he could have a cabin or something and be holed up, you know.
I mean, it's also hunting season next on Saturday, so
That's gonna put a
he,
damper
he
on
might.
his.
There's tree stands and shit out there.
Yeah, and his family owns almost 1,000 acres in Bowdoin.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they own a majority of the town, it seems like.
Well, that'd be news, I think.
Yeah, that's big news. I mean, he could have, you know, multiple things set up on that property.
And I mean, it tracks for the area because you can get to Lisbon to Bowdoin so easy. I get on to 201, and then I get from 201 right by Bisson's Farms on, I think, what, New Meadowbrook Road. And that's just like a 15-minute
Meadow
drive.
Cross Road.
Yeah, Meadow Cross. So it's like a 15-minute drive, just me driving regular speed limit. So it's tracking that throughout the night, a few hours. I would definitely bring someone in with that information.
Yeah, I mean, from my house up here next to the hospital in Augusta, it takes me 25 minutes on 95 to get to my parents' house in Lisbon.
Yeah, that tracks.
Well, but I really appreciate the information. I'm so sorry for letting you wait. We've just been dealing with a lot of chaotic stuff. A lot of speakers are requesting and everything, but thank you so much for the info and everything.
Yeah, no
But
problem.
yeah, keep it up.
Yeah, I agree. It's been great.
It seems like I'm gonna keep the most important speakers, but I would like to rotate some people and everything. I know we have a lot of requests and everything, so Miley, if you wanna remove people, again, don't take it as offense and everything. We just have a lot of requests and a lot of people want to speak, so, but if there's anything breaking or if uh, something like that, just DM me and then I'll have you up right away. But you're welcome to stay and everything like that. So, and Miley, what's your thoughts on this? Oh, looks like she disconnected. But I'm very curious what your thoughts on this. I'm just pure. It's chaotic. There's tons of information out. There's a lot of false information going around. My DMs are blowing up. Still haven't finished, but it's just been chaotic for me. I have to find the right reports. A lot of people are saying that he's been arrested. He's not. That there's not a second shooter, but it's just like chaotic. But I not definitely not going to end the space. I would like to keep this up as long as possible until he gets caught or killed. But
That's what she said.
but yeah, I really appreciate for the people who's listening and everything. And usually I'm not a huge space fans, but it seems like a lot of people are really interested in this. If you like it, I'll definitely do more of this. But yeah, I really appreciate it.
You lost your co-host.
Yeah, it looks like she disconnected. Yep, she's back.
Well, I'm still here.
currently just catching the WMTW breaking news briefing, and I think they have Jason Levesque, who's the mayor of Auburn. He's just talking about what their approach is in the sense of the same, like shelter in place, as well as having that area for people for unification. They did touch base on how they've been contacting people, and he's just been saying they've been keeping it as yes, they've been contacting people of the loss of their loved ones. So it's just been a lot of. Sorry, I was just reading the subtitles because I don't have the sound on, so I'm trying to like read it as listening to you guys. But yeah, they're just trying to keep up with the just every.
Oh my God, that was me. I'm really sorry. I was trying to accept this co-host. Sorry. God.
You're okay. You're okay. But yeah, they're just trying to get everyone into the numbers, so what's going on, and just really get an idea, a grasp on how many people really are, and as well as look for him.
Yeah, Miley, I'm curious what your thoughts on this whole situation is. Very curious.
Yeah, I don't feel like I know enough. I'm very curious to hear about the situation, whether there were children or not.
They were.
I'm definitely, oh, that's awful. I mean, I'm definitely concerned about his military background, if he'd had any active deployments, or if he was just guard. And I also just, I'm glad that we're all together. For the breaking news, like together. I think that that's one of my favorite things about Spaces, is being able to come together as a community and process the news together as it happens, so that we don't feel so alone, and we know that everybody's kind of here together, at least at a minimum. So I'm just here to be with everybody and to share and to help the best that I can.
Hey, Womke, I had a question for you. Has your dad said that he seemed unstable at work?
Yeah, he did say that. He said he felt like he kind of had like some PTSD issues, and always said some pretty bizarre stuff.
So if he had PTSD, was that from military service?
I would assume so. And I heard some people talking about the weapon thing earlier, like how does this guy have guns if he was in a mental ward and all this stuff?
Yeah.
Or so in the state of Maine, it's pretty damn easy to get a firearm. Like one of our biggest things in the state of Maine, is like marijuana or cannabis use. You're not allowed to use cannabis and buy a firearm, but it's as easy as saying no. So it's also as easy as saying no on any mental health issues when you buy guns. It's also private transactions that aren't recorded. You can do that in the state of Maine as well. So it doesn't really matter who you talk to or what, as far as seeing a doctor or anything like that. You can always buy a firearm in the state of Maine.
Yeah, I think what's unique about this situation too is that, well, not only do we have breaking news like live in Spaces, but this is one of the first times, or not the first, but one of the few times that we've seen like an active shooter that hasn't yet been detained. And so there's people that are in their homes listening to the news, listening to scanners, listening to X, waiting for the next update, like, because they're terrified. I remember when this happened at the supermarket in Boulder, Colorado, and my parents lived there, and my sister's there, and she was pregnant, and my parents were up close within a couple blocks of that supermarket. Like, we were all terrified. And so I know what that feels like. It's awful. I hope they find this guy. Find him soon.
The other thing too is this community also had Lisbon Falls had a shooting probably about 2 weeks ago, which it was just a murder suicide that was on Main Street that happened. And then a couple weeks prior to that, there was a guy who was like downtown shooting a gun off as well.
Yeah, there was a kid from the high school. I think he said he was a junior. He said there was 2 shooting threats and also a bomb threat in the school within the past week.
Yeah, today at the school, there was a kid arrested who had a drum magazine for a 9mm.
Wow.
So it's very easy to get firearms up here. You can pretty much do whatever you want.
Well, I think there was a report that he was institutionalized for a week.
So gun laws don't work? What?
Well, I don't think that's news
All
to
right,
anybody.
let's try not to make it political. Come on.
But if he was institutionalized, that is a recorded event that would prevent him from owning a firearm through a federal background check. So if he was in fact institutionalized, that would prohibit him from owning a firearm. So
well, kind of.
Well, not kind of. It would.
No, it would. But prior to him institutionalizing himself, if he didn't get rid of his firearms, he could have kept them at his mother's house or wherever. Someone earlier said he had 1,000 acres of land. I'm sure they're big hunters. If you have a big arsenal of firearms, you're not just going to throw them out. You're not just going to, here's 100 guns. Maybe you turn in 2 of them and secretly have, 60 in the basement or something like that.
Well,
so
if he was active
he could have
duty
very well
military,
turned
they would have went to his home and removed his firearm, but he was only guard. And so I guess we don't do that with our National Guard. We only do that with our active duty.
He was Army Reserve, but no. They can't do that, but that's the point.
They can if he was
could have
active
had
duty. They would have gone to his home and removed his firearms from his home.
Right, but those firearms could have been at anybody's home he chose if he knew that was going to happen.
We don't do that stuff in Maine. We don't go to people's houses.
I mean, you're talking about a state where you can drive down the street and I mean anywhere and you look in the back of a pickup truck and there's just guns like on racks in the back. You can drive down the streets and there's people with hunting rifles over their shoulders walking along the side of the road. I mean,
Right.
it's
Well,
it's
I've
not out
got
of the
More
it's
northern
not it's
Maine
not
though.
abnormal for us up here because it's hunting, it's farming, it's every I mean again, I said it earlier, I mean the lowest crime rate in the United States. I mean this doesn't happen up here, so I mean again, this is the first time that this is, I don't want to say Maine on the defense or anything like that, but it's really the first time that we've had to sit and have this conversation in this state, so
I had a question for Henry. And Henry, I assume you've known him for 15 years. And I'm assuming you've hunted with him through those 15 years, shot with him, been with him. Do you think he is capable of doing what they're saying he did if it's the person you know?
I've never hunted with him, but we have played paintball and all that together. So he's he's capable. I mean, anyone's capable. I mean,
well, you
it's
also said you shot guns with him earlier, right, Henry? I mean, do you remember
yeah,
what type of guns you guys shot together?
AR-15s.
Yeah, I mean, if you're in the military, you're going to have a certain level of expertise. I mean, pretty much anyone will have a familiarity with it. So this type of, what happened isn't probably anything out of the ordinary for someone who has those capabilities.
I mean,
But
everyone up
but
here's
Stu,
got
the
has
Army
got
Reserve,
guns.
but the Army Reserve, I mean, this isn't Jason Bourne we're talking about. This is somebody in the Army Reserves. So he's not exactly, a Green Beret. I mean, this is just somebody in the reserves. And I feel like he's being given a lot of credit for his shooting ability just for being in the reserves. And I can assure you that does not make you a marksman by trade.
But you're
No,
missing
but
the point.
no, but shooting your whole life because that's what we do in Maine.
If
A
you're a
big
Yeah.
poacher,
hobby. You get real good at what you do. I mean, this is something that people do up here almost every day if that's something you're into
and
in
you're
your
also
back in your backyard.
you're acting
You know,
like it's a war zone. It was a people in a bowling alley.
right?
It was open shooting. He didn't have anyone shooting back at him, so it didn't take any expertise to do that. All you got to do is point and pull the trigger.
As well as the fact that if it was a semi-automatic weapon, he could have just honestly sprayed the room from left to right, and the people running would have easily have gotten hit. Like anybody that was just trying to escape and flee easily would have been able to, unfortunately, just be in the way of his incoming bullets. So it's whether it's his marksmanship or it's him just being on a manic rampage, it's still the fact that he went in and did what he did.
And it's
But when you
also hard
think
to
the
be too
automatic,
judgmental on a situation that, none of us have ever been a part of. I mean, how you would react in that situation or anything like that. I mean, you just don't know the case. We just know the story from what we hear. So, it's tough.
I
We
think
also
Rob was
all
trying to
don't
chime
know.
in.
Sorry, I
Yeah,
was
no,
gonna say we all.
I'm just gonna say I'm gonna remove a few people because some people want to join. So if you do get removed, I do apologize, but just know don't take this as anything. Right? It's just we have a lot of requests, so
No.
But I was just gonna say, like, we haven't also taken into scale the size of the bowling alley or the bar. Maine isn't one of those places that has a big, 10-foot ceiling establishment, maybe 20-foot ceiling establishment. It's a pretty small area normally. It's gonna be I'm not even great with square footage, but it's not that big of an establishment as well. So we have to take that into consideration.
That's absolutely
Right.
true. And all we can do right now is really speculate on what happened, even when it comes down to who the actual shooter was and what the motives were. We're not going to have the full story. I think it's really important to focus right now on the things that are within our control. And that's reminding ourselves that we are our own first responders in situations like this. If you are in an area.
And by the way, can I say one thing? Is it LG or is it Allegiance?
Uh,
You're
it's
like super
it's
cool.
allegiance.
All right, so you're super cool. By the way, Raw, can I say one thing? And Melee, you fucking super cool. By the way, Melee, freaking love you. By the way,
Oh no.
host, I will stick with you till the day I die. The rest of these people
Hey,
here, I freaking love you.
Stop simping.
yeah, Chase, not the time, not the place. Next hand.
Well, did he finish his thought? Did Allegiance finish his thought?
We don't want him to finish that thought.
Come on, Alpha, you're supposed to be helping me here, bro. So all I was saying is please remember that this is going to be used as a way to continue to divide us as people. It's going to be used to push a narrative. Don't allow that to affect how we respond to this situation. I really want to encourage people to get involved with your communities, get involved with organizations that are actually working to make a change to stop this kind of stuff. And just be an encouragement to one another. Remember, you're your own first responder. Take a Stop the Bleed course. If you have the ability to carry a firearm or protect yourself, please do that. I really just don't want us to lose sight of what's truly important here. And since we don't have all of the answers right now, all we can do is speculate. So until we have all those answers, let's focus on what's actually within our control. And let's focus on building relationships within our local community and establishing, some kind of relationship with the people around us, neighbors. In the event of an emergency, we have people that we can call on. It's a tragedy, but I want to say, Ross, thank you so much for hosting this space. In the state of Texas, it's very similar to Maine, where guns are definitely more mainstream and more normal. But I think that this is just the tip of the iceberg. We're going to start seeing events like this happen a lot more with the economy the way that it is, with more people being let off of their jobs or laid off. And just with the state of the world and all the negativity in the media, just please be prepared. Please, if you have the ability to take a course to learn about personal safety, please do it.
Okay, thanks for that. Hey, I had a question for Wamke, kind of going off of what Allegiance just said. Do people carry handguns in Maine? Is that common, or is it mostly just hunting rifles? I'm not sure what.
No, they carry handguns. So we have you don't need a permit to carry a concealed weapon in the state of Maine. It's just
okay. Yeah, because I live in Florida. It's the same way.
Yeah, you go into a Walmart, man, and everybody's got a gun. You grow up that way, and it's kind of normal. But for some people who are curious, in the comments under this, I put a link to where the boat launch is, just so you can kind of see how the terrain actually is.
I just wanted to jump in and comment really quick. I had mentioned how if the shooter had been flagged for institutionalized or anything, if he was active duty military, they would have taken his weapon. But somebody in the Maine National Guard just DM'd me and said that the same practice exists for the reserves as well, and that had he been flagged for mental health, they would have gone to his home and removed his weapons as well. So that's interesting that maybe this didn't happen, or maybe we don't know where he got his firearm from. He could use a friend's, he could store it at a friend's house, all those good things, but that exists for the National Guard, and they follow the same Army regulation.
Indeed. You can't control where people get guns. Like you said, you can store them at a neighbor's house, or you can borrow them. To enact these laws, I'm sorry.
Or he could have said, "Hey, Mom, I'm gonna go, get some focus on myself for a little while. I'm gonna store some stuff at your house, something like that." That's a
Hey guys,
exactly.
Can I speak real quick?
Yeah.
I appreciate the mic. Thank you. I think it's important that we wait. We've all seen in the past how things start coming out, day after day after day. I'm curious, that being said, I'm curious if what I'm reading, if he did turn himself into a mental facility and they said he asked for help because he was hearing voices telling him to harm people, and they let him go. And so, yes, there's a lot of blame here, and my heart hurts for all the victims and the people of Maine right now because it's tragic regardless. But I'm going to kind of sit back and wait and see what all is going to. I just have the feeling a lot more is going to come out about this.
I got a question for the, I guess, people who are like 1 degree of separation away from this guy. I know there are a couple of people here that are, either know him personally or know him through a family member, etc. Can any of you speak? We've to read back, and you've covered already, like the fact that this individual was, de facto fired from their job this past week, right? That's a stressor. They went through a divorce 10 years ago. That's a stressor. There's kids involved, likely in that custody agreement. That's a stressor. They were involved in they checked into a mental health clinic, etc. Who knows what his actual record in the military looks like, whether or not there was conflicts with leadership, etc. Right? And so I'm just kind of curious if you could talk a little bit about a couple of things. One, did the you said, I think an individual who knew him for a while has said that they have you've known him for a long time, 15 years, right? To what degree did he kind of get through COVID? Has he had jobs before this past week that he was from the last couple of years? And after that initial kind of like behavioral profile, did he ever talk about fishing somewhere with you, or going out to a good hunting ground eventually that you never went on, etc.?
I think he was asking that to Henry.
Yeah, really quick. Also, Roz, thanks for making me a co-host. My DMs are now blowing up. So if you guys have questions, also drop them in the purple pill on the bottom right, and maybe myself or somebody else will answer them or will ask them. I'm trying to get back to you as fast as I can, but it's pretty much glitching up at this point. So drop your comments in the...
Welcome to my world. Anyways, back to the Henry question. Or
Yeah. Never really hunted with him or nothing. Nothing like that. And honestly, I'm not really sure what he did for the past 2 years. I guess got fired. But yeah, no, he just seemed normal, I guess. It's all
Did he
kind of
ever
pretty
talk about
messed
his
up.
military service in a type of way?
No, he never really got deployed or anything. He was pretty much always reserves. His brother got deployed and saw some messed up stuff, but he never really got deployed.
So there could be some like secondhand trauma there, right? Someone who has never been
Maybe.
deployed, right? But in the weeds on what a deployment could look like in a combat zone,
Yeah.
etc. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey guys, can I get a minute?
Yep.
I kind of a little bit uniquely qualified in a few of these things. One, I'm ex-military infantry. Two, I'm ex-law enforcement. And three, I was working on my master's degree in psychology and got all the way up to the internship and working with inpatients. So earlier you guys had mentioned about he was just in the reserves. A lot of times active duty, when they ETS out of active duty, they go into the reserves. So when they say he was in the reserves, he could have been active duty, went into the reserves. He could have been, I mean, the guy that knows him would know better, but somebody had said he wasn't a Green Beret, he was in the reserves.
it seems, was that me or
I
was
was going
it?
to say the audio.
No, he dropped out, mate. He dropped out.
Looks like he's back on. Or, yeah, I don't know what happened. Are we good? Thumbs up? Thumbs down?
If I could jump in, Roz, one of the things I've studied is behavioural safety, and I'm actually old enough to remember when the term going postal was coined, and it was one of the first mass shootings where a postal worker had become disgruntled with his fellow employees and went into a post office. But the point I want to make from a behavioural thing is that we've become a very fragmented society. The colloquial analysis of fragmented societies shows that when there are problems in the society and people who are feeling ostracized, or the sort of people that do these sort of things, you tend to not pick it up if it's a very fragmented society. Whereas if it's a close-knit community, you sort of know when Jim or Harry or Lana or whoever is having problems. So what I'm saying quickly, I'll
what are
land the
we
plane,
waiting for?
is that if we try to look more at the societal concerns, the stress on society at the moment that is producing these events, I think we're going to come up with a more sort of synergetic approach to how we might be able to tackle the problem without just saying it's guns or it's mental people.
That makes sense. Hey, I had a quick question for Wamke. You mentioned that a lot of people carry handguns as well as, hunting rifles and that type of stuff. So if that's the case, I know at least in Florida, if this were to go down in a bowling alley, a lot of people there would be carrying and probably put an end to this pretty quickly. So it's surprising that that didn't happen in this situation. He was able to go on for so long.
So I will say Lewiston is maybe a little different. It is a very large immigrant population in Lewiston. But you have to remember also it was a children's event that was going on at the bowling alley.
Oh yeah, that's right. But it happened at
But that's even more of a reason to be concealed carry, right?
Yeah, but Lewiston's a little different. It's not. Lewiston is literally like our second largest city, and then the place he ran to is very, very rural. So the scope of it changed very quickly.
Okay.
Just for thought.
I mean, if he stayed in Lewiston, he would have been found very quickly, probably.
That makes sense.
A few years back, I did a survey of a company in Lafayette, in the States there. And one of the things we were talking about, unfortunately, mass shootings came up because I was evaluating their potential to have fatalities. And the gentleman told me, and this is a real story, this really happened at an executive level. The guy said to me, he said, "Oh yeah, we don't carry guns in the office anymore. We stopped that after so-and-so found out that so-and-so was sleeping with his wife and came in and shot him to death." So, but if you go out in the car park, every single car in the car park will have at least one, if not many guns in them. So, you have to be aware of that. And it was told to me very matter of fact. It was quite surprising.
Hey guys, sorry about that. They had mentioned that there was a retired police officer in the bowling alley with his family. So I wonder if he had a weapon with him or if he did not. They said that he was there with his family and that he huddled his family into a corner whenever the shooting started. But my question is, if he was a retired or off-duty police officer, why did he not have a weapon, or did he have a weapon? It's kind of curious if anybody knows anything more about that.
That's a pretty specific report. I hadn't seen that. Do you have a link to that possibly?
I saw that as well. I can try to find it.
Okay, yeah. You could drop it up top.
I actually I think it was a female, to be honest. What I read, it sounded like it was a female officer.
I would imagine in that circumstance how fast it would have happened with that type of weapon, a rapid fire weapon, and with him spraying everywhere. I would imagine, just to guess, that an officer would be first concerned to get their family to safety, hide them somewhere before they could respond, even if they were armed. And I would imagine that would unfold very, very quickly in the real-time events,
Yeah, but at the same time, a police officer is trained specifically to handle those types of situations, especially the mental aspects of it, if there's anyone who would be able to respond to that, it would be, an ex police officer, ex military, that type of thing. There's a couple new speakers. Did anyone want to add anything or have any thoughts?
Go ahead, Lisa. You're very polite with your hand up. And then we'll go to Miguel.
Hi, Miley.
Thank you for the.
I just
Oh, sorry.
something that really concerns me is that I noticed that he's a trained firearms instructor. So that just makes the whole thing more sad because he obviously was able to hit his targets, and I think that's why there's so many casualties and so many injuries because he knew what he was doing. And and another question I had was, did anyone notice? I see that he had an AR or something like that, but did he have a scope on it? I didn't see a backpack on him. I didn't see like other
It looked
other
like it had,
guns, and
yeah, it looked like
I
it
don't know
had
a lot about
it
those
had a
guns, but
scope on it.
how many
Okay.
rounds would be in one of those guns, if anybody knows. Thanks.
Yeah, in the one picture, it did have a scope on it, and the magazine size varies depending on what you have. But you could have multiple magazines on you, so that the capacity of the magazine itself may not be as entirely relevant.
Keep in mind too, folks, that even with a non, organ hit with those types of weapons, the destruction that they cause is really savage. So even a non-direct hit on an organ can still often end up in a fatality. They're very destructive.
Yeah, I'm sure that's why they're not releasing numbers, especially on the amount of people who have died, because you just don't know how many are to follow with the injuries that they've sustained.
Hey, Miguel.
Hey, how you doing? Good evening. Sorry for the froggy voice. I just have a little cold. My name is Miguel Daines. Currently I'm a recruiter here in San Antonio battalion in Texas. I was mortuary first. I started my career in mortuary first in 2001. A couple deployments, So my two only expertise in the army it was mortuary first and recruiter. But one thing that would like to, I'm a concealed carry as well here in Texas. I'm pro Second Amendment to the bone. I got two AR rifles at home. I got two handguns. I'm pro Second Amendment, trust me. But I have noticed it lately, and it's just disturbing. Okay, like myself, since I deal with honestly fighting heroes. Like when I was at Dover, we actually like have on site at Dover Air Force Base on the mortuary center. We have like almost daily we have like access to if you feel threatened, like Benghazi incidents, the Farhood incident. I remember the Navy SEAL. Remember you guys that we have those Navy SEALs, those trouble. Like we have access, and they ask you questions. And the first question that they ask you is that if you hear voices, how you feel, are you ready to do the mission today? Look what happened in Fort Hood. I mean, we got like couple casualties on the triage. So they actually do direct question. I don't see that very often. I don't see that very often here. Of course, recruiting is not the same stress level as a mortuary affairs specialist, but usually, we just work stress. Yeah, nobody's joining, or they just, don't want to go to basic training, or they don't want, they just jump out of the airplane. But like usually, I mean, I am deeply concerned. I mean, about the little information that is out there on the media that this individual, I mean, because it's for a reason. I mean, if it's in the media, so if I am a mental health behavioral specialist and somebody is telling me that either are hearing, but hey, what are you hearing? What are you hearing? I mean, are you seeing that people talking to you? Are you seeing like, I mean, I'm just putting me as an example. That's what is very disturbing. I think that is a lack of like going with the flow or going to the shape. Or let me ask you, okay, you're fine. I'm gonna give you, I don't know, trazodone or whatever. Or hey, do you want a partial? Or do you want to talk to me next week? And that's it. Okay. What he did, it was a soft target. He was fishing from a boat or he was fishing from a tank. You don't need to be very smart. You don't need to be marksman. You don't need to be sharpshooter. You don't need to be, you see, you go to a bowling alley or to a pub and you have a 60-round magazine or you have a drum and you just start shooting. That's it. And the third one, please, I highly encourage on this chat, if you live in a state like Texas, like Florida, go and get your concealed carry. First, take your handgun, even if it's a 9 mil, 40, 45, I don't care. Conceal it. Take it to every single place that you go. Of course, within the laws that they give you on that PowerPoint presentation, the instructor for the concealed carry. Because here in Texas, you cannot take it, for example, to HEB. I know that I can know I'm a recruiter. I don't leave it, I don't take it to my office because I want to go UCMJ. I leave it on my car. But like for example, if you're going to HEB, you cannot conceal carry if you have the permit. And third one and lastly, you need to have at least, like for example, I don't want to promote USA Law Shield, but I got that insurance that I pay only $15 for me and my wife, just in case that if I am putting my groceries on HEB or whatever the case may be at Walgreens, Walmart, whatever, and I pull my gun out and I try to sell myself, my family, my two daughters, I am covered. So thank you for the opportunity. Miguel Daines, I'm actually from Puerto Rico, born and raised in Puerto Rico. I'm a recruiter, proud Army soldier. Almost, I already put my retirement package. So thank you for the opportunity. God bless you guys. God bless America. And greeting from San Antonio, Texas. Bye.
Thanks for your perspective there, Miguel.
Yeah, thank you. We
Yeah,
had a
I was
question
just going
from
to mention
Phil.
when we're trying to profile people who might do these things in the future, there's a very good case to have a look at, folks. It happened in Sweden many years ago. A gentleman he had never been in trouble with the police other than parking fines, dressed up as a special operations policeman, and blew up one building. And then while the police were dealing with that building, he got on a boat and went over to an island full of young youth and killed over 70 people. He had never been in trouble with the police. And it wasn't until they found his manifesto, when they started searching through his records, that they realized how much of a monster he was. This guy had planned the whole attack, executed it by himself, and had mass murdered dozens of people. And no one would have ever profiled him in a million years. That's one of the things I do is risk profiling. You wouldn't have picked this guy in a million years. So when we have these situations, our police, the people who guard our lives, our military, everybody, they're trying to foresee these things as best they can. In a society that's normal, and I'm just using normal as a colloquial term, it's far easier to pick these things than in the type of society where everybody thinks they're on edge and everybody thinks they're. I mean, I never, in all my years, I never carried a weapon in Nigeria, in Kazakhstan, Romania, all the places I worked. I had to buy one 18 months ago here at my home in Thailand to protect my family from threats I was receiving from doing spaces. It's sad. It really is.
Hey, thank you so much. Really quick, we had a question from the Purple Pill. It looks like the police helicopter is an account called Art Candy posted their tracking, and they wanted to know, does anybody know why the helicopter isn't canvassing up and down the river? Dude left his car in a boat launch, right? He probably got in a boat. So I wonder why they're not searching that area. Does anyone?
The guy that lived local to the area said that the river was only like 6 feet deep right there, and it was only like 15 feet wide. That it was actually just like an inlet away from the bigger river, so that it would have been not like inconvenient for him to have done that. I asked the same question earlier. And I just wanted to say real quick, I was seeing a CNN report, take that with a caveat. It's saying that they are confirming that children were killed in the shootings. Some teenagers.
Oh my God.
Witnesses. It says that I'm sorry. It says that witnesses of the shootings in Lewiston were of all ages, including teenagers. The headline says, I'm sorry. It's having trouble loading now. There's a man speaking outside of the reunification center. Yeah, that's all it says is children and teenagers were included.
Yeah, I think it was Wamke that said it was a children's event at the bowling alley.
It says Twitter and X both, or Facebook and X both, have locked his account. I find that interesting. They did that so quickly.
Yeah, they usually do that in these situations.
Yeah, it seems like any mass shooter does that. I was gonna say something else, but I take it back. So it's probably not a good idea, especially in this kind of situation. So yeah. But it's definitely interesting. I'm seeing some reports that they're getting tighter and tighter, but it seems like I'm off like radar 24, and they just keep going up and down. So it's really interesting where he is and everything, especially with his kind of training in the military. Ellie, you have your hand raised? Or sure? Sherry?
Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. My mic wasn't working. Yes. And thank you. I've been crying for the first little part. So it's kind of glad you guys didn't bring me up. Kind of from a military family, I look at the picture. The gun looks stolen. He looks like he's never held that gun before in his life. You could tell the way he's standing that he is very, not in the right frame of mind. What people don't realize when it comes to a mass shooter like that, they will do anything. It's like Jeffrey Dahmer, going to gay clubs and killing gay men. You can't understand why they do it. Don't try. I was held captive at 3 years old by a sex abuser, and I was found, and the guy got killed, and thank God. But what people don't understand, there are people out there like that. He may not have had any motive whatsoever, is that he is in the brain not all there. As far as him parking his car, I come from a deep military background. I could kill somebody 10 ways without a gun. So I don't carry a concealed weapon. But and I should. But the thing is he was smart enough to leave his car there to throw people off, to think that that's where he's going. My insights would think that he's very close to the scene, because he couldn't have got that far away, and he's hiding out there until everybody leaves. I don't think he's smart enough to have a getaway. And I think that weapon was stolen, because if you look the way he's holding it, and I've held many weapons, he doesn't know what he's doing. And to go in and shoot people that he doesn't know, he is angry at the world. He's like those people in that will blow up their own people. They bomb themselves in their own country to kill people. So there's no way to look at him as a sane person, or maybe why he did it. He is just a sick individual that needs to be caught, and I really, really, really think that he is closer to the scene than they think.
Hey, Sherry, I just want to chime in here and say, you said he doesn't seem like he knows what he's doing with the firearm, but he was
that particular firearm, it looks stolen, and you can see the way he's holding it, because I've held that particular firearm, and that's not how you do it.
Right, but anyway, he was a firearms instructor in the Army Reserve, so I imagine he's held
Yeah, but
quite a
wasn't
few
he
different
taken out because he was
firearms.
mentally incapable of being there?
Hey, Tim, Sherry, can I chime in here real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to introduce myself. I'm prior active. I was in the 4th Infantry, and I went National Guard. I still serve in the National Guard. And back a couple of years back, I worked as a suicide prevention coordinator, substance abuse, and with JAG about these cases. Now I work in finance. I work on Wall Street, completely different, but still, I think I'm quite aware of the regulations. So I kind of wanted to shoot that question over to you, Tim. You said you knew this person. Is that correct?
No, that wasn't me. That was Wamke's dad knew him, and then Henry knew him personally. I guess he used to live there for 15 years.
Okay, Wamke, can I ask you this? Was this guy still in the reserves or the National Guard?
I don't know really much the aspect of how deep in he was in the service. I just know that his public sector job was at Maine Recycling with my father.
Okay, because if he was in the National Guard or in the reserves or the Army for that matter, I'll have to look up the CFR again according to the UCMJ, but they can seize the weapons if that person has been identified as not being able to utilize that in service, and then they can be discharged. And that can fall in accordance with substance abuse, which is 600-85, and or suicide or mental health, which is 600-63. And what we would do is that person does have rights. They can seek maybe, private health, private behavioral health with a clinician, and they don't have to report it. And or if it does get to that point, that clinician would have to report that to the military, and then they would fall under the G1. And the G1 would then, go forward as in to look into, hey, do we need to flag this soldier? Do we need to remove the weapons from service? So I just kind of wanted to take a look, and I'm tired. My brain's kind of scrambled tonight, but I just kind of wanted to look into, okay, where was this guy? How far was it reported? Was he still in the military? Because if we can nail down those aspects, we can kind of determine if, he had a stolen weapon or maybe if he had weapons of his own. So if anybody can open up on that, where are we at?
You would think that it's stolen. That's because I'm like you. I research things that I'm glad you know what you're talking about. I research things like that as well, and because they do that to people that after war or whatever. And both of my father and my uncle was a Green Beret, and my father was Special Forces, and he also worked in the White House. So there's different protocols. I mean, and if you are in the military and they already know that you're skeptical, you will not be able to get a weapons license. And if he was,
and it does depend.
Yeah,
So you can, you can be seeing a behavioral health specialist, and you're protected by HIPAA. But if it gets out that you're homicidal or suicidal, and that clinician believes that's a threat, it's reported to the G1 if you're in the military, and at that point you're flagged and your weapons are taken. Now, if you're a veteran, you're out of the service, that's something different. I'm not aware of how the VA does that.
This was when they were getting out. This is the paperwork that I found after they passed away, but you were exactly right. But if he is already failing, I think sometimes if they say that it's the military that's doing this to me, that's when they lag on because they don't want that getting out. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And if he's mentally incapable, that weapon, that he did not know how to hold that weapon. You could see his feet, you could see the way he was standing, and he was already incapable. And if that was the kind of job he had, he was mentally ill, and the weapon was stolen, and he was smart enough to leave his car somewhere where people, but I really think he's so close to the scene that they're not finding him. That's my
Well, Rick did
I don't
bring
think
up
you guys exactly understand the trajectory of where he's at.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Yeah, and how easy I think we need to stop focusing on how he got the weapon, because it is. I mean, I could call somebody right now and they would give me a gun.
Oh yeah,
that's scary because here in North Carolina that you can't do that.
We can do private transfer up here, and he's literally in like
That's insane.
An old game preserve right now is the area he's in. So it's very wooded. We have hunting season about to start. It's fall. The list just goes on and on. It's pitch black. There's no like ambient lighting anywhere. It is pitch black out.
And there was reports of him having night vision as well.
I am from the town that he is in.
Right,
so.
but you could look at the picture and see.
I'm just gonna let you know.
And I understand.
He's also went in to shoot a bunch of children.
Right, but
so
that's what I'm saying.
I don't care how
he's
he's holding
insane.
it.
And if you look at the weapon, you can tell that he's not holding it correctly, and it looks like something new to him. That's what I do.
Maybe we should stick to the facts though, and not focus on speculation as much. So, like, we know the environment and we know the area and what's being reported. I think we should kind of focus on what we know.
Would go then, if you know the area, where would you have to think like a psycho?
I think he's in the river.
No, he's in the woods. He's in the game preserve.
Yeah, 100%. He's in the woods.
When sunlight starts to come up, they will find him.
I pray to God they do, and they shoot him, because that's just horrible. He has no right to live.
All right, thank you. I'm going to rotate the stage just a little bit. We've got a bunch of hands up.
I'll put my hand down. I appreciate that.
Robin?
Hi, yeah, I'm a licensed mental health counselor, and I just wanted to clarify a few things about mental illness and how these situations are treated. We have Tarasoff law, which is a federal law that if anyone presents a threat of homicide or suicide, we have a duty to warn and a duty to protect, to the point that I have to make sure that person is being evaluated for inpatient prior to being able to do anything else with my day if that happens. However, the majority of people with a mental health diagnosis are much more likely to be a victim of violence than a perpetrator of violence. And there's a difference between mental illness and psychopathology, or psychosis is a mental illness, but it's extremely rare and doesn't always present with violence. And so for somebody to plan out as much as this was planned out, he was clearly of somewhat right mind to do that. Now, yes, it does take somebody who's not well to do the shooting he did, but there's a difference between what is legal insanity and what is mental health illness. And I just want to make sure people are clear on that, because I don't think it's a good idea to present mental health or mental illness as something that is more likely to be violent when they're much more likely to be victims.
Right. I think a lot of people are assuming that he would appear to be incredibly unstable because he put himself in a mental institution. But to be honest, people can live with these types of situations for long periods of time. So he could have had these thoughts for a while, and no one might have known that. So
exactly. And when you go inpatient, it's really just intense stabilization. Once you are stable enough to function at a minimal level, you're moved to outpatient. And often, I don't know what it is where he's at. I'm in the Midwest. I have no claims to know what's going on where he was at inpatient. But in our area in inpatient, it's often a situation where you just put on medications until you appear stable, and then you're released, hopefully, to an intensive outpatient. That doesn't always happen. And people often go off those meds as soon as they get out, if it was even the right medication for them. So I don't think shade should be thrown at the hospital that he was released from. We have no idea why or what was going on there. Anyway, I just wanted to offer my perspective as a mental health specialist.
That's a good perspective. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you so much for that.
Yeah, thank you, Robin. And I just kind of wanted to get back to the point of, the process. And, if, say this person was in a mental health hospital and he was in the military, that could just kind of maybe help break down whether, the weapons were taken or not. But thank you very, very much. I have a cold. I'm going to hop off. But you guys have a great night.
So as far as weapons being taken, red flags laws are different state by state. And In my state, it's self-report. It's a self-report if you have had a certain diagnosis, and there's only 2 diagnoses in my state that would remove your right to purchase
Aren't there
firearms.
additional layers for the military though,
Now,
for active
yes,
duty and
There
Robin,
might
National
be.
Guard?
I
Yeah,
did want
there
to
might
bring
be.
forward, Robin, you're exactly right. But if it comes into the G1 perspective, say it had to be reported to the military, then it would be federal. It would be UCMJ.
That's a
And
good point. Was he active duty at this time? Do we know?
that's what I would like to find out.
Ah,
Yeah,
gotcha.
I don't think we've seen a report whether he was active or if he's been out.
Even if you're in the National Guard, Reserve, or active, because National Guard is a state component. When it comes to that, even the National Guard still follows UCMJ.
No, he was in the reserves, but I'm wondering if he was still in the reserves or if he had been out for a little period of time. I don't think I've seen that report yet.
Yeah, I think that would be crucial if we could figure that out.
Mally, check your DMs.
All right. Who just told me to check my DMs? Sorry.
Diligent.
Okay. All right, it looks like we have a couple new speakers coming up. We're rotating the stage. There's a lot of hands and a lot of people that want to chime in. What's up, Eugene?
Yeah, so I've been in where they found the suspect or the suspect's vehicle, and just from Google Earth, you can see this boat launch is made for not going up that little river, but coming out into the bigger river of, I don't know what it's called, Androscoggin River.
Androscoggin.
Okay, thank you. And so where I'm seeing on my flight radar where they're focusing the most on is down where the dam is, where the falls is, down that river. So it may have been the case that he did get in, but he could only go so far down that way. And for some reason, and they are now on the other side of that river.
I mean, from a tactical standpoint, it would make sense to go through the water for some amount of time, lose your heat signature, and then go on land.
Correct. Yeah. And now they did that. They gridded that whole entire falls area over on the town side, and now they're going over into the wood side where that's got to be a little bit harder to see. But they must be, yeah. But I would say that somehow he got into that.
That's a very dangerous river.
What's the water level for the river right now, though?
Not much.
Oh, Wop, I have a quick question. I know you said your dad knew him. Did your dad mention if he was like physically fit or anything? You know, I mean, it's a lot to be able to, like, let's say go swimming in that crazy river. You got to be pretty fit, you know. So
No, they drive. They work for Maine Recycling. They drive trucks and pick up recycling. Get paid a ton of money to do it. It's
so
not too hard work.
It was like
They have.
He was
the
obviously.
helicopter. Sorry.
Wait, go ahead.
I was gonna say the helicopter has swung into Durham, which is a town on the other side of the river, which is where I'm from originally. I'm active duty military, so I'm south in Georgia now, but my family still lives in Durham, Lisbon Falls, like basically where all this has been happening. But the helicopter did swing over that way. I know they put the whole county on lockdown right now. I'm talking to my brother because they were searching right near his house like maybe an hour ago.
And
Durham?
Hey, really
Durham?
quick. We have a lot of new people coming in and out. I noticed numbers are kind of fluctuating a little bit, and they just kind of came back in. And so, does anybody want to give us a quick recap? Maybe Diligent, do you want to give us like the 1 or 2 minute rundown of everything we know and where we're at, and then we'll get back to the conversation, just so for the new listeners.
Sure. Okay. Thank you. And thank you for everybody for joining. We're just covering. Raw has been gracious enough to stay here and keep covering this horrible event. So thank you for joining us. Please repost the space so we can get this information out as much as possible. You can do that by going down in the bottom right corner and hitting repost in the comments section. What we know so far is that at least 22 people were killed in 2 mass shootings at a restaurant and a bowling alley in Lewiston, Maine, Wednesday evening. There's another 50 to 60 people injured, according to multiple law enforcement sources. There's an extensive manhunt that's underway, and they found they did find the suspect's car, his name is Robert Card. He's 40 years old. They're calling him a person of interest. Okay, not suspect. I need to make that clear. Apparently, he has a military history.
This space was downloaded via spacesdown.com. Visit to download your spaces today.
Reserves, Army Reserves, I believe, and he has done marksman training in the past. They did find his vehicle at a boat launch near a Maine. Can you hear me, Melly?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, we can.
Yep, I can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, they found his car at a boat launch. I forget can one of the locals say the name of the river in the area where that was found?
Androscoggin.
Yeah, Androscoggin.
Yeah, and what do you know the name of the road that's on?
Corner of 196 and Frost Hill.
Right, and so far, I did see a CNN report that said that there were teenagers and children killed in the incident, but then I went back and looked at it, and it looks like it's been changed to children and teenagers were witnesses of the incident. So we don't have any confirmations on whether or not children were killed or any specifics on exactly how many were killed. When one of the officers or one of the individuals came out and did a news reading that they weren't going to give out the specifics. I think that alludes to the fact that there are children and they're trying to protect their identities, but it's speculation. So that's where we're at right now. We're still getting constant updates. They have law enforcement, the state, local sheriffs, the FBI. There's helicopters in the sky. They're doing law enforcement. They do have a stay-at-home order. I think it is. That's what it was called when I read it. It says a stay-at-home order for people in the area. They're not to leave their homes. And a lot of the locals are saying that the area surrounding where they found his car is a densely wooded area, and it would be very easy for someone to hide and not get found. Thank you, Mail.
On the report, just to touch on what you said of the kids, they probably did change that headline just because it's minors and that's such a sensitive topic that they didn't want to release anything without having exact information and numbers on it.
All right, quickly, I want to go to Toxic and then Dom. I know they've been waiting a bit.
Hey, thank you. My background, military intelligence, counterterrorism. To clear up the Walmart thing, a relative went there and was standing outside with a gun. That's what that was all about. Somebody saw that, ran inside, said the guy had a gun, so they went and locked down.
Did the relative go there as a form of like protection?
Yes, that's what that was all about.
Oh, okay, but yeah, they cleared that up.
Sorry, just to interrupt, but the scanners are now saying we're going to start our search of the rivers now, so it seems like they're looking at the rivers.
Seems like that would have been the first thing that they did.
Yeah, go ahead, Dom.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Hi, my name is Dom. I am a former Air Force medic. I am now training to be a firefighter, and
I wasn't done talking yet?
I'm sorry?
I wasn't done talking?
I didn't hear you talking anymore, so I figured you were done, so go ahead.
No, go ahead. I just only been waiting 2 hours.
You interrupted me to tell me you weren't done, so I'm going to go ahead and let you finish.
Whoa. That's enough of that. Hold on,
All
you
right,
guys.
Toxic, go ahead, and then Dom. Sorry, there's glitches in spaces. If you don't know, the audio drops sometimes. So Toxic, go ahead and finish.
No, never mind. No, I'm not done.
Go ahead, Toxic.
Toxic.
Yeah,
no, let the Air Force guy go.
You were talking about the Walmart, though. Did you have anything add on that?
I was going to give you a profile of the guy.
Yeah, go ahead with it.
There's reasons that people do stuff. There's a reason why he went to that bowling alley. There's a reason why he went to that bar. And for one thing, there's no children involved as of yet. They haven't said. The National Guard have not been called. The only reason they get called is the governor. The governor has not called in the National Guard. There's no National Guard at the hospital taking over guard duty or anything like that. There's a reason why he went to the bowling alley. There's a reason why he went to the bar. What that is, the only time is going to tell. There's a reason why he went to that part of Lisbon. Now, the vehicle that the second bolo came out for was a guy named Robert Rainsley. That was the pickup truck, the second bolo, if you guys heard that.
Yeah.
Richard Ramesley, he has a record. So, and also that photo, that's a totally different guy. That's a younger looking guy. That's not the same guy.
One of the speakers here, Wamke, said his dad worked with the guy, and he said he recognized him instantly from the picture.
Yeah, but this picture they're showing, that's a younger looking guy right there than the one they showed of an older looking guy. That's a lot darker hair, darker beard, and he's skinnier.
I do want to say on that aspect, when you're going through a manic episode and you're dealing with mental ideations and all that sort, your body takes dramatic changes, whether it be just from your looks or your weight change. I unfortunately went through something where I dramatically lost 30 pounds and I was going through something mental, and I looked like a completely different person. My behavior was really erratic. I had a whole lot of energy. And it's one of those things that when someone's going through that dramatic, just like mental imbalance in their brain, they may look completely different. Someone may recognize them, but if you don't see them for how they're moving, you may not recognize them for who
You
they
can't
are.
change your nose, you can't change the eyes. That's one thing. The picture they have of a picture of him from his Facebook or whatever that was, had the guy holding the gun. And that's definitely not an AR-15. That's a more high caliber weapon. If you see the front of it, it has the drop down stools where you can position it for sniper. That's a high caliber.
You can do that with
rifle.
AR-15s too. Don't mislead people.
No, that's a bigger gun. If you also look at the magazines, they're bigger.
My AR-15 is about the same size.
Okay, whatever.
I was real curious.
You like to challenge you want to challenge me? We talk off
No,
here.
I'm just.
All right, what's up,
I was
Tom?
just curious to go back to our profiler here. I know he was talking about a profile, and he was going to give us one.
Yeah.
Could you explain?
That's 16 years.
I was curious because you said you had the background in military intelligence, so I figured you'd be pretty well versed in this.
Yep. Let's go. Let's go.
I think he's asking you to explain your profiling in the sense that you already have your profile of the suspect.
Okay, why did he pick the bar? Why did he pick bowling alley?
Probably because they're easy targets.
They're gathering places. They're gathering places in a rural, small area. In a rural town.
There's somebody there at those places.
Well, as well as the fact that tonight there was a bowling league, the children's bowling league, so it's something that's a reoccurring event that happens in that one specific location.
They haven't said yet if there's kids. Hopefully his kids weren't there. I'm praying.
No, Wamke said there was.
I'm a local guy. I literally live here.
Yeah, I live in Maine as well. It was.
I'm praying.
Hey, one at a time, you guys. Just one person at a time. We can't hear anybody when you're talking over each other.
Respect, sorry.
If there's kids, then his kids were there. I'm hoping, I'm praying. But that would be the only main reason. And if the bar, his wife might have been there. Ex-wife.
Henry, do you know how old his children would be? Henry, do we still have you?
Yeah, you broke up there. I couldn't hear what you said.
I can you hear me now?
Yeah.
I said, do you know about how old his children would be without doxing them? Make sure you don't dox anybody.
I want to say between like 8 and 12. He had 3 kids, I believe.
My actual question and point I was going to ask. We got the little criminal minds profile down. And I heard someone speak about how Maine is just, one of those states where most people, not even, I don't know about most, but many people have guns. Okay. And it's part of culture. It's how you're raised, whatever it may be. I'm having a hard time understanding how a man could go to an area like this where apparently everyone is so well equipped, I guess you could say, and kind of just get out unscathed after 2 different venues. It's just a little confusing to me. So again, I'm not from the area. If someone could explain it a little bit better, that is. I know we have a few.
Can I answer this question?
I could too.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. As far as like the so heavily well armed statement about the state, I mean, I'm the only one in my entire family that owns a gun. So, I mean, I don't know that I think it's a bit of an exaggeration saying everybody's driving around with guns in the back of their trucks and you can easily just look in the back. But as far as Lewiston area it is a huge Somalian refugee population there and has been for a while, and it's been growing because we've been busting up people from south of the border. I'm not trying to get political. I'm just trying to get the facts. I've already been called a bigot today for bringing this up. So, it has a huge Somalian population. As far as the area goes, I know crime has been rampant in the area. And I don't think many people do carry as in those cities as well. The places you're going to see people carry more guns are in the farmlands. And I know to some people from bigger states, Lewiston's not considered a city, but to us it is. It's fairly large. So not many people are going to be carrying guns in Lewiston, not to my knowledge anyway.
Did you say? I'm sorry. Did you say they were shipping Somalians from the southern border?
Yes, we've been. Maine's got sanctuary cities. Portland's the biggest one, but Lewiston and Auburn has had Somalians being bussed, not from the border particularly. The border thing's more recent. Somalians have been brought in to the state under I can't remember which governor did it, but under a program as refugees to the state of Maine, and they've been dumping them into Lewiston. And I'm saying dumping them because they have been dumping them. They're not really doing anything to take care of them. They're just like dumping them there. And one of the biggest complaints a lot of the locals have been saying is they've taken 2 warring tribes or factions, if you will, and put them in the small area of Lewiston and Auburn. So it's maybe they will be carrying a lot of firearms, but the average Mainer in the cities probably does. In Lewiston and Auburn probably don't. Lewiston and Auburn are a little more liberal leaning, I guess. I mean, I'm trying to say
I
this without
what you're saying. You're kind of tracing it back to immigration. I think that's your point.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. They don't. I can be wrong because I'm not from Lewiston Auburn. I'm from a small town outside of Lewiston Auburn, but they tend to not be more of the let's 2A and carry everywhere kind of people from my experience. So I wouldn't expect them to be carrying a lot of firearms in these events. And somebody mentioned earlier, like they couldn't figure out how he killed so many people in these areas. The bar that he went to tends to be a very densely packed bar. So again, you don't even have to aim. You can, as sick as sadistic it is for me to say that, you can literally just point your gun in as soon as you walk the door and pull the trigger. You probably got 3 or 4 people hit immediately. As sad as that is.
I'm seeing conflicting reports about the overall kill count. Now NBC is reporting that they think it's between 15 and 20 killed. So I'll send that to you, Raw, so you can look at it.
Yeah, that would be great.
Thanks.
I'm sure all of the information is all over the place right now, but yeah.
I won't be surprised if we wake up tomorrow and it's completely wrong. Everything we just discussed today.
In a bar, it's not going to be legal to carry a gun, whether you have a permit or not, whether you're like the...
That's not true.
I think that varies.
Do we think this guy cared if it was legal or not? This guy does.
I think the question is more about the other patrons.
The other patrons. I'm not talking about
the shooter, he does what he does. I'm talking about if any place that's licensed to sell liquor can post, and if you're intoxicated, it's a crime to carry also. So anyone in the bar likely is not carrying while they're in the bar, and that made it so people couldn't have
Do
the
we
opportunity to fight back.
know for a fact
I mean,
that this
they
bar has
may
that
be
policy?
carrying a concealed
If
unit.
you're
They
intoxicated
are.
or you're drinking, it doesn't matter whether the policy is there or not. So people go to a bar normally to drink.
Yeah, the main law is that you're not supposed to have a weapon when you're intoxicated, whether it be marijuana or alcohol. It's just one of those things for the sake of safety. You can have a weapon in your presence, but you can't have it like on your person.
And if a bar posts it, and the bowling alley, I may or may not have a liquor license, which gives it the opportunity to post that no guns are allowed. But so I don't have further information, just that there's restrictions on places with liquor licenses.
But realistically, I mean, Wamke, his family's from the area. You know, I live in Florida. I mean, realistically, how many people, even if it's a small percentage, are actually going to follow that or abide by those rules? So you would think in that situation, at least a few people would be carrying out of however many were in those establishments.
But I think Ericonda hit it on the head with not trying to get political about it, but Lewiston is definitely more of they're not going to be having guns there. But you have to remember, like, you take 5 minutes to drive out of Lewiston, and then that's when you start to get into the different areas. So our cities are not like, you know, some massive city. It takes 10 minutes to drive across the city.
Okay.
One last thing I'm going to add, and I'll yield my speaker spot if you guys want. And one of the conversations everybody keeps bringing up is the car being found at the boat ramp. That boat ramp is not far from Androscoggin, and Androscoggin is a very deceptive river. It looks like, to the average person, I don't know this guy's history, but even as a kid, I remember thinking, and my parents had to stop me many times, I can swim across this river, no big deal. We've had, when I was younger, we had a kid drown behind our house because he tried to cross it because he didn't think it was that deep, and he got sucked down, and they found his body underwater. So it could be possible. Again, this is speculation. I have nothing to back this up, but it could be possible this guy thought he could swim the river because the helicopter ventured over into Durham on the other side of the river, which is vastly more densely wooded than Lisbon and Lisbon Falls and Lewiston. It's a very when I was younger, it had a population less than 10,000, so there's like nothing there but woods for the most part. So he could have thought he could swim across real quick and get into more wooded areas. But if he got sucked under and is trapped under one of these currents, they're probably not going to find his body until dive teams come through. So it's possible we won't find him until the morning or whenever they do decide to bring dive teams in. And if he made it across, that's worse because he's got more places to hide now. And that's all I'm going to say. If you guys want to have somebody take my place as speaker, that's fine.
Raw reported that the helicopters were focusing on the river now. He said that they were getting that over the radio. So I'm looking at the map of the river, and it goes from clear almost one side of the state of Maine to the other. I imagine it's going downstream to the east. I don't know. You know, that boat launch was supposedly at, you know, an off, you know, a branching of the river. I don't know, like, how hard would it be to navigate to the main river and then go upstream, like, say, if you had a motorboat, a motorized boat?
Not hard if you have a motorized
dam.
boat.
I mean, there's a dam less than a mile downriver, based on.
But if he goes
maps.
upstream, it wouldn't be hard in a motorboat.
There's dams on both sides, I think.
Yeah, but not for a while though. For the upstream.
If he were to go upstream, he would hit the dam that's right by where the mill house used to be. But if he were to go downstream, he'd hit the dam in Brunswick where the walking bridge is, and then that's more of an area to kind of get foot traffic because that
There's
is
a
more of
dam
a
in Lisbon Falls too. Like right from the boat launch. It takes like maybe 5 minutes to get there from the boat launch by a canoe.
Yeah, and I'm aware of the one that's at the top, right across the bridge when you pass over to Durham.
Quick question. I mean, I hope for all intents and purposes they find him and apprehend him, obviously. But the way my mind is trending, I'm almost certain he's dead, right? But I have nothing to back that up. Obviously, it's just a feeling. But for those that are familiar with the area, um, could you give any sort of rough estimate on how long it would take to find a body in a river like that or in the area?
I mean, it
I
would
mean,
float down the Topsom.
if
How
he's
long
not
did it
stuck
take
in
to find that kid?
it took him all day, and he was still in the same spot he drowned in. The current pulled him under. I can't remember what the name of the current is, but there's like a recirculating current that goes like from surface to bottom to surface to bottom, and he got caught in that, and it held him down there for a while. So if like that's what I was trying to say. If the guy's being held at the bottom, I mean, I don't know the technology of the helicopter, but wouldn't expect they'd be able to spot a body underwater from the helicopter. They're gonna have to get dive teams in to find him, and that's how they found the kid, was with dive teams.
Right. So that won't happen until the morning.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, we may not find him until the morning if he tried to cross that river.
Mike,
I have
I
quite.
had your hand up for a while. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to offer a questions answer scenario. I've got 30 years of law enforcement, including active shooter training and teaching and such. So, I mean, I can answer some general questions. I mean, I've heard a lot of good things here, a lot of questions that people are having. I'll respond to them in a general way, but one of the things that everyone keeps asking that I at least touch on quick, because I know there's been questions on it, is one of the things that you really can't fathom unless you're involved in a training scenario with an active shooter situation, or you've been in a shooting, which I have been. They're immensely quick. And when you're in a bowling alley, in a bar, as a person, even if you're carrying a gun, your response time is like molasses compared to this individual. And somebody mentioned that the gun looked like it had a 10-round magazine. That's 10 to 12 seconds. If he's prepared and he's already planned this out, that's 10 to 12 seconds of firing, maybe 3 to 5 seconds of reload, another 10 to 12 seconds, and he's out of the building. So when you look at that scenario and say, I'm a licensed user, I've got a legal handgun, and I want to react to that, a number of things are going to happen in that scenario. You're probably there with people you may have kids, you may not. So you're gonna react to them first to make sure they're safe, and then even if you come up in sight on the target, you're going to be looking behind him. And in a busy, wide open space, and I did look up these two places. They have interior photos on their websites. It does look like he picked them on purpose because they're wide open spaces. The bowling alley is wide open. The bar area is wide open with open tables for like large groups. So I would assume that this is something he planned. He pre-planned. It's got the indications of it. He went in. He's probably spent less than a minute or two in there and went on to the next location. So again, that's just a general speculation. I don't know enough of the facts, but we've encountered those kind of scenarios when somebody's pre-planned something like this. It happens very quickly.
That's a fair point. That makes sense.
So, if anybody's got any other questions, I'm here. So, I'll be on here probably for another 15, 20 minutes.
Sad it is. It is literally like fish in a barrel.
Yeah, it's the unfortunate thing. I mean, when you train active shooter response, without getting into a lot of particulars, because you really don't want to divulge training elements, but in today's law enforcement, unfortunately, everyone's trained to respond quickly over the years of these incidents, and that the reason for that is that every second counts. Literally, every second counts.
Speaking of that, so we know that the shootings happened at 7 p.m., around 7 p.m. Eastern, right? And that the car was located, it was found about 8 miles southeast of where the shootings took place. So can one of the locals tell us, what's the timeline there? How long would it take him to get down to the boat launch? And then how much of a head start does he have if he got onto the river? Could he have got onto the river and then moved, upstream or downstream a number of miles and then, either went off on foot or had another vehicle waiting?
I can't speak for how long it would take him to go up and downstream, to be honest. I mean, I did a canoe trip with my dad a long time ago, and it took us an all-day trip to do from the Durham boat launch to that same boat launch he left the car at. And the Durham boat launch is, can't remember. I was pretty young when we did it, but it took us all day, the two of us. It could be because he had a young kid with him, but as far as for him to get from by car from where the shootings took place, I don't know what happened first, if it was the bar or the bowling alley. I know the bowling alley is about 18 minutes from my brother's house, and the boat launch is probably another 3 to 5 minutes from my brother's house. So it's going to be about 20 to 25-ish minutes, I would assume. I'm also assume he's probably not doing the speed limit, at least especially once he clears Lewiston, where the cops are going to be initially responding. So I'm going to assume he probably floored it, because that road, even as a kid, I would once I got past like a certain point in Lewiston and I was getting closer to Lisbon, I would fly down that road myself. So because I knew there wouldn't be cops there.
How many cops do you think are in the 25-minute range in that area?
How many cops?
Yeah.
Not many. Lisbon Falls doesn't have a very big police department. They cover both Lisbon and Lisbon Falls. They have a special task force, but they deal with like drug deals in the woods and stuff. So, I mean, maybe on that time, I can't tell you an exact number, but it's not a big force at all. Honestly, if they got the call about the Lewiston shooting, they probably were already on their way up to Lewiston not long after the initial call went out.
Right. And if you think about it, they probably reported to the scene initially. So by the time they got there, if they were however many minutes out, 10, 15, 20 minutes out, they reported there first. By that time, he was already probably close to the water or already there.
They probably drove past him.
Right.
Hey, Mike, I have a question for you. With you being a former law enforcement, with the Danilo Cavalcante case out of Pennsylvania, they used the FLIR technology. Could the local Leos and state possibly use the FLIR technology to locate him in the darkness instead of waiting for morning, or would they have to go look for him in the morning?
I'll answer that with an assumption. That would depend if they're equipped with that equipment, and most likely if they have a helicopter, it's probably equipped with some type of FLIR technology, whether it be heat or just simple night vision for motion. That could explain why the helicopter is going up and down, but that's I don't know anything about the law enforcement up in that area, whether they have that kind of that equipment available to them. I know most state police agencies do. So if they have a state police agency and that's a state police helicopter, that's very likely something they may be doing, especially if it's in a deeply wooded area. But again, that's speculation.
I believe they have that technology because they do a lot of lost and found in the woods.
Yeah, Lisbon Falls doesn't. Maybe the state. I mean, Lisbon Falls doesn't.
The state police does, at least. State police
I'm from New York, and it's very common for either county sheriffs or even local departments, if they have a serious enough incident, the state police helicopter does have FLIR and different types of technology, so they do employ it. There's no doubt they employ it here in New York.
I also know our local news said Boston set up like 2 helicopters. I don't know if they were medevac helicopters or if they were law enforcement, but Boston sent a couple towards the Lisbon area.
And this is not meant to sound dumb or stupid to those who don't know what FLIR is. That is a forward-looking infrared heat-seeking technology.
Right.
Yeah, they use it. They use it to find lost people and runners, right? From the helicopters.
Yeah, typically if you notice, if you ever see some of the military YouTube things, it's the black and white. Most common, you see the little white figures moving on a grayish black background. Sometimes it'll have a different color scheme to it. If it's got a thermal on it, you'll show some kind of heat signature with it. Again, it depends on how intricate and how modern the material is and what you're using. So.
That's how the Mass State Police helicopter located the bomber in the back of the boat with the infrared.
Does anyone know how long it took to get the helicopter's in the air from when it happened. I mean, if it took them 30 minutes to do that, you know, maybe they're looking in a place where he's already been and gone.
That would depend on whether they can contain an area. And again, I don't know the distance between the two locations. I don't know, anything about how they set their perimeters. That's very important. When you first arrive, if you've got an active motion shooter where he's moving and you don't know where he is, I should say he or she. But the perimeter management is huge. So that's a big deal. If you can contain and you feel you have some credibility in your containment, then your search patterns are going to be within that containment. Bear in mind here you have two different locations. Again, I don't know how far apart they are or what the timing is. So that adds another twist to it. Unfortunately, kind of a negative twist, because from what I'm hearing, both departments that might have responded here were one's probably helping the other. So it's kind of uncommon to have a second location. More common to have one location where an active shooter engages everybody. Now he's moved to a second location, so now you're stretching your resources. Now you've got all these people setting up on one location. Next thing you know, they could call coming in, so they've got to divert resources back.
Yeah.
So
There's a big difference too between the Vegas Strip or college campus and the middle of the woods in Maine.
Right. That's what I was going to say. Is they said beyond the river there, it was just woods. So once he hit the river, if he had made it across, he could have ran on foot for a while.
yeah, and a lot of it will have to do with the river temperature. I don't know what your river temperatures are. I mean, if they're hyperthermic, if he's got any sense, if he's gonna cross, he's gonna get out of there.
This time of year it can be. I don't know if it is right now. The other thing I want to point out I don't know if this will help you out at all, Mike. I don't know when the shooting took place. I got notified late by my family. But I know just before 10 p.m., my brother was saying they were searching his area, and like I said, his area was 18 minutes from where the bowling alley was. If you're driving by car,
Yeah. So I just want to jump in. The shooting happened around like 8, maybe around 7:30 or so. So.
Yeah, so it was just before 10 o'clock when my brother told me that they were in his area searching, and it was maybe closer to 11 when that I can remember. When my brother told me, I don't know when they actually found the vehicle, but it was closer to 11 when they said they found the vehicle at the boat ramp. So he's had a lot of time to move, if that's the case.
Right. I would say that's 3 hours past the shooting, roughly.
Yeah. I mean, if it's 3 hours and he got on an expressway, who knows where he is? You know what I'm saying? If he's out of a perimeter, I mean, there's any number of scenarios, and without having more information, it's tough for me to really give you an indication of what I think is going on. I'm just looking at it, just talking generalities. I mean, I think I can answer questions to some degree in some generalities without making, far-fetched assumptions. So,
in my mind, it's what was his state of mind when if he parked his car at the river, right? Was that the end for him, or did he have alternative intentions to flee and to go into the woods?
Well, I've seen the one photograph. It's very grainy, it's very vague. The only thing I gain instantly looking at that photograph is he's committed to what he's doing. That's a given. There's no hesitation in what he's doing. He's fully committed to what he's about to do, and he's fully committed to finishing it. It's evident in his body language. It's evident in his stance. It's evident in just the way he's looking down the barrel of the gun.
Yeah, it seems like William has his hand raised for a while. So, William.
Yeah. Yes. Thanks. Appreciate the opportunity to talk. I want to just mention to anybody who's local in the state of Maine. Back in 2018, when John Williams killed Corporal Eugene Cole up in Somerset County, up in Norwich Walk, he shot and killed Corporal Eugene Cole on Route 2. And 4 days later, state troopers found him like 9 miles away from where he was, from where the shooting took place. So 4 days for this individual to camp out in the woods, only 9 miles away, is kind of bringing up some thoughts of where this gentleman may be, just because of the fact that he does have family in the Bowdoin area, the Lisbon area. And if this was something that was definitely premeditated, I mean, you can tell from the photos, just the security footage. He walks in, and the way he's carrying his rifle is definitely low ready when he's this first stepping in. So he definitely seems like it's premeditated. And so if that's the case, then there could be something that's further looking out. I do want to say that the helicopter that is currently flying over Lisbon Falls, the Bell 407, it's from the state of New Hampshire, New Hampshire State Police. I don't know if they have FLIR, but they have been flying for about 2 hours, and it's about 4 hour flight field time. So they have a couple more hours for just this aircraft to scour the area, and hopefully they have more that will be in the area to continue the search. 2018 was a really rough time for a lot of law enforcement. And being in the state of Maine, I'm kind of going through the emotions. Back then, it's 4 days of a lot of hearts and a lot of people and towns and a lot of homes were locked in, and people were scared. Numerous amount of calls are coming in. I think he was ended up found in, and was found in somebody's garage inside a boat. And so I'm hoping that's not the case, where this gentleman gets in the back of somebody's house and just camps out and hopes for it to die down, which it surely won't. They will find him. But I just wanted to kind of point that out, that this definitely something that I believe the state police, as well as the Androscoggin Sheriff's Office and the ATF and the numerous amount of other police departments are very familiar with, unfortunately. Just the high risk situation and the manhunt aspect that they just had to deal with short 5 years ago.
I mean, to kind of add to that too, in a heavy urban area, like I don't know how many people were here during or remember the DC sniper. How long did it take them to find the DC sniper? And he was driving around in the back of a van. If this guy had that level of planning, especially in that area in Maine, he can disappear real easy if he knew what he was doing from the start. Unfortunately,
right. I was alluding to that earlier. I mean, one of the guys said his family has like 1,000 acres of hunting land. You know, he could have had food stash, he could have tents and stuff like that. He could have all types of stuff set up. If he, dropped his truck, it was either to off himself or it was because that was part of the plan.
100%. I think the only positive to that, right, is that if he is out there in the 100 or 1,000 acres of land, he can't really hurt anybody else. It's just a matter of finding him. The scary part is we don't know what vehicle he's in or has, if he is fleeing, and what his intentions are. If he's trying to go into the woods and hide, then we'll find him. But if he has alternative motives, it's a little bit scary to think about the amount of uncertainty after what we think we know based on what's been reported and what has been confirmed, and the amount of uncertainty is just, it's scary, in my opinion. I hope he just runs into the woods and they end up finding him. That seems like the most likely path, but there's so much unknown. It's all speculation.
I mean, if we're able to piece together these puzzle pieces on a space, you better believe the police on scene are doing the same. So I'm sure they're probably already 3 steps ahead of this as well.
I'm hoping he's dead at the bottom of the river. He was dumb enough and tried to cross that. And the only downside is now everybody's stressing overnight in that area because they don't know if they're safe or not. That's the only downside of that whole outcome. But the other thing I crossed my mind, and again, speculation, he said when he went to mental health, at least what CNN reported, he was talking about shooting up the Saco National Guard base. Is he going to try to make his way up that way? If that was like his goal? That's kind of scary to think that. I mean, the National Guard is going to be more equipped and ready to handle something like him, but it's still the fact that that's what his end goal is, he's still on his way out that way, and who knows the damage he'll do on the way.
Yeah, I mean, my biggest concern, again, speculation, but if he actually took the Subaru dumped it at the boat ramp. And while the police were responding to the original incident, switched cars. Nobody saw it, and who knows where he's at. I think that's probably unlikely. He probably either offed himself in the river, tried to go across the river, or is in the woods. But there's a very real possibility that he switched cars and is not being tracked. And we have no confirmation of that, but I would say that's not out of the realm of possibility. It all depends on what the state of his mind was, right, and what his intentions were, which
How
I'm
easy
sure
would
they're
that be
digging
to do?
into.
How easy would that be to do by yourself, though, in a rural area, especially a boat launch that might be getting used? Like, you know what I mean? Like, you would have to get a ride to leave one of the vehicles there, right?
Well, my dad and I left a vehicle at that same boat launch to launch further upriver just to canoe down. So it's not like an unthinkable thing that somebody just randomly drives over there, leaves a vehicle, and drives off.
And the launch probably wouldn't be used. I mean, it happened at 8 o'clock at night, so I don't know how many people are like night fishing in that area, but probably not many.
My point is, though, is that there would have to be somebody helping him get to like do that. Like, there would be somebody else like helping him leave a vehicle and then returning to go get the other one. He would have to get a ride back to get his vehicle to take to the town. You know what I mean?
Well, also something that is another speculation, but if you look on the Flight Radar 24/7 map and the application, the area that the New Hampshire State Police are canvassing is right above the main recycling. And if the gentleman was just recently fired, somebody on Facebook had posted that their husband was familiar with this person and that they were fired, and that he knows where the keys are. So, that could be something that he could have been all pre-planned. He could have been aware that there's vehicles, could have access to keys, could have put a vehicle there of some nature or other things. Maybe some other equipment may not just be a vehicle or a semi. It could be a 4-track, an ATV of any sorts. It could be a small truck. And that's something that they could be looking for. That could be the area that they're canvassing. So that's just kind of could be speculation, or it's just kind of like just weird that they're searching that area that he was just recently fired from.
I wonder when he submitted himself to the mental institution. I know he said he was hearing voices as well as he had thoughts of killing people. I wonder if he had suicidal thoughts as well, because if he had those, then I think chances of off himself are much greater.
You're breaking up.
Oh, my bad. I'm saying I wonder when he institutionalized himself. I wonder if he had suicidal thoughts as well, because I know he said he heard voices and also that he had thoughts of killing people. So if he said he had suicidal thoughts, him being at the bottom of the river is more likely.
Well, how would they release that information if he hasn't been named a suspect and he checked himself into a mental institution? Like, it seems like HIPAA would prevent them from releasing, even if he was having thoughts of like hearing voices and killing people. Like, wouldn't it be illegal for them to release that information to the public or to the news?
If he's military, it's not. But I don't. Again, the big question everybody keeps asking is: did him checking himself in happen before or after he was in the military? In the military, the rule of thumb is we don't report anything as long as you're not going to harm yourself or others. And the moment you harm others, like the risk of you harming others, they're supposed to report you. Does it happen? No. There's been several cases. Like there was that I want to say it was Virginia DC area shooter on the naval base. That guy got kicked out of the military for threatening to harm people and was still able to legally purchase a shotgun. And then he shot up the base. So, and it's not perfect, but in a perfect world, the military is supposed to say, yeah, this guy's threatening to kill a bunch of people. Whether they do it or not that's the issue. Everybody's human. Nobody wants to ruin somebody's life on speculation, like an actual decent human being. So some of these guys may not report it for whatever reason. And that's the issue. And again, we don't know if this guy checked in before or after service.
I shared it up top. It says right in that post what I was talking about, actually, and
Oh,
it looks like that's an official letter.
I'm still new to Spaces, so I'm missing. I might have missed it, so I apologize.
Yeah, that was early on. Someone shared that really early on, 3 hours ago, and then I figured I'd resurface it.
Guys, I'm going to drop off, and so if somebody else wants to get on here, it's time for me to call it a night. So
Thank you so
good
much,
talking to
Mike.
all of you.
Hey,
Appreciate
Mike,
it.
I had a question for you real quick before you go,
Yep.
if I could.
Yep. Go ahead.
So on that night vision, if he had a motorbike or a four-wheeler, can you drive one of those with night vision goggles without lights on?
Well, technically, yeah. If you have some type of night vision equipment, sure you can.
And Mike, I don't mean to cut you off, but I know the Army does nighttime driving courses with NVGs on. And if you, I don't know how in depth reservists go into their training, but active Army, they'll regularly drive Humvees, MRVs, other vehicles like that, MRAPs with the NVGs on. So I'm sure they also drive ATVs, so they probably have had similar driving courses. So
Yeah,
I don't know what reserves.
I've got friends that hunt hogs that do exactly that. They have night vision. So
I have a question for any of the locals that are still on. About 45 minutes ago, the local school superintendent announced that the schools will be closed tomorrow in the wake of the mass shooting that occurred last night. Do we know if any locals might have heard if that was in regards to the possibility of any children unfortunately losing any life, or is that just for the safety of the students?
The safety of the students. My brother, my father, and my sister are all in the school system in Lewiston, Lisbon, and Lisbon Falls. And they've been told just as long as the lockdown order is in place, nobody's to report to the school tomorrow. That's for colleges, public schools, anything. My dad is administrator of a private school. My brother works IT at a public school, and my sister works at a college. And they all been told if the lockdown order is in, the students have been told even if the lockdown order has been lifted, they are not to come to school. Unfortunately, the college in the local area says faculty will still report to the school if the lockdown order has been lifted. So as long as that lockdown order is in place by the state, or I don't know if it's state or local police that have initiated it, nobody's to report to the school, faculty or students.
If I'm not mistaken, I may be wrong on this, but I think the state's the one that asked for the city to issue the lockdown. But I may be wrong on that, so please don't quote me on that. And the second question I have for you is: Bates University, just north of Lewiston?
It's actually so that's the college my sister worked at is Bates. And it's like in between the two shooting locations is one of her buildings she works out of. So it's unfortunately very close to where all this took place. So, and she's a little upset because she was told if lockdown's lifted, students don't need to go to school, but faculty are still required to report. And so she's a little upset. They told her she has to take her paid leave if she doesn't feel comfortable coming in.
See, I would be upset too. I would be upset too because if the students aren't to report, then the faculty shouldn't for their safety as well. So I totally agree with what your sister's saying because if they're wanting the student safety to be top priority, then they should have the same. They should take the faculty into account as well, their safety. So I
agree.
100% agree with your sister on that.
I agree with her too. They're trying to code it as like this is a moment for everybody to be together in a hard time, but you don't bring people together in a casualty area for a hard time. You wait for it to cool down, get the go ahead that it's safe to go, and then you do what you need to provide counseling from local institutions or stuff if you need to, but you don't bring people in just because you want them to be together during a hard time. That's not the way to do it. But I'm trying not to get political, but yeah, it's my sister, so I'm obviously more passionate about the issue myself. But
I totally agree. I have family in law enforcement and universities and schools, so I totally understand where you're coming from.
My whole thing is I'm active Air Force. I signed up for stuff like this. My brother, sister, and my dad did not. So if you're gonna put them in unnecessary risk, I'm gonna be very pissed off. So
Yeah.
The general, you have your hand raised.
Yeah, I wanted to catch up with Henry down there. I don't know if y'all have communicated with them at all yet, but evidently, Henry, you knew this guy, Robert, apparently, correct? Or
Yeah, we did talk, but I'm sure he's still here.
okay, yeah, I had a couple questions. I just wanted to kind of because there was a post on there that was put up, and I'm looking at this stuff, and I've done a little bit of looking into it. It's on one of his posts. He talks about this guy talks about being at the oh hell, what is it? The third of the 304, I believe it was, or 309th. And I mean, that's there, but he talks about some other stuff. There's third of the 304th, that's there, where they train West Point graduates up in at West Point up there in New York. I was just wondering, Henry, did you have any information of it? Like, how well did you know him? Did you just kind of know him as an associate, or is there information on like his military history that you could provide and clarify a few things?
Yeah, our families are close, so I see him every family event, everything like that, and really just known him my whole life growing up there.
So did he? I mean, so the places he went, the 947th and the 439th, is that is the? I mean, do you have any idea where those were?
No,
I mean, was that up in Washington D.C. or was that South Carolina?
I'm not sure where all that was. I never really got involved in any of his military stuff.
So you didn't have any idea where he was based at or anything like that?
I think he was based out of either Auburn or I think it might have been Auburn. But I'm not really
Auburn?
sure, to be honest.
Auburn, what?
Maine.
Maine. Okay. Okay. Well, that's. I mean, yeah, he was based out of the like I said, the three. What was it? The he was based out of the third of the 304th there.
I think I muted him by accident. Sorry about that, General.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, yeah. So his previous, just to put that out there, his previous units were the 947th and the 439th, and that's kind of what I'm looking into. If anybody's able to kind of get some info on that and verify, I'm just trying to see exactly, because I've got a good idea, but I want to be 100% on exactly. That's just, I mean, because these are the two places that are a possibility of the direction that he may actually be heading, if indeed he's not already gone or whatever. So it's just kind of my 2 cents on it. I imagine that he would probably leave out of there, but it would be the only two other places that he had actually been before, which would be around the 947th and the 439th is just my 2 cents on that.
Yeah. My guess is he's hiding. There's lots of places to hide, and his family's got a lot of land around there.
With going
and about the whole river thing, you ain't swimming in that river. That river is very dangerous.
It seems like they are now looking on land right now, so they might be done with the river.
Hey Henry, I got a question for you. You said you hung out with him or were around him a good amount. Was he? I don't know. This other local people may know too as well. That area where the shootings happened, are those areas that you guys would go to, or that you knew of him going to, or is that not like a area he would generally be at?
It's all real close together, so you go all over the place. There's a couple bars over there in Lewiston, and there's not really many places to go in Maine. So
hey, Henry, one more question, Henry. Hey, man, if you can, is there any way to verify the 947? Basically, the post that he was at. I mean, surely there's somebody that probably knew, the history of the places that he was posted at. it'd be good to kind of figure that out. That just for our own knowledge, where those places would have been, to kind of like figure out exactly what he was doing. Cause I got an idea, but I can't put anything out like that unless I 100% verify it. But, is there any way to verify what states these units that he was at in? It wasn't just Maine. Evidently it was, there had to be, a couple different locations that he was actually, at. So there's two other places, and I'm just kind of struggling with the exact, ones.
Yo, General, look up top in that post I shared of Raw's. It said he was stationed right in there out of what is that? Saco? I don't know how to pronounce
Saco.
Saco. Yeah.
But
that's where he was an instructor at.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, y'all are talking about the most recent, which would be the third of the 304th. The other ones that he originated from, that he came from before the 304th, was the 947th and the 439th, according to the actual Facebook text to his to the individual Stuart Ross. And so I know that those are the units. It's just a question of which exact units they were. So I don't know. I kind of got a good idea, but I want 100% verification basically on these, because one of them's the old guard, and that's they do escorts for the president, and they do ceremonial stuff up in Arlington, Virginia, and so and they do security, around DC when they're called upon. So, and the other one is a very old unit, is one of the oldest Army units out there. So I'm just wanting to verify before I shoot off and get it wrong. So just trying to figure out exactly what those are, if anybody can.
Okay, what are you talking? Okay, I served in the Old Guard for the first 4 years of my Army career. Where did you see that he was in the Old Guard?
I'm looking different things up
what
on
battalion
here.
numbers does it have?
It says from the original 947th and the 439th.
Those aren't Old Guard regiments. I mean, those aren't battalions from the Old Guard. Okay, so the Old Guard has 4 battalions: 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. 2nd, 3rd, and 4th are at Arlington, right?
Okay.
So you have 3 battalions at Arlington right now at Fort Myer. So those are not from the Old Guard. So he's not that. So are you talking about the 304 infantry in Maine? Is that an infantry regiment or battalion?
That's the one. That's the one that he most recently left to, that he was training West Point graduates at. So I know for a fact where that is, but the other one is vague. It's the 947th and then 439th. Those are the two
battalions?
Because it says Camp Syracuse for 947 for the 9th Battalion of 47th Infantry. Is that what you're talking about?
47th, and then before the 39th, I guess. Yeah.
So those are both in New York.
So just kind of struggling with that. If anybody can help.
Right, but does anybody know what infantry? If he's an infantryman and he's training West Point cadets, what is his background in infantry? Okay, that's what we need to know. Okay, did he go to Ranger School? Did he go into any kind of search and evasion school or anything like that? Like, I served in human intelligence in the Army for 13 years, right? There's all kinds of schools he could have gone to as an infantryman, right? If he's an instructor, which he is, and when we look at his weapon, okay, when the woman that was on here earlier who was talking basically out of her ass, I hate to say it, that he knows exactly how to use that weapon. If you look how that weapon is set up.
I agree. Thank you. You said that. I fucking agree. Thank you.
If you look at the weapon, okay, if you look at the weapon, the video of him coming out the building, if you look at his right hand, which is on the grip, if you look in the front of his right hand, that is a mag. So he has a magazine attached, a mag clamp on that weapon. So he has a magazine in the weapon already. He has a magazine clamped to the right side of that magazine, right? That's going to allow him to change that magazine in 2 or 3, not even maybe 2 or 3 seconds. But he knows what he's doing. And the other guy that was on here saying that he had a bipod on the front of it, that's not a bipod. If you look at the picture from NBC2, that is either a flashlight That's either a flashlight or a laser, and it looks more like a flashlight.
Yep.
That's not a bipod. So he didn't know what the hell he was talking about either.
Can I
It
ask
was
you?
a, it
Just
was a she, and I think she was stoned or something.
Right. I
well,
mean,
there was
yeah. So he is at both at the low ready and he's walking around at the ready. You know, he knows exactly what he's doing. So what we need to know as to ascertain as to whether he committed suicide by jumping into that river or he drowned trying to cross the river is what is his military background? What was he trained in? An infantryman can be anything. He could be special forces. He could be ranger. He could be Delta. He could have had some kind of search and evasion training. If he had those, then he's very skilled at evasion. You know what
Hey,
I'm
real
saying?
quick, you guys. I think Raw's trying to say something.
Go ahead.
Oh, my mic was on. Sorry, I'm eating celery.
Well, I just wanted to add real quick. I just saw a reporter on the ground live in Lisbon Falls saying that she was standing in front of at the high school there, and there was a road that went up next to the high school. And she said that she saw 3 or 4 huge tactical vehicles head up that way, and they haven't come back. Raw. I sent you the link to that reporter too.
there's a lot of woods behind that high school too. I played soccer at that high school.
Thank you. Yeah,
Yep.
sorry about that. I'm eating celery. I haven't eaten anything since I've been reporting, so.
And as far as people changing, how they look and everything like that, I'm going to tell you the truth. I've been out of the United States since June of this year, right? Every time I cross the border into Ukraine now, I get asked questions because I do not look like I did on my passport when my passport picture was taken. So now, every time I come into Ukraine, they ask me questions about, why I don't look like my picture or anything like that. I'll be glad when I get my residency permit so they don't ask me questions like that anymore. But people's, the way people look, excuse me, the way people look can change drastically within a few weeks, a few months. So, I mean, you can't use that as an excuse either.
Especially if you're going through some type of mental episode.
Right. I mean, if you lose like 5 pounds, right? If you lose 5 pounds in your face or any other part, I mean, you're going to look totally different. Like I've lost, because I've been in Europe and because the food's totally different, because it doesn't have all the trash that's in the food in the United States, I've lost, like, I'm 167 now, I'm down from 180. So, I look totally different.
My question would be to Henry, assuming this is who who they are saying this is who you think this is, and you agree. Besides military bases or the general area or his 1,000-acre family real estate, are there other areas that he would frequent, or is he mainly, from what your knowledge is, contained to those areas? Like, where did he frequent his time?
I mean, mostly around Bowdoin, Sabatis, Topsom, that whole area.
So he was local. He didn't
Yeah.
venture out.
No. Nothing out of the regular,
On the land that you talked about for hunting, did they have lots of blinds or cabin or anything like that? Do you know of?
Yeah, there was some blinds and stuff. I mean, his whole family would hunt it, but a lot of it was fields and stuff like that. And then swampy areas and a little bit of everything, I guess.
Is it hunting season in Maine right now?
It's about to be.
This weekend,
it's not
right?
yet.
Soon. I know in New York, I think it's November 15th.
Yeah, I'm from Virginia. It usually starts around November 15th.
I know it's coming up. I didn't hunt when I was in Maine, but I know it's coming up.
But I mean, if he hunted his whole life, then he is well versed in the land and how to navigate those areas.
Yeah, I mean, most people are having the wooded areas of Maine as far as like hunting or anything in general, like just even snowmobiling. People snowmobile all through that area, and they know all the snowmobile trails, they know all the ATV trails, they know the hunting trails. It's just he doesn't even have to hunt. He just has to be somebody that likes outdoor activities, and he'll know the trails in that area.
Right. And you throw in all the different factors, the fact that he was in the military, a hunter, lived in the area his whole life. You know, if he dropped his vehicle there and had an ATV stashed at one of the trails or something, if this were fully planned out and premeditated, he could be long gone.
There's
Oh,
not too many four-wheeler trails around where that boat launch is. That's kind of right in the middle of, you got an elementary school. If there's a walking path there that goes to elementary school, and then you got the river blocking everything else. So there's not a ton of four-wheeler trails.
What's it like on the other side of the river? Is there a bridge right there, or how's that work?
A couple miles down the road on the other side of the river, it's all woods. That's Durham, and there's nothing over there.
nope, there isn't. I grew up there. There's absolutely nothing. I played in those woods all the time.
Is that in the direction of his family's land out in Durham?
No, that's the opposite direction.
Okay.
Hey, Henry,
And
just
I
out of
know exactly
curiosity.
that. What? Sorry, go ahead, Tim.
Real quick, this question is for Henry. Do you, by any chance, know if he might have had like urban survivalist training that he would have known that that if he did something like this, that he could easily get away with the urban training and all that, and survival?
Yeah, a lot of people up there know how to survive. When I was in high school, we took a whole class on just wilderness survival. It's something that's pretty common for people to know how to survive.
No, I'm talking about with his like military background. If he was trained in that type of scenarios, that he knew how to evade and all that.
So
I'm not sure. I don't know a whole lot about what he did in the military.
That is literally the definition of basic training.
Okay, so if he had SEER training, which is search and evasion, right? He's trained to get away from dogs. He's trained to get away from aircraft with FLIR, right? He's trained to do all that. So if that's what we need to find out, if he has background in that, which anybody can take, especially if you're infantry, if you're a ranger, Delta Force, special ops, anything like that, he probably wasn't. You know, I've seen so many people over the last years say they're some kind of special ops. You think there are like 25,000 of them running around. So, but anybody can basically go get some kind of search and evasion. It doesn't have to be.
You're rugging real hard. You're rubber banding real hard. I don't know if you're on Wi-Fi or what.
Well, I'm in Ukraine, so I'm 5,000 miles away. So, but yeah, yeah. Anybody that has any kind of search and evasion. Anybody here has any kind of search and evasion?
That's a valid point, right? But when you couple that with 1,000 acres of family farm or family land that you can potentially pre-stage, assuming, right?
Yeah, but
that just adds a whole nother level.
But also just the simple fact, you know, hunters, people who have hunted their entire lives, they know how to be out in the woods. And like Henry said, you know, growing up in that area, you take, you know, courses in school, you know, basic survival skills, you know, having these things, how to start a fire, those types of things, how to hike through the woods without, you know, leaving too much of a track behind you or making too much noise as you're hiking. Even if you don't have a great deal of hunting experience or military experience specializing in that, you're still going to have a pretty basic understanding of these types of things.
Well, that's the thing. And as far as the military side of it, if he is combat arms and the way that he was using his rifle and handling his rifle suggests that he was. If he was any type of combat arms MOS, he doesn't need all of those special schools, because what units do is they send their best individuals in their current unit to those schools, and then those individuals graduate those schools. They come right back to the unit and they train the unit. So it doesn't matter if he went to that school or not. If he had a ranger in his platoon, that entire platoon might as well be rangers.
I understand the whole train the trainer concept. Go ahead. I mean, I understand the whole train the trainer concept. Been through all the non-commissioned officer academies up through BNOC.
I'm gonna take advantage of him cutting out again. Just to give you guys an update, the helicopter I was tracking that was doing a lot of the searches in my brother's area is not flying anymore. I don't know what that means. I don't see anything in the news if they got the guy or not, but it's not flying anymore.
Maybe they ran out of fuel.
Or they
That would
turned
be
their
my guess.
transponder off.
That too. I mean, yeah, if he's tracking the helicopter like we are, he'll know where not to go.
I mean, they're going on almost 6 hours of searching now. It's been 5.5 hours since the incident.
Yeah.
It did
Okay,
look.
so
It
I've
did
got
look like that New Hampshire helicopter went back to refuel because it went down for a little bit and then came back.
I just want to say the owner of the bowling alley says it was packed at the time with at least 100 people, including around 20 children.
Wow.
It's ridiculously sad.
I've done a background check. Am I clear?
Go ahead.
I did a background check and tracked down all the living locations where he's he's actually lived. Savannah, Georgia, is being one of them. Hunter Army Field. Evidently, there's a 75th Ranger Battalion there.
Just real quick. Don't make sure you don't give out any don't dox anybody.
Well, this is just where he lived in his past, so it's not doxing anybody. He's, this is literally places that he's been before. So evidently he was at Hunter Army Field, Hunter Army Airfield. So this is just verifying where he's been. Anybody can look this up. It's pretty free information. It's out there. It's not.
I'm not positive, but Hunter Army Field is jump school, I think, for some guys. I could be wrong though. So that could be him just getting jump trained.
Yeah, possibility. But it's got those two spots. It's got it's got the Hunter Army. That's so that's evidently there's some training that he got there down in Savannah, Georgia. And then the other ones are Bangor, Maine, and Lewiston, of course. Those are the locations of where he lived. That's pretty much it. There's no other places that he's been around other than that's on this map. So evidently I guess he spent most of his time probably there at Lewiston at that reserve base.
Isn't there a military training facility in Saco, though?
I'll look it up.
Because I was just reading an article that CNN put out saying that with the reports of his mental health and thoughts about shooting up his military training facility, it goes on to say, give me 1 second. It says that it reveals that Card was trained as a firearms instructor at a training facility for the U.S. Army Reserve in Saco, Maine, and that he was reported by his superiors of hearing voices and had threatened to commit a shooting at his military training base in Saco.
Yeah, it says that up top in the post on top of this page here.
So I was just wondering if that might be a area where they should mainly focus on, since he was already reported to have those thoughts by his superiors that that facility could be a potential target.
Right. It literally looks like he did not go very many places. So there's the previous places that he lived are fairly limited. You know what I mean?
Right. And at this point, I don't think he's going to head back to any military base. I mean, at this point, it's very well known what's going on. So if he were to do that, he'd be walking straight into a real hellhole.
Ambush?
Yeah.
an ambush, yeah, an ambush of his fellow soldiers.
Yeah, if
Yeah.
he
I
wanted
mean,
death by cop, he would have had that happen to him by now.
the most likely thing is that he's in the woods, right? Like that. Everybody that's lived there locally has said that the woods are so dense. And I just watched the video of where they found his car, and it's nothing but brush and thick trees, right? So he could definitely just be lost, like hiding out in there somewhere.
William, you have
I
your
was just
hand
gonna say
raised.
the same thing. What's up, William?
Okay, hi guys. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yep.
Okay. So I am prior military, current law enforcement. I just had a couple things. Some of it had already been covered, but just to piggyback off what a few people were saying about what that woman was saying earlier about him not having any training or doesn't know how to carry his weapon. When I first saw the picture of him entering the building, I noticed he was looking over his optic, and I immediately said, "Oh, this guy's trained."
Thank
Because
you.
in any kind of CQB, you look over your optic, and that was the first thing that stood out to me. But a little thing, everybody was trying to figure out if he's gotten out of the military or not. I was looking through a video where somebody had scrolled through his Facebook page before they took it down, and he had been talking about dropping his retirement packet about 20 weeks ago. So it's very possible that he's already retired. Can't confirm that. Don't know for sure. Just going off of what I saw. And that I also found it kind of odd. If anybody has any thoughts on this, he's not wearing any kind of plate carrier or any kind of protection as far as we can see. It might be under his hoodie, but I didn't see any kind of like body armor. Are we sure he wants to make it out of this, or is he dead like in the river, like everybody's thinking?
Hey, William, like you were talking about the plate and all that. Do you think it's possible that he could be his end game could be a possible murder suicide or murder by cop type deal?
That would have
If it comes to that.
I think what they're saying is true. If he was going to do that, he probably already did.
Yeah.
I think he's either dead or he is trying to get away. And in this case, I mean, as far as law enforcement goes, for an active shooter, this is a worst case scenario. You have, I wouldn't say highly trained, but a trained individual that knows the area, that potentially planned this out. It's bad all around for everybody. And he could be anywhere. He could be dead. There's too many variables right now.
My 2 cents on that is when they found his car, I thought they were going to find him in it. When they didn't find him in that car, I feel like that means he's in the woods.
Right. And the fact that he's grown up in that area and very familiar with it, he would know not to go into that river if it was going to kill him. If he wanted to die, he would have done, suicide by cop or whatever. So I think if he was going to go out off himself or whatever, it would have already happened. This guy's familiar with the area. He knows better than to go into that river. So
seems like a distraction, in my opinion.
If it's low enough, he could go into it. But yeah, it ultimately would end up in his death. But like with the vest thing, like he doesn't want suicide by cop, but he's also accepting his fate. So he's not going to put the added weight on him so he can move quicker.
Well, let's take this into guys. You got to take this into consideration. Sorry, you have to take this into consideration that just recently he was put on medication. Okay, so he's getting out of the military, getting dropped on his face like most military vets when they come out. There's kind of a depression moment. So he's got that going for him when he's leaving out. Whatever, I don't know if all the other stuff is verified, the threats, but obviously he was put on some kind of medication. So there had to be something. There's obviously that link to that we have to look at as well.
Okay.
Can you guys hear me? Do we have context here? So I'm kind of coming in late here, so I just sort of wanted to pop in and say, like, okay, do we know? What do we know? What are the known knowns and what are the unknown knowns? Like, can we recontextualize just for those people that are coming in a little bit late here?
Yeah.
Like,
we really don't know much.
Everything seems like speculation at this point.
What we know so far is that the shootings were in Lewiston, Maine. That there's between 15 and 20 people that have been killed and up to 50 or more injured. The individual of interest is Robert Card, age 40. Apparently, he has a military background. The shootings were at Shemagie's Bar and Spare Time Recreation. One is a bowling alley, the other is a bar. There's a local medical center that the police have they have surrounded guards surrounding it right now. They found his vehicle about 8 miles southeast of Lewiston at a boat launch on a pretty decent sized river. Give me the name of the river.
Androscoggin.
Androscoggin, yes. Lewiston has a population of around 37,000, and then the Lewiston Falls, just north of it, has a population of around 6,000.
And we're saying that he has a knowledge of that area where his car was dropped, correct?
Yeah, he's lived there for quite a while.
Yeah, his family is obviously been there for a long time. They're avid hunters of the area, so they're very familiar with the landscape. It's densely wooded in that entire area. That we've had some locals up here telling us that the woods are just so thick that you could easily lose yourself in there. For a long time.
There. He knows everything.
Yeah, that's what we were alluding to.
He knows.
So the speculation.
The Boy Scouts. He's going to some place it's going to be crazy. It's going to be loopy. He's not right.
Mally.
He's going where he's comfortable, and he's probably already got something there.
Can we? I know we have some hands up.
Pardon me?
If that's okay.
I'm sorry.
Hold on, Steph.
This is my first. I'm sorry. This has got me so.
It's okay.
This.
Are you from the area?
No, I actually grew up in Brentwood, Tennessee, when it was nothing, and it's exploded. But if I had to, I know places that nobody knows about. He's from there. He knows that place. He's had time to get to know it. He's going somewhere that everybody knows about, but they're not even thinking about it because it's with them all the time. He's from there though. He's local. He's gonna go somewhere he knows.
I know William's been waiting a bit. Can we go to William? He's patiently got his hand up.
No, sorry guys. I was just curious. I saw something early on about a secondary suspect. I don't know if that was just somebody that maybe matched the description or somebody that was a person of interest. Does anybody know anything about a second suspect or anything like that?
No, it's just confirmed as one right now.
Yeah, there was originally some black pickup truck with flashing lights, but I think it was just not related.
So that was completely unrelated. Okay, I just wanted to get that straight.
That was at this point 4 or 5 hours ago, and I think it was completely unrelated. It was just scanner traffic.
Yeah, the press conference confirmed there's only one, possibly just one suspect as right now. So.
Okay. All right, appreciate it.
And Garrett and Reddy has been trying to speak for a while, so I'm gonna let him speak, and then we'll continue.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. So one question I have I have a comment on the firearms, but there's a VA clinic in Lewiston. Does it offer mental health services for vets? Could that be where he checked himself in? It's possible. I'm speaking on general VA terms. I don't know about that specific clinic, but you're supposed to be able to go there and check yourself in for stuff like that. Whether or not they'll keep you there to treat you or send you somewhere else that I don't know. Okay. On the firearms itself, and I'm just going to go with the 3 pictures that are posted in your thread.
The first one, it looks like he's walking through a crosswalk. To give you an idea of where his skill level probably is, looking at the optic, it looks like an ACOG. I can see the fiber optic on the top of it. On his right hand, his index finger is extended over the trigger. So that just indicates his training and his preparedness for walking into where he was. That's a 6th position collapsible stock on there. It's absolutely an AR-15. I don't know why anyone would challenge that. In the next photograph, it looks like he's possibly in the bowling alley. That's a flashlight on the front of the rifle. There's no question. What he's doing there with his right hand is he's reaching up to pull the charging handle. So at this point in this photograph, he has not started shooting yet. He's preparing to charge his weapon, which I think is strange. He would have walked into the building without the weapon charged. The last picture that you have there, as he's walking through, and to comment on what a gentleman said earlier, he does have have 2 magazines there. They're 2 30-round magazines. So he walked in with that set up for 60 rounds to begin firing. I'm looking at those cargo pants, and on the left pocket, it looks like that pocket is full and bulging. So I'm going to venture to say that those are probably additional magazines. And someone did point out he was looking over the top of his optic. So he was definitely looking the room, searching the room, and picking his targets. Someone mentioned earlier about him just spraying the room. I have to remember that he's got a semi-automatic rifle. It's 1 bullet per trigger pull. He could rapid fire, but that's just going to, at let's say at his height, I don't know, I'm looking at him, he's probably 5'10" to 6 foot, somewhere in that range. He would be shooting at or above the height of most people at his shoulder. So he's picking his targets, and he's aiming, and he's doing it. And that's just based on reading what he's doing with that firearm. I do have a background in firearms. And
do you think, sorry
go
to
ahead,
jump
go
in,
ahead.
do you think the gun was modified at all?
No, not at all.
Fire, or?
Not at all. More than likely, he's bought these, looking at what he's got on it. This is something he's tricked out himself. It's got a full-length handguard. So, for a 15-inch handguard on it, that's something that would have been an aftermarket item that you would have put on yourself if you built a firearm or if you just bought it aftermarket. This isn't something. I mean, it is absolutely possible to modify these. It is not easy to do. But you have to drill them out. You have to get an auto sear. You have to build some pieces to do that, and it's highly unlikely that he would have done that, and he wouldn't have needed it, just given what he's got going in this in these photos. Like, he knew what he was doing when he walked in. He's doing something he's been trained to do, not just going in without a plan. I can just tell from those 3 photographs. He was definitely walking in knowing exactly what he was about to do when he went into that facility.
The odd thing is that they've taken the helicopter down. Like they're no longer have the helicopter up. It's odd.
I'm assuming they're refueling, which takes a little while. I think they were headed at Auburn Airport.
And I'm going to go on a little bit of a stretch, but I'm going to tell you, if they're looking this late at night, they're using FLIR. They are trying to spot him
100%
in a heavy canopy area. I've looked on Google Maps about where he could be. In a heavy canopied area at night, especially if he's dipping himself in and out of the water, it's going to be difficult to pick him up. They're going to keep looking, of course. And I did some other looks. You can see the property that apparently he's addressed to isn't that far. It looks like it might be 9 or 10 miles as a crow flies for where he dropped his car. And they were saying that there's
Boatingham is
so there's where the boat ramp was. So there, and his family's property's there as well. And you're looking at someone who's mentally unstable, that's had a psychotic break in some way. I mean, it's the only way you do this, especially if he's already gone to, I'm going to say probably the VA, and said, he's having some problems. He probably saw an MD, not a psychiatrist. It's pretty common that way. They gave him some antidepressants. He had a break. He pulled this off, and the most likely thing for him, if he feels as though he's accomplished what he set out to do, he's going to head to something that's very familiar to him right now. So he's going to be heading towards his house. He's going to be headed to his property. He's going to be headed to maybe a place he went when he was young. that's going to be bringing him some comfort and a feeling of safety, maybe a hunt. Like someone mentioned, there was deer, maybe some deer blinds set up out there. He's going to be looking for something like that because the weight, at some point, the weight of what he's done is going to begin to happen. It's going to fall upon him, and he's going to feel it, and he's going to seek some comfort. He's apparently not suicidal at this point because he didn't try to kill himself.
I'm just gonna step in real quick. I'm watching Luckner stream. There's a large amount of units in a inbound to a circuit warehouse. So
warehouse, is that the recycling center that everybody's been, I haven't been watching that, so there is a recycling center in that area. So
right by where the shooting happened. Yep.
At 61 Twin Road.
What town do you know?
Auburn.
Ooh. I would have to look that one up. I'm not that familiar with Auburn. Yeah. We did shopping and I got recruited in Auburn, so.
Yeah, 61 Twin Road, Auburn, Maine, zip code 04210.
You said 61.
Does anyone have the flight radar tracking? Because that would indicate sort of an action there.
The helicopter's not up right now.
Yeah. The app I was using has been taken down, so I don't know if they've stopped flying.
Yeah, we got to buy them another helicopter if they only got one.
Yeah, I was shocked that other agencies other than New Hampshire weren't there. Like I don't know how it works in Maine. Does Maine State Police not have their own helicopter?
I do be aware that there's a lot of obfuscation of certain aircraft at certain points in time. There is a ADSB dash exchange that is out there, which is a crowdsourced sort of a pickup of what they do aircraft to aircraft. If that is going there, then that could be some of the things. I'll try to delve into that in 2 seconds here.
I'm sorry, and you guys can keep talking. What was the street address that you said the warehouse activity was?
61 Twin Road.
61 Twin?
Yeah, Twin. TWIN.
Quick question for everybody: Did they announce anything that they found in his vehicle after they recovered it?
No. They didn't really confirm very much, just that they found the vehicle and in the presser, the police chief did, they just said, there was some people that were shot at the bowling alley and at the bar, but the suspect is still at large.
Okay, I appreciate it. I missed the press conference, so.
61 Twin Road is a home to First Fleet. It's a trucking company.
Say it looks like a trucking yard to me. It's not far from a road I travel, but it's an area I would have just looked at and not ignored, but it's not far from the shooting locations, but it's pretty far from where he would have left his vehicle.
Yeah, he would have had to have crossed some relatively populated areas to get to that location from where the vehicle was found.
Then maybe it's possible he had a second vehicle where he had dropped his Subaru.
Well, it was an oddly specific. I mean, so a lot of Maine residents drive Subarus, but they said it was a white Subaru, which is not uncommon, but a white Subaru with a black bumper. So that's oddly specific. Like, I don't know. I've seen a lot of white Subarus in Maine, but not a lot of them with the black bumper. So did he somehow have duplicate vehicles? That's a little odd.
Like you're saying he switched out the bumpers on another vehicle to look like his vehicle and then left in another one?
Not really. What I'm saying is, like, so there is pictures of, like, I'm looking at CNN right now. The pictures of his vehicle looks like it's in a crowded parking lot. So it would either be at the bar or the bowling alley. And it's a white Subaru, and it definitely has a black bumper. And that's what the report was saying. And they said they found a vehicle that matched the description at the boat ramp. And then somehow ended up at this warehouse that's actually not far from the shootings, but really far from the boat ramp. So that's really hard to believe. I mean, the helicopter did reach over into Durham, and you can get to Auburn from Durham pretty easily.
And with like the only time you see any cops in Durham are sheriffs or state troopers. There's no local law enforcement in Durham. It's always state and sheriff. There's no Lisbon, Lewiston, or Auburn PD in Durham.
I just want to update. Sorry, the next press conference is tomorrow at 10:30 a.m. Well, technically today, but yeah, at 10:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time.
What are you thinking, Ross? How much longer are you gonna keep covering?
I really hope they find this guy, but I don't know. I guess like a couple more hours or so, depending. I mean, if they do find this guy, it might just be an all-nighter.
Oh yeah.
Don't base on me because my family's in the area that's affected. And I'm not going to bed until they know they found him. So don't keep this up for me.
I might do like a little like nap break and set my alarm super early. Hopefully they don't find the guy until later this afternoon, but I might continue to space later. But I'm not ending it now, probably around like about 3:30 my time, EST time. So
I'm going to be honest with everybody. I think if he did get in another vehicle or has any kind of plan of escape, I would say this is going to be a several day manhunt. We had a guy that shot several people around here. He shot several law enforcement officers, and he took off across the state for at least a week and a half before Oklahoma Highway Patrol caught up with him, and he had zero training. So I would say if this has been thought out, this might be a prolonged deal.
We had one in Pennsylvania, I think last month, that lasted 14 days. It was the Cavalcante case out of Pennsylvania.
yeah, no, I was covering that too. That was very close to me.
Yeah, that one was a all-nighter, everyday type case.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. I wonder if they're going to catch him tomorrow, or if this is going to be like the same thing in Pennsylvania. It's going to be like 7 to 14 days, maybe longer, since it's a very open, wooded area. So, and I'm sure his survival skills are very, very good if he knows the area that well. So,
Yeah, I think him when he's caught is really up to him at this point, with his knowledge, with his background, all the different factors. He wants to drag it out and go on the run, then he's going to make it difficult to be caught. So it's probably really up to him and how this develops.
I'm gonna call it right now. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was just saying I'm gonna call it right now. If they don't find him tomorrow, I think the only way they're gonna find him tomorrow is if he either killed himself, either by drowning himself or shooting himself. He's not gonna be found for several days. This guy definitely has thought this out. Like I said, they're now looking at this warehouse in Auburn compared to where they found the vehicle, because the report said they confirmed the vehicle at the boat ramp was the vehicle at the shooting. So if they're now looking at this warehouse in Auburn, he did something. Maybe he knows teleportation magic spells or something, because there's no way he got to leaving his vehicle at this boat ramp after shooting a bunch of people and then to that portion of Auburn that quickly without anybody catching him. So he's thought this through, and he's either intending to never be caught or intending to hit another target later when things cool down, or he's already offed himself. So he's not going to be found tonight or today.
I agree 100%.
He probably has to change of clothes, like camo or something, to blend in with the like all the shrubs and all that, and the brush.
Yeah, like I said, for me, I got family involved. They're too close for my comfort. I'm not gonna go to bed until I know this has been cleared. So I'll be here all night. But I don't want Roz. And actually, Roz, you posted something and somebody commented on it. I can't remember who it was, but they specifically were mocking the local PD for not filing
not finding this guy as quickly as he believed they should. You guys don't understand. This is a small. Maine is not a big state. We're very sparsely populated. We have a decent population, but we're spread out all over the state. It's small. The PDs are small. If state and sheriff or Homeland, I guess Homeland Security was offered at one point. I don't know if they followed through with it. I heard National Guard had got a stand-up order, but I never heard they got activated. So if none of that actually happened and it was left up to local PDs, this guy could easily evade every single one of those cops. Even cops that grew up in that area know the woods just as well as that guy. If that guy had a plan, knew those woods, and knew what he wanted to do from start to finish, he's going to get away from these cops, no problems at all, if the state and federal government did not give them the assistance that was promised in the beginning of this whole thing.
Right.
So,
and especially based on the fact that he's probably more experienced in some of this than the people on the local PD themselves.
Yeah, exactly. So if you're like this dude I saw in my timeline that quote tweeted Roz and was mocking PD for not finding this guy immediately after the shooting, this is not DC. This is not New York. This is not San Antonio. This is not Las Vegas. These are, if this guy thought this through and is as well trained as everybody's speculating right now, he's not going to be found, and then he won't be found until this weekend's over, honestly. And you can come back and follow me or message me later and call me wrong, but I will be surprised if they find him before Monday.
Does anyone know why they only have one helicopter and it's not in the air right now?
Fueling.
Pretty sure they're refueling. I don't know why there's not other agencies there, though.
Yeah, but one helicopter, like where I live in New York, the sheriffs have two, the state police have a few.
Listen to what they've said before. Maine is a small state. You're in a rural area, and I've lived in mega cities, and I've lived in places with populations down below 100. My last state I was in was Montana. It's got the second lowest population. Not only do you have issues with just the area being small and being raw around it and wild where it's easy to escape, you don't have the same amount of funding nor the same amount of resources you have allocated to an area with a smaller population, whether on the federal level, the state, or whichever. And so you're going to do that. And, you know, what's happening when one of these active shooter situations happen, you don't have all the information. Large areas like New York, for instance, aren't going to just donate out their resources that they may need if this turned into, given the political atmosphere we're in right now with the threat of terrorism, they're not just going to donate out some of their resources that they may need if an active shooter situation happens.
No, I wasn't implying that at all.
So, you know, there's more than likely 2 helicopters allocated to Maine, given they have, you know, 2 relatively moderately sized towns that are going to have FLIR. I mean, that FLIR system on that helicopter is between $150,000 to $250,000 to install. It's just going to be one of those things, and they'll offer it to do it, but there's going to be refueling. And most people have probably come to the conclusion at this point. I mean, this started at 6:57 p.m. was when the first shots were fired, if I remember correctly. The next shots, I believe, were nearly an hour later. Am I right about that? You know, it went from about 7 to 8 o'clock. So he went from one location to the other. We're now 4 hours past that. It's at night, and they have combed the area that they can looking for him. So now, more than likely, they're going to go back, they're going to regroup, and they're going to come up with a new plan to do it. And they're going to start going out a search grid. Again, you know, you're looking at a man who had a psychotic break. And it looks like if I'm right here, the shooting started at the bowling alley. They ended at the bar. If you look at that on the map of Lewiston to where his car ended up, that's the route he would have taken. Right? I mean, he started north, worked his way south, got into the car. There's a trailhead there. That property backs up and leads over to where he's familiar with, the acreage that his family owns, where his home would be. Again, it's only 9 or 10 miles from there. I mean, he's hunkering down, and they know that. So,
I just want to jump in real quick. The Maine Police Department said due to the ongoing investigation, Mollison Way will be closed until further notice, and River Road will be also closed from Locust Street to South Ave. Residents of the river will be allowed into the closed area. Thank you for your patients. So that's the
Hey,
new
quick
update.
question on those streets. Are those close to where the shooting happened, or are they separate areas? Does anyone know
I
that?
would, yeah, I would ask the locals.
What were the streets again?
Mollison Way, and River Road to Locust Street, South Ave.
There's a river road in Lisbon, which would be closer to the boat launch, if that's what they're talking about.
Yeah, I would think so.
It sounds like it's closer to the boat launch area, and with the little exceptions favoring the Lewiston side, because Lisbon goes into Lewiston,
Yeah.
and the boat launch where they found the vehicles in Lisbon.
Yeah, and that river road is just right. I mean, it's 400 feet from where that is. What was the other road?
Mollison Way will be closed. River Road and Locust Street to South Ave.
But while he looks that up real quick, because again, those areas are really small population. So when we give directions, we do things by landmarks. We don't really do things by streets.
Yeah.
So when he gives street names, I got to look it up myself. But our most populated city is Portland, Maine, at 68,000 people. So we don't have the budgets of New York or New York City or Buffalo or any. We don't have those budgets. Where Lisbon, Maine, I think is less than 10,000 people, and Lisbon Falls is maybe a little over that. And those are the PDs heavily involved right now. And then Lewiston. And honestly, I haven't looked at the census for Lewiston in a while, but Lewiston, Maine is not. We call it a city, but if you go to any other state that has big cities, they would laugh at us and say that's not a city. It's a suburb to most people, but it's a city to us. So, and I know it's the person that brought it up. I missed who it was. Didn't mean anything by it, but that's that. Our helicopters. So we may have 2 or 3 State Department helicopters, but we don't have any local PD helicopters that would be able to assist in the man. They might have helicopters, but they don't have flare capabilities. I'd be very surprised if they have flare capabilities.
One of them's going to have it, just because I'm speaking just on hypotheticals here, but you're a heavily there's a lot of hunting in Maine, so there's going to be a lot of game wardens.
There's a lot of drug deals that happen in the
so there's federal funds would have been allocated at some point to outfit one of those helicopters with.
Well, we're also not considering the fact that they may be using the cheaper alternative, which would be drones. I know at my agency we have a couple of FLIR-capable drones, and those are really good for getting into wooded areas. And they may just be using that because I know ATF and FBI are also on scene. So those guys definitely have those resources.
And you have to know they're going to be setting up a command center right now. And again, they're going to be regrouping, and they are putting a plan together to go onto a manhunt tomorrow. And they know that they are hunting someone who's armed and trained. So they, as much as people are trained to put their lives on the line, these guys, they're not going in there to die. So they're going to go in with a master plan starting from that area. If they're already talking about roads that they're closing off, they have some kind of idea now that they're profiling him and trying to understand.
They're setting up a cordon right now.
And they're going to set in a group of people. They're going to pull in a grid, and they're going to start methodically searching place to place, house to house. And there will be significantly more resources in the morning allocated to this, because FLIR works during the day as well as at night. They'll throw the contrast on, and everything that's hot will be black and everything that's cold will be white. Instead of at night, everything's black and whatever is hot is white. I mean, they're just going to invert the colors on it. So it's in the morning, it's gone. And I agree with what someone else mentioned earlier. You're probably looking at a 2 to 5 day manhunt. Now there's always getting lucky. You pray for that to happen in these kinds of situations.
Or he killed himself.
I just don't think, based on so far,
I don't think so
I don't
either.
think he's suicidal. I think, this is going to sound, to a lot of people, it's going to sound relatively strange. I have a degree in psychology, and he this was look at me. This was attention.
It's a mission that he wants to fulfill.
Yeah, he did this, and he's got somehow, especially if he didn't write a manifesto, at this point he's mad. We're just going to go with some hypotheticals based on the news. You have someone who's been trained in the military. He's probably retired. He went into, more than likely, the VA clinic, asked for help, told them what was about to happen, was rejected for whatever reason. And this is hey, I told you so. You should have done something and you didn't. And he wants his story to be told.
Like retaliation.
Kind of back up what General Gearded said. There's been stories of veterans killing themselves on the doorstep of VA clinics multiple times because they don't feel like VAs are listening anymore. And it's possible this guy could be just thinking the VA doesn't listen, so here's me acting out, so they hopefully start listening
and do something.
And Roz just sent me a message with the actual street names because I was struggling to hear. So Molson Way is close to where one of the shooting locations was. Everything else is closer to the boat ramp. So they're basically narrowing their searches to where the shootings took place and the boat ramp took place. And I don't want you guys to take it's sad to take. So I'm part of an organization. We try to prevent veteran suicide and all that stuff. I'm not taking pity on this guy because he's killed a lot of innocent people for no reason at all. If he wants to say the VA sucks, there's better ways to say the VA sucks than killing a bunch of people.
Yeah.
And nobody should ever take sympathy on this guy. He's a piece of shit.
Agreed.
And I don't care if he needs help.
You know, you're spot on. He's responsible for his actions. The only caveat here, and this goes if you look at pretty much every shooter who has committed this type of crime who was a vet, they were put on medication. And that goes back to something I mentioned earlier. There's a high probability he went into that clinic, he saw an MD, they gave him a prescription and told him to leave.
Oh man, if I took all the medication that the military tried to give me, I would have died.
But it's
unbelievable.
Right, and it's keeping in mind that we prescribe MOAI inhibitors. We have all types of antidepressants, and anybody who wants to be a keyboard ninja can go in and look at it. We do not fully understand exactly how these drugs work. We know that they affect dopamine levels, they turn certain things on and off. But just like there's a warning for giving them to teenagers now, because in teenagers, due to the type of brain development and stages that they're in, it takes someone who isn't suicidal and will cause them to start having suicidal thoughts. It can lead to a psychosis. In adults, in different individuals, it can do that. Now, that's all hypothetical. We have no proof that he was prescribed medication or anything. I'm just going on, circumstantial evidence around this idea.
If he was treated in a mental facility, it's very unlikely that he wasn't put on at least a couple things. Yeah. But let me spit something out here real quick. I looked at this on the map. I look at Lewiston, and then I look at Lisbon. Obviously, he's heading towards the Gulf of Maine. There's only one other place that he's lived remotely going that direction, and that's Bangor. And there's really only basically one highway that basically takes you up there, and there's only one river that takes you out to the Gulf. So, I mean, I would say if they can close off at the end of the river and pay attention to Highway 95, I would imagine that they would probably get a hit on him. I mean, that's the only two places I can think of that he would go. I mean, you go somewhere where you're familiar, right? And Bangor is the only other place that he's lived up there in Maine like that. So it's down the river to the Gulf to try to escape on the ocean for some reason, or somewhere familiar. And it looks like the direction is heading up towards 95, going towards Bangor. So we'll see.
If he follows the river, they'll lose his scent. If that's what his objective is to have them lose his scent. That way he can get away. And Ross, could you confirm what time the press conference was for tomorrow or today?
10:30. 10:30 Eastern time.
The last thing I'll add, Gear was talking about like these drugs, how they affect people. I know there's nothing scientific out there, so please take this with a grain of salt. I'm not giving advice. I'm not trying to start conspiracy theories. My wife has been put on some of these medications that a lot of veterans are put on, and she went to go see a local doc. She's not military. I am. She married into the military, and she got put on some of these medications, and she went to see an off-base doctor. Like, yeah, this is not good for you. It's actually making things worse for you. And it's not saying these doctors are doing it on purpose. A lot of these doctors don't know what's good or not good for their patients. And if they're just giving a generic medication to give everybody with these generic symptoms, this is what's going to happen.
Oh yeah, you're playing Russian roulette with your brain chemicals. Like I've been through that.
Right. And
where they spit out the first thing they give you, and you got to try all these different things until you just get the luck of the draw and something finally works.
Can I just hop in here real quick, guys? When you're prescribed medication like this too, oftentimes over the course of years, they'll go through several different medications, and it takes a good 30 to 90 days for the minimum, usually 60 to 90, for those medications to even start operating the way the doctors think they're supposed to. That's number one. And number two, a lot of times they don't even have actual doctors prescribing these meds. They're nurse practitioners or prescribing nurses that are known to prescribe the wrong medication and misdiagnose people, because a lot of these facilities don't have the funding to have actual psychiatrists and doctors, so they have prescribing nurses. And those are just 2 points I wanted to make.
And that's
does anyone know if this guy's been deployed lately? Like he was discharged lately, but has he been deployed lately?
No, but I just found out that his bank is down there in Lisbon.
Okay, so there is this like Lariam mefloquine sort of anti-malarial that was deployed. The special forces sued and refused to take it back in 2007. That led to the whole forces saying, what the hell's up with this stuff? And there was a bunch of cases of people, at first it was just special forces dudes like, where's your wife? It's like, oh, she's on vacation. It's like, oh, she's chopped up in the freezer and he's been eating stews for the last 6 months. Like, what the hell's going on? So there's sort of a long history here of, weirdo deployed test out on, not to feed into the conspiracy theories here, but it can be one of the contributing factors if you've gotten dinked out. But the real reality here is either he's trying to survive. Most guys that are in that kind of situation, they're so screwed up that he probably went for a swim in the river. He's probably dead already, and that's the end of it, right? But I am monitoring the flights here and looking for something, but nothing so far.
To touch on what someone was saying earlier about the licensed nurse practitioners, it's also PAs, and even if it's an MD, they are not trained specifically in psychology. It's like most people go to their primary care physician. They come in, feeling a little melancholy or a little bit of depression, and all of a sudden, they become the psychiatrist, and they're not. What they're trained on is very specifically pharmacological solutions for, easy problems. And it's no different at the VA. There might, given the fact that that's a clinic, he probably would have had to go to a Maine VA hospital to actually see a psychiatrist, more than likely 3 to 6 months to see a psychiatrist. So he would have seen more than likely a PA. And where I'm going with this is those doctors are not trained specifically to spot mental health issues. It's like going to your PA and asking him to perform open heart surgery on you. No, you go to a heart surgeon. And it's a big problem overall, not just with the military, but in the medical establishment in the United States now, is people go to, and regular MDs, PAs, and primary care physicians are licensed to prescribe, brain chemically altering drugs to individuals after talking to them for 5 minutes. And you can't make a fair assessment of someone's mental capacity in 5 minutes. The average office visit is 15 minutes. If you don't know, a doctor is broken down to see 4 patients an hour. If he's really good, he's going to see 8. And his max time that he's going to spend in the room with you is 15 minutes. He's going to ask you 3 to 7 questions. He's going to write you a prescription and send you on your way. And that's not going to be any different at the VA. And that's a big failing in the system. So, the solution is going to be hopefully in the future when, and we would pray that this would never happen again, but we're in the United States of America where no one wants to make any changes, where we make some laws that force people to see psychologists, they force people to see psychiatrists, and before they're prescribed a brain chemically altering drug, they see someone who's trained specifically in that for 13 to 15 years of their lives to be able to have the knowledge and experience to prescribe that. Sorry, a little bit.
Well, we like first step is take care of your vets, right? Like people come back from a shithole. It's like there's stuff that has to be dealt with, and it doesn't necessarily mean get you on Colvaxaflam 9000 and all the rest of it. But in terms of like just a hypothetical, I think we're sort of in the hypothetical stage of analysis, and we don't see any kind of new information flooding in here. Is at this point, either the guy's gone for a swim in the river and dinked himself, or he's in for the long haul. But mostly people that have gone postal like this, I mean, there is some kind of signal here. Like it's like almost like a Big Lebowski, right? Like the weirdo from Big Lebowski. Like he didn't just go, he didn't go to the mall and go to he didn't go to LL Bean and be like, oh, I just want to mow down a bunch of people. He went to probably some areas where he frequented, where he felt people were screwing them around. And just on what you guys were talking about before, my buddy came up to me. Remember that thing? I think it was called Paxil or some shit like this, like back 20 years ago. And he's like, yeah, I quit smoking. And like the guy came up to me, he's like, I quit smoking. I'm feeling fantastic. I'm like, how'd you do that? It's like, I'm on this new thing called Paxil. And it's like, he was sweating and looking like a complete retard. Like, I'd rather this guy smoking cigarettes, chilling out with me, having a coffee, than him looking like some kind of goddamn weirdo telling me that he's so proud of himself quitting smoking, when you've gone from a chilled out smoker to I've quit smoking and achieved something, and you're a weirdo now, to I'd rather you smoke cigarettes and just have a coffee with me instead of being so I think there's something there to that. But the other thing is we got to tend to our garden, right? You can't just send people off into la la land and then expect them to come back and be whatever, and unknown if this guy actually went that way. But the stress of what's happening in society now, and all the doom scrolling and the shit that you're seeing with these algorithms, I mean, we've seen it all over the internet. I host hundreds of hours of spaces, and I'm telling you, people are freaked out because most people have never seen anything like that kind of shit, and they're trying to turn us here. So it's a mental health crisis, and it's all around the board. It's not just this guy. And I'm not saying people that go on postal. I just mean in the whole society, right? It's a lot deeper than what we can
we surmise. That post earlier, if it's accurate, says that he's been in the military for 20 years. So what, you spend 20 years turning someone into a killing machine, and then when you retire and you get destroyed, you get you come home, you get 6 weeks of deprogramming. That's standard, like 6 weeks, right? And most people don't even opt for it. Like, you don't actually have to do it. So how do you go from, if we have someone from Iraq or Afghanistan, Middle East vets, they know, like, how do you go from 20 years of war where you've seen, basically cities leveled, and you walk back in here and you walk in the United States and, man, everything's just perfect, right? You walk around, everybody's living a perfect life except you. And no one has done anything to help you through
Geared,
that.
hang on, Geared. Let Ross.
Yeah, I just I'm probably going to remove 3 people because 3 speakers want to join in, and some are mental health therapists.
I'm good to cut out. You can cut me out. I'm heading to bed.
Hey, let me
Do we
let me
lose
shoot
Nelly?
something out real quick, and then I'll drop down and I'll call it a night. One thing about it is when you leave out of the military, you feel lost. Okay, that's what happened to me. Is what happens to a lot of vets. I ended up starting a veterans group at the Tarrant County College up in Fort Worth, Texas, and actually for veteran success, man. And that's one thing that we got to concentrate on is, and just one of the things that look up veterans program at Tarrant County College, and it's the #2 college for veteran success. And it basically walks you in, battle buddies you up. It's a whole program that I created from scratch with about a handful of vets, and it turned out to be a really successful thing. And so there's got to be aspects that we work on, and this program was one of them that I created. And hopefully I've saved some vets' lives and got them through successfully through college at least. But #2 school in the nation, for veteran success. So these are some of the stuff that we got to concentrate on to try to help with these veteran situations. It's 22 a day, isn't it?
Yep.
So, all right. God bless y'all. Y'all have a good night.
Thank you, General.
Hey, real quick, Roz, I'm going to sign off as well. I just want to say something about the space. So I think this was a good constructive space, a lot of positive interaction. And I also want to, for anyone who is listening, I'm sure there's a lot of local people still, just want to send out my prayers to all the folks that were impacted by this, because it's a really awful situation. So, but yeah, it's been a good conversation. I think you should do more spaces when you're covering a topic.
Yeah, this seemed like a very successful space, so I'll definitely consider doing more for large breaking events like this. So,
Well, when we're on the topic of mental health, just make sure you don't drain yourself, man.
yeah, that's why I take a little break time to time. So it's all good. So, but yeah, we have a few guests.
All right, guys, I'm going to cut out too. Just want to say thank you, guys. Yeah, this has been awesome. Definitely keep these going. You guys have a good night.
Thank you,
Thank
William,
you for your
and thank you, Tim.
Thank you for your service, William.
Appreciate the support.
There's a new report of a witness accounting. I was gonna read it, and then I gotta take a break for an hour or two. I'll drop down. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
Yep. All right. So it's Jeremy Janes said he was working at a foundry near Smegmy's bar when he heard gunshots and locked the facility down. Quote, immediately we locked down and closed our doors and we closed the shop, end quote. Janes told NBC Boston outside of a hospital in Lewiston. A friend of Janes said his 21-year-old son was shot. Janes said he heard he was shot one time and that he's doing okay. Please pray for the families and the people and the victims of this atrocity.
Have we parsed Facebook? Like, has anyone gone in? I'm not on Facebook, but has anyone gone in, sort of sniffed around in there and I don't know. Anybody?
Yeah, I checked multiple social media sites like Twitter, Facebook for videos, information like that. And Facebook, I have to be a little bit more careful. There's a lot of false reports on that, especially for like mass shootings and everything. But usually for Facebook, I look for videos and stuff like that. Snapchat sometimes, TikTok sometimes for videos or information, but usually Twitter or X, and that's about it, really. And we have a large group chat behind the scenes too, so we have a lot of other news pages that work together. So,
Can we reach out to anyone in the crowd there that's on the Facebookables, and especially those dudes? I think that most of those main dudes have dropped out, but not to be opportunist, but maybe sniff around the edges there and just sort of see, like, we don't want to work on victims here, but I think that, as these officials always work on this sort of, need to know basis, just let people know that something's happening, but there's probably some snifferoos there, but because when we found out here, there was a guy that went postal in Canada, what was it, 2014, and the social media was the source. and people were like, oh yeah, the buddy was pissed off about whatever, so yeah, just a thought there if anybody wants to parse their Facebook or sort of try to figure it out.
Eric, would you like to say something before you leave?
Yeah. Well, I mean, like I said, I'm going to be up until I know this guy's been caught. But a lot of good points were made tonight about as far as VA and mental health, not just in military and civilian life. So I have experience on both sides. I have a good friend of mine. He came back from Iraq, has a traumatic brain injury from Humvee being blown up on him, and he also suffered from survivor's guilt and other things. He told the VA multiple times not to prescribe him a certain drug because he says, I have a problem with addiction with this drug. And the VA kept trying to push it on him. And I'm not, again, you guys, for those who've been here for a while, the new guys may not know. I'm not trying to excuse the actions of the guy that carried out his heinous crimes today. But one thing you need to understand is when it comes to the VA, if the military is told from like day one, I've been in the Air Force for over 18 years now. We're told the VA is our best friend. The VA is not our best friend. And I don't know why there's a disconnect. There is a disconnect. And they're told one thing or the other. So specifically with this friend of mine, they kept pushing this drug on him after he told them, I get addicted to this drug. Please don't give it to me. And they kept pushing on him because they said this is the best thing for him. He ended up doing very well in the beginning. Now, from what I'm being told, he's not doing great at all. And honestly, I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to say his name. But when I heard about the shooting, I was very concerned if he was this guy, because of what I knew the VA was doing to him with these drugs and ignoring his pleas and saying, hey, this is going to mess me up. Please don't give me these drugs. I get very addicted to them. Please stop. He particularly, his very last mission in Iraq, he had a good friend of his get taken out by a sniper, and he overslept and missed the mission. So if it wasn't for him missing that mission, he would have taken the position of the friend that got sniped. So he would have been the one killed and not his best friend. And he got sniped by this guy. Or his friend got sniped by an Iraqi soldier. I'm not going to say terrorist because there are the guys that were loyal to Saddam and the guys that were put in place by Iran or Afghanistan or any of these other terrorist organizations. One of these snipers took out one of his good friends over there, and he woke up finding out that because he overslept, his friend got killed instead of him. And the VA kept trying to push on this drug to make him cope with the situation. And he kept saying no. I went to visit him after I got back from Iraq, and he was not the friend I knew. We grew up as babies together. He's not the friend I knew before we both joined the military. I literally looked at his mom and said, something's wrong with him. She goes, yeah, he does this all the time. We don't know why. And everybody just dismissed it. Nobody tried to challenge him. Nobody tried to stop him. And things went south from there. Roz gave me, I'm going to try to keep this short. Roz gave me this, and to make sure I don't drag this out any longer than it should be. I know Roz has been up late, but what I'm trying to say is this guy kept getting stuff pushed on him that was hurting him more than helping him. And then my wife, who's a civilian, never seen combat, was given these drugs over and over and over and over again, especially after she was put on a particular watch. And then when she finally got to see somebody that was specialized in that field, they're like, yeah, you shouldn't be on any of this. Here's this. Try it out. Tell me how you do. And I feel like ever since she's been put on the medication she's supposed to be on, I finally have my wife back. I have my best friend back. So, like, I don't remember who said it. Said these MPs, these prescribing nurses just throw up medications because that's what they're told to do. That's literally what they're told to do. They're like, hey, these persons check these boxes, give them this medication. That happened to my wife and to my friend. Now my wife has seen somebody specialized. She's better now. She's better than she's ever been. Even before I dated her, she's better than I've ever seen her. And I'm very grateful for that. But unfortunately in the U.S., they don't
I will admit that our healthcare system is not the greatest. So please keep in mind. And again, I'm not excusing this guy from killing all that he killed. I'm up this late because I have family members in the area that I'm hoping they're asleep right now because they're not responding to anything I'm sending. So just keep this in mind. When you see these situations pop up all over the U.S., ask yourself what service have they been given? Were they just sent to a VA or a regional hospital for 2 weeks and said, hey, take these meds and talk to us later? Or were they actually given the care they actually needed? So make sure you ask these questions. And then I'm going to end it there because I think I'm trailing off at this point. But just because somebody's given drugs, spent 2 weeks in a hospital, I know somebody says they were a mental health expert and they don't want people to be dismissed immediately because, or the clinic to be dismissed because saying they didn't do their job properly. And I mean, no disrespect to that individual, but some of these mental health facilities do not do what's appropriate for the individual. Not everybody, just because they check certain boxes doesn't mean they fit the same treatment category. And that's why we see the US and the rest of the world in the situation we are in. And I'm going to end it there. Roz, take it over, or whoever needs to go next. And
Yeah,
I apologize for ranting on as long as I did.
No, you're fine. It's late for everyone. But I do really appreciate for the information that you gave of the area and all that. So thank you so much for that. Robbie, you would like to speak?
Hey, Robin. I know you're working in the professional mental health profession. If you don't mind giving some clarity, in your professional opinion, what is the statistics of those who have prior mental illnesses that with something like this, what is the good chance that they could possibly find him alive, hopefully, or if he decides to unfortunately take the alternative route? What is the statistics for someone like this?
Are you asking me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I don't know that I can give you statistics based on. We don't.
Robbie, I think your mic is a little muffled. We can't really hear you.
Hold on. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, much better.
We can't. I don't really think we have statistics on that. I would say if he was going to do murder by cop, that would have been done already. So it's my opinion he's either hiding out somewhere he knows, or he is has already committed suicide somewhere in private. But I do want to talk about more broadly mental health and medications, but I don't want to hijack you, Scott. So let me know when you're done and I can talk about that stuff.
So piggybacking off of what you said about he would have done it in private, would you say he would have probably been more than likely to have done it where they found his car close to the river and basically did it there and let the river take him away so they wouldn't be able to find him? And that's the last question I have, because it's almost 4:00 my time and I have to be up early. So that was my last question for you, Robin.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly don't think he would have done a whole lot of running if he was going to commit suicide. I don't think he would have got in the river at all. I think he would have done it in a car. But, I mean, people who do desperate things don't necessarily make good decisions so who knows? I mean, it's really hard to predict. I guess I don't think he's dead. I think he's in hiding. I don't know what his next plans are. I don't know how long he thinks he can get away with this. I don't know that he's done causing whatever damage he planned to cause. That's my bigger concern. I don't know that he's done with that. So I don't know if that helps answer your question, but we don't really have stats on that. That we don't, we hear a lot about mass shootings because they're terrible and tragic and horrible. But there's relatively few of them compared to the number of mentally ill people. So there's over, 4 million people with a mental health diagnosis, and we have under 100 shootings in a year. So we don't have really good stats on anything that you're asking for stat-wise. I'm sorry. I can tell you that majority of mass shooters are on antidepressants.
I totally understand that that there aren't good stats for that. I was just wondering if in your professional opinion, with those that had mental illnesses, if they ended up usually taking the alternative route, since they had prior mental illnesses that what's the word I'm looking for, that made them incoherent of what their thought processes were.
Yeah, I mean, if he hadn't planned it out as well as it looked like it was planned out, possibly, but I don't think this guy is currently incapacitated mentally. What he did is illogical. There's no way any of us will ever be able to make sense of it because it doesn't make sense. But when it comes down to his executive functioning, I think he chose it intentionally. I think he knew it was wrong. I think he had a plan all along, and I don't think he intended on dying.
So why wouldn't he continue to spree then? Why wouldn't he go to a gas station to spray those guys, then just keep on going? Like, is it not seem like a targeted Big Lebowski here? He went to the bar, he went to the bowling alley, and then he dinked off, and then now he's going to stop everything and like get a good snooze and then wake up in the morning and resume. Like, it doesn't seem to make sense to me just on a common sense level.
Well, okay, let's back up a little bit. I think that the two places he chose, and again, I don't know this area, so I'm going based on locals who have shared what they know about it, is because those are two of the most populated areas in this area. I don't think he's napping. I don't think he's like, I'm just going to go take a nap. I think he's recuperating or he's on the move. I don't know, but I don't think he's dead, and I don't know that he's done yet.
So he didn't go to the Olive Garden. He went to a bowling alley, a bar, and whatever the third one is. It's not like it's some kind of like, well, I'm going to go to the gas station, then I'm going to go to, Zellers, and then it seemed like there was some kind of a point to it. So your theory is that he's going to have a good night's rest, and then he's going to wake up in the morning and then resume the carnage, or is where are we at here?
That's not what I'm saying. Again, I'm not saying he's like getting a peaceful, well-rested night of sleep. At no point am I saying that. I don't know why you keep saying I'm saying that. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is I think he chose those two places because they were highly populated. I don't even know if there's an Olive Garden in that town, but I don't know how many people eat at Olive Garden. Personally, I don't think Olive Garden's that good. I don't know how many people are eating there, but he knew
There's
those.
no Olive Garden.
Okay, those are two really populated places, and I think he chose it for that reason. And I think,
quick. Go ahead, Robin.
sorry, no, that's okay. I think if he wanted to be dead, he would be dead. If he wanted to be murdered by cop, he would have done that already. I think if he died somewhere around the vehicle or river, I think they would have found him. So by now.
With what you were saying, Robin, about it being highly populated, those two places were highly populated. CNN put out a article, Wogpog, that stated that there was at least 100 adults and like 20 kids in the bowling alley at the time of the shooting. So when she says it was an overly populated area, that bowling alley was packed per what the owner of the bowling alley stated to CNN.
A published event is going to draw more people than a just regular event at the bowling alley. So if that guy knew there was a scheduled event there, he's going to target that area.
Exactly.
Hey, just a hawk, feel free to jump in too. You had your hand raised up.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So, can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. So I was in the military for 13 years as a nurse. And then when I got out, I got my APRN, and I worked in the hospital on the psych floor. I didn't like how they worked at the VA, so I went back to college, and I'm a psychologist now, and I'm gonna tell you now, first and foremost, I don't recommend the VA to anybody, nobody, for anything. But okay, this is the end of October. This man went to a mental health facility over the summer. He's had several months to plan this. This wasn't just a quick decision. This wasn't just quickly planned out. He's had months to plan this, several months. And he has a total escape plan. And yeah, he had on a hoodie, but that doesn't mean that he didn't have protection under that hoodie, because not all of them are bulky. So I can see both sides. I can see the military side. I was deployed 3 times. I was, and then I came home. I had to get mental health myself, and then I worked in mental health, and then I was like, okay, we're not treating these soldiers right. So I went and continued my education and became a psychiatrist, mainly to help soldiers. I work in a crisis lockdown unit, 16-bed, private owned. That is just for veterans. And that's in Arkansas, okay? I live in Arkansas, and we have VAs here, and we have an Air Force base. But Arkansas does not require our veterans to go to the VA, because the military base does not have a hospital. They closed the hospital on the military base years ago, Little Rock Air Force Base. And so those soldiers there, and every veteran in Arkansas, they don't, for their TRICARE, they don't have to go to the VA, and they don't have to get papers from the VA to go see an outside therapist. They can come see us without any involvement of the VA.
So I would piggyback off that. I agree. I wouldn't go to the VA either, but I recognize that for a lot of people, the other options aren't great. And one of the points, first, I like to start with where we can agree. And I want to affirm everyone before us that's talked about medication, that it's not always the answer, and it's overprescribed 100%. One of the reasons it's prescribed by nurse practitioners or psychiatric nurses is because currently there's about a 6 to 8 week wait to get into any psychiatrist. So we have a mental health crisis in our country right now, and I'm not going to get political, but because of what's happened since 2020 till now, my wait list tripled from 2020 till now.
Can I add something real quick to kind of alleviate basically what you're trying to say? A lot of people don't understand is a lot of the medication we have is coming from China as well, and not just China but other countries, and the supply coming out to the people who need it is very slim. So these mental health care providers are struggling to provide the mental health they need to provide to the patients they have. And I know earlier I was talking about like my friend who was struggling with PTSD and other things, but you guys need to take into consideration it's not just the providers that are struggling, but it's also the suppliers. And the providers got to do what they can do with what they have.
Yeah, I want to let everybody know too, there is a test called GenoMind that you can take. It's usually not covered by insurance. The military is probably not going to pay for it, but it will tell you what psychotropic medications or mental health medications work with your genetics specifically. It's, in my opinion, if you're going to be put on meds and you can scrounge up the $300, it's worth it. It cuts out the 7 weeks to try this one out. Oh, it doesn't work. Now we have to wean off that one and try another one for 7 weeks. I do think medications are sometimes necessary, but there's different medications too. And somebody made the point earlier that medications can make you psychotic. That is true, especially if you're taking a medication and you're misdiagnosed bipolar or schizophrenic. And the medications for those absolutely could make you psychotic. Something like Zoloft or Paxil, they're not addictive. They're unlikely to make somebody psychotic, possibly suicidal, but not psychotic. So different medications do different things. So I just want people to have the most accurate information as possible. With my patients, we start homeopathic. We do a lot of blood testing to find out where they're at with magnesium levels and vitamin levels and thyroid levels and all of those things before we ever look at meds, unless they are actively suicidal, and then we're going inpatient, and I cannot control what happens in inpatient, and meds are what happen in inpatient. So
have you ever hung out with someone on Paxil there, like one of your friends
yeah.
or something?
Yeah, I've been on Paxil.
And you wouldn't say that that's a weirdo psychotic sort of episode there?
No. In general, Paxil doesn't typically cause that.
No, but Paxil makes you like very La La Land, like zombie. I see what Wogpod is saying.
Benzodiazepines will do that, but Paxil typically won't. A benzodiazepine will, like Xanax or Valium, but
Like you
not
can
generally.
see in someone's eyes when they're on Paxil, their eyes are all big.
The two that I'm listening, definitely, I know what she's talking about because my wife was on one of those two, and she was a zombie. So Robin's not lying to everybody in this chat, by the way.
Also, I'm not a prescriber,
No,
and I don't make money off of meds. I can't even prescribe. I've been a mental health therapist for 18 years. I'm definitely not trying to push meds. I'm just trying to help anyone who might need them.
Just to be clear, I wasn't accusing you or anything. I just my own personal anecdotal experience. Just a quick question, because I did put out a big long tweet thread about this, but I get my 200 interactions with it. Have you ever heard of Lariam or Mefloquine and the subsequent, trials and all this stuff? Do you have any experience, like firsthand experience with that, or are you familiar with what I'm talking about? Lariam, Mefloquine, or the anti-malarial that the special forces rejected, got into a bunch of crap with, and then it turned into a big class action lawsuit. Are you familiar with what I'm talking about there?
I am not. I do not know either of those. I don't think either of those are psychotropics, and I don't know nearly as much about medications that aren't psychotropics. I'm sorry.
Very good. Very, very good. No, it was just a shot in the dark there. So I just wanted to throw that out there. Thank you, and continue on with whatever you guys are talking about.
I have a general question. Is there defined discharge criteria?
Yes. Yes. Now, again, I work on civilian side, so I don't know all that what might happen in the military side, but discharge from inpatient, it depends on if there's been a court order, if the person has checked themselves in voluntarily. Generally, a voluntary hold is 78 hours, and they're usually right back out. And all they do truly is just try to stable them, and they try to use meds to do it. And often people will come right back off them when they get out. It's not a great system. Our mental health system is broken. Sorry, go ahead.
I can confirm, because I work in a crisis lockdown unit. When they come to us, they're in full crisis mode. I am
you're just trying to keep them alive.
I am a prescriber, but since we're and even though we're privately owned, if they come to us and they self-admit, they can leave anytime they want to, and that doesn't, even if they're suicidal or they're saying they have homicidal or suicidal ideation. We cannot legally hold them in a inpatient care if they self-admit, unless the family or law enforcement gets involved to have a judge make them stay. We cannot make somebody stay in our care if they self-admit.
I just want to jump in real quick. We have a few people that raised their hands for a while. And Dabs, you can go first, Nate, and then Dom, and then we can go back to the regular conversation, if that's okay.
All right, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, I'm 48. I've lived in Maine my whole life, all 48 years. I'm currently building railroad tracks in Wisconsin, but my job says I can go home tomorrow if I want. I've been up all night. So kudos to Maine Track Maintenance for letting us go to our families. I've heard a lot of people ask questions about Maine's resources and being able to find this guy. I would just like to let everybody know that Maine's wildlife fishing game and Maine's search and rescue, they definitely have the resources. One thing they're very good at is finding people in the woods. We have hunters in Maine that have lived there all their life. They get lost every day in the woods. It's going to be difficult to find this guy, but they will. Somebody mentioned the man that murdered Corporal Cole. That guy was not prepared. He didn't plan anything. He was just trying to avoid a warrant. I don't even think he had a jacket. He just ran into the woods, lay down, and didn't move. Took him 4 days to find him, but they found him. I'm sorry, I'm still a little shaken up about this. My whole family's there. I lived there my whole life. But, yeah, Maine can find this guy. Maine state troopers are excellent. Wildlife fishing game is excellent. They have the resources. They're not as advanced as all the other states, but they're good at finding people in the woods. And there is a lot of trail systems around the Lewiston area. Not far from that boat launch, there's a trail system that'll take you all the way to Canada. There's a trail system that'll take you to the Appalachian Trail, which will take you all the way to Georgia. So it's a very difficult situation that the law enforcement is in there. They have a lot of ground to cover, and I'm sure they're doing everything they can. But I just want to say this has been a great talk. I appreciate you guys letting me talk. And please, don't anybody be discouraged from visiting the beautiful state of Maine because of this. Great people, great state. This is going to rock them for a long time. This doesn't happen in Maine. They don't see this stuff in Maine.
Never.
This is going to really shake the people of Maine up for some time. But I have full confidence that they will find this individual, dead or alive. This is what they do there. People get lost in the woods all the time, and they find them. So I just wanted to add, because I heard a lot of people saying, well, do they have, the flare? Do they have all this stuff? Yes, they do. Yes, they do. They have, I breed dogs. I breed Rottweilers and German Shepherds. I also work on the railroad, but I train dogs for search and rescue. They have some of the best dogs in that state, hands down. And I'm confident they're going to find this individual. So that's all I wanted to say. I just wanted to try to give some people in the chat here some confidence that Maine does have the resources, and they will find this guy, dead or alive. They'll find him.
That's the true Maine accent. So I mean that jokingly and seriously. Dabs has the true down eastern accent. So if you guys want to trust anybody out in this chat about the local information, Dabs is probably your guy.
I've been here 48 years. I've been in every inch of that state. I've built railroads ever since I graduated from high school. Like I said, I'm in Wisconsin right now because I'm building tracks out here. I was due back in Maine at the end of the month, but my company said that we can go anytime. So I'm probably going to take off after I get some sleep, head back home, be with my family. I already called my parents. They're fine. My mom's freaking out, of course, because like I said, people in Maine, they haven't experienced this. This is this is new for them, and it's new for us.
It is.
And it's
no, exactly. Prayers to you, brother, and your family.
Thank you. I appreciate you guys doing what you're doing here on X. I'm also new to X. I've avoided social media most of my life. I'm
good for you.
I don't really like. I just joined. It's at the end of September, and I only joined because of what's going on, in the Middle East. I wanted to try to get some news other than legacy media, and then I just discovered that X isn't really much better. But you guys seem to be, really good. I've been here since you started this. I've heard a lot of smart people talking. It's been a very civil conversation. And I just wanted to reassure people that Maine does, even though, we're considered backwoods, we can find people in those woods. It's what we do. Like I said, people that have lived in this state all their life go hunting and get lost all the time. That's how dense it is. And it not only is it dense, but the terrain in Maine is crazy. It's very rocky in Maine. There's a lot of rivers. There's a lot of lakes. It's going to be tough, but I have confidence that they're going to do it.
Dabs, I don't mean to sound this weird or anything, but it's really good to hear your voice because I haven't heard that accent in a long time, and I appreciate it.
Since I've been out here in Wisconsin, I can't even go to the store here in Wisconsin without everybody saying, "Where are you from?" They all think I'm from New York, but No,
You
No,
don't
you're
sound like
from
you're from New
Maine.
York at all.
no,
You're from Maine.
born and raised.
Yep. Maine for sure.
But yeah, I just wanted to reassure everybody because I heard it brought up a lot of times. Can Maine do this? Can Maine, do they have the resources? Are they capable? How come they haven't found him yet? Like I said, the last major manhunt our state had was when Corporal Cole was shot, and that was a younger man. He was hopped up on drugs. He wasn't prepared. He didn't plan anything. He was just trying to avoid being arrested on a warrant. He shot the officer. He ran into the woods, and he was able to last 4 days. I don't even think he had a jacket. He didn't have food. He didn't have water. So if this guy has the military training that everybody thinks he does, and if he prepared and planned for this, he can be out there for a long time.
You're not in your right mind though when you do weird shit like that. You're in some kind of weirdo 9,000. So it's the river, or he blew his head off. He's not going to be doing a Rambo. I'm going to be surgical striking. I'm going to get a little shut eye here and cook a little Mr. Noodles, and then boy, tomorrow I'm going to resume the. That's not how it works, right? You're in an irrational state. It's not some kind of miraculous Einstein. Doesn't require a PhD in psychology to figure this out. The guy's a fuck up, and he's going to continue to.
Absolutely. I'm hoping he's dead already, so he doesn't hurt anybody else. But
same here.
If he's not dead,
yeah, 100%.
I'm hoping that he does.
There's a huge FBI office in Chelsea too, so I'm sure they're already sending resources down there from Massachusetts.
So I got a DM saying that the ATF from Boston is heading up, but I don't know how much a big help that would be. Like Dabs was saying, I mean, there's enough resources here. You can handle what's going to go on. But so that was a DM I got, and that lady asked me to relay that to you guys. I can't verify it. It's just a DM that I got. So that's according to her, the ATF from Boston is heading up. I don't know.
Keep in mind, there's only one VA in the state of Maine. That's in Thompson, Maine. So anybody that lives in Maine and needs a VA has to drive to that place, and that place, the waiting is horrible. It's horrible.
Where are we locating that? I'm looking at the maps right now, Dabs. Where is Thompson, Maine, in regards to everything else?
It's not far from Lisbon Falls and Lisbon.
Right. It wouldn't be far from where, from this place, but I'm just speaking in general. Like, say you live up north in Maine and you need the VA, you're driving 5 hours.
That's being generous. 5 hours, depending on where you.
Right. Yeah, like. In the chat, we don't talk about when we give directions, we don't go by like miles or anything like that. That guy mentioned landmarks or something, but I know people in Maine that will tell you how many beers it takes.
That was me, man. Thank you for that.
A lot of people.
Yeah, it's measured in beers on the highway, right?
Like, how far is this away? About a 6-pack. That's what
So Lisbon Falls, is that what you said there? Lisbon Falls.
Well, it's in the VA is in Thompson, Maine.
So there's a VA clinic. There's a VA clinic in Lewiston, and there's a VA hospital in Portland.
Oh, but I didn't know that they must. Are those new? Because I know for the longest time everybody had to go to Thompson because my uncle used.
Yeah, I'm looking at the facility now. It looks like it's pretty much brand new. The parking lot's still super black and all that sort of stuff, but yeah, it's right off of 95 and Alfred. What's that? Alfred A. Plorde Parkway. It's right there, and then there's a full VA hospital in Portland. So that's why earlier, given his background and where he's at, and the fact that there's a VA clinic there, it would be interesting to know if he visited that clinic. And I did see where it was reported that was over the summer that he was in a mental care facility, and that could very easily have been the VA hospital in Portland. So
yeah, I don't make it over to Portland to do much. I live in South Paris. I don't know if you know where that is, Aircon. No, it's not far from.
I do.
Yeah, I live in South Paris.
Nobody with their or weight worth of salt goes to Portland for anything.
I do for work sometimes, but not very. I'm out of the state a lot.
Yeah,
I've worked in like 48 states. I'm in Wisconsin now. I've been working for the railroad for 22 years now. So
I mean, I go to Portland for like the Sea Dogs games and the fireworks show and maybe Portland Headlight, but other than that, I don't go to Portland. So yeah,
Right, but like you were saying earlier, people wouldn't consider Lewiston a city, and any other state they wouldn't. A lot of people wouldn't even consider Portland a state because
exactly.
Portland's very small.
It is 68,000. I think is the population right now.
Maine's population is very small, but the landmass is very large and very dense.
It is.
Yeah. So I'm originally from northern Maine. I'm like up near where Presque Isle and Holton and stuff like that is. So I'm way up there. But like to speak on kind of or to piggyback on what Dad was just saying with resources and stuff like that, the Maine Fish and Wildlife plus Maine state troopers and other police agencies. The other thing that a lot of people kind of forget about is we also have the Border Patrol, and Border Patrol has just an ungodly amount of assets. And a lot of the time in local crises, in major things that are going on like this, the state will also reach out to them, and they're usually more than happy to lend a hand. Whether or not they have yet, I'm not sure. But whenever people are getting lost, whenever there's shootings or any sort of instances, at least up closer to those areas, they're always willing to assist. I would not be surprised if some of their assets are moved to southern Maine just to help out and kind of assist in the situation overall. But also,
guarantee.
So why do you guys have so many assets to keep us Canadians out of the United States? You seem to have far on the southern border. Can you explain that to me there while we're going here?
Yeah, sure. So something that like at least it's what I've been told from people who are Border Patrol agents and customs agents as well. The big issue is it's money going out of the U.S. and drugs coming in from Canada.
Hey,
so
Nate,
a lot of it,
Nate,
they'll.
Your
All
point
right.
is
So
very
yeah.
correct.
Meanwhile, you can just cruise right across the southern border. No one gives a shit. Yep. Got it.
Yeah.
All right. Makes sense to me. Thank you. Love the
Nate,
American
your
ethos
mic
there.
seems to be crackling a lot. It sounds like you're in a tunnel or something. So I don't know if you could fix that a little bit, but
Yeah, sorry about that. Is that a little better?
Still crackling a lot. So.
Are you using Bluetooth, bro? Because that can be an issue, or you're in an echoey garage. That's what it sounds like.
Okay, yeah. I'll try to get my mic fixed and then jump back on here.
All right.
The backup Nate and Das, though, one of the things I would say, if you had a Southern pride in their northern state, these guys are covering that Southern pride in their northern state. Like Das are and Nate.
Yeah.
We care about our local community very much. When out-of-staters come up to Maine, what was it, snowbirds and foliage chasers. I'm sorry, I've had a few drinks, so I'm not gonna lie. We care about our community very, very much. The one thing about the manhunt, it may last a few days, but the community is going to help the local PD as much as possible. Honestly, if I had to put my money on a community, I put my money on the local community and the PD more than the federal government and the state government.
100%. Absolutely. Tomorrow, I would say in 3 hours, you're going to have resources from Mass, Vermont, New Hampshire, on the ground,
York,
in
probably.
the air, maybe even New York, as far as that. But they're already mobilizing.
Yeah.
There's going to be a massive manhunt starting, probably already starting, but very soon.
This guy's going to make the rest of the Northeast realize, or New England realize, that you can't pull the shit in this state or any other state close to it.
Don't fuck with New England.
Don't fuck with New England.
Yeah.
I'm a Yankee through and through. My wife makes fun of me because she's born and raised in Georgia.
Yeah, I just want to remain on topic on this a little bit. I think we should
Sorry.
get back to it. But Robin, just a hog fan, very interesting name. And then Taylor J. Rose, you had some questions or before you talk, Mystic Man. You had your hand raised for a while, so if you want to speak, now's your chance.
I am currently on location in Lewiston.
The site of the first shooting, I used to work right above it. The site of the second shooting is 5 minutes from my house. If anyone has any questions they wish to ask that I could answer that have not already been answered, feel free to do so.
Awesome, thank you. It seems like Taylor, you have your hand
Yeah,
raised.
actually, how do you is it Dominus? How do you say your name?
As just the Latinization of my name, you can call me Brandon.
Oh, Brandon. Oh, so I'm actually a producer for Warner Media, CNN, and some other things. And I was just curious in relativity to the bowling alley and the Walmart distribution center, how many miles would you say they are?
Someone mentioned this earlier. We generally don't use miles.
Yeah, okay, so
We use
driving distance, I apologize.
No, I can understand.
Yeah.
So where I am right now, it's about 4.5 miles to the bowling alley. It's about maybe 3 miles from where I am to Schmenge's. From one to the other, you're talking about a 20-minute drive, if that.
Gotcha. And I honestly completely agree when they're saying that Maine has the resources. I mean, Maine is a powerful state. I mean, I know the governor personally, and I know that she will go to ends reach to make this happen, and make sure he's found either dead or alive at the end of the day. I mean, I honestly think Canada might even send a team down. You never know. I mean, in these type of things in the state of the world at the moment. But I mean, the FBI's. I mean, I'm already aware the FBI, the ATF, and the DEA are already on their way. I mean, there's a local office in Chelsea, Massachusetts. There's an office. There's a satellite field office in Vermont. I just forget the town. But I mean, I'm highly confident in the Maine State Police. All I mean, this is wildlife. This is what they're born into. I mean, nobody should doubt them because they're a small community. That's like saying like a small town in Wyoming can't find someone. I mean, they're trained at the same type of thing too, and navigating the terrain. So I mean, I would 100% agree that that Maine is fully equipped to find this monster at the end of the day. But I also think that we also need to be be careful, not stigmatize mental health at the same time. I mean, I definitely agree that mental health is a contributing factor to these types of things. Um, 150%. But I mean, there's so many different there's so many different reasons for why this could have happened. And yeah, mental health is a very serious problem. I was a product of the system before I even made it big. But I mean, it's just this type of thing is happening way too often, and it's just honestly appalling at the end of the day. I mean, one day I'm called here, one day I'm called to Stone Mary Douglas in Florida. So I mean, it's just nonstop, and it's just appalling and sad at the end of the day that these people can't go to bed tonight, and they have to keep their guns by their side because you don't know where this guy's going to go. But I mean, I honestly think he probably offed himself by now. But I mean, I'm not going to speculate either.
I would definitely recommend that. As one person mentioned, someone without any sort of planning laid down in the woods, and for 4 days, they basically disappeared. Now, to explain to people what is possible, a while back, there was one individual who lived in the woods off grid for 20 plus years, just pilfering things off the community. That's how massive and dense our woods can be. Thankfully, one of our best, and I mean best resources are our game wardens, because they have carte blanche to go anywhere in the state, including private property, if they think a crime is being committed that
And
they
they
have
have peace powers too, right? They have.
Yes, they do.
And just to be clear on that, though, I'm not familiar with that person, but they didn't commit mass murder, though, right?
No, you're correct. No, that gentleman, I can't remember his name. He was just strictly low key, lots of thefts and burglaries.
Just went off grid, right? I think that's a big distinction.
Yeah, he
but,
was a drug addict.
It's a fair
He had
point.
warrants.
100%.
The officer was trying to trip him on a warrant, and he just shot the officer to avoid the arrest and ran. Wasn't like I said. I don't even think when I saw the pictures when they brought him in, he wasn't wearing a jacket.
But is it a true? Is it a true statement that he is a firearms instructor? Do we know if it's military? Do we know if it's local or?
From everything that I've gathered, it
Uh-huh.
seems to be confirmed that he is a military veteran. It
Mm-hmm.
seems to be he served 20 years in the military. It seems
Mm-hmm.
as though part of it, let's say 10 years, was in logistics.
Mm-hmm.
Another 10 years was in military police. This is
Mm-hmm.
what I've gathered. I cannot confirm it 100%, but that seems to be the general consensus. And I have heard that he was a firearms instructor as well. And from everything that I've been hearing, that combination, if
Mm-hmm.
this person was still in the midst of a psychological episode and they had
Mm-hmm.
things planned, just by the way the route went from one location, from the bowling center
Mm-hmm.
to the bar and grill, it's too perfect, because if you follow a line straight up towards
Mm-hmm.
Lisbon Falls, you
Mm-hmm.
can go almost one point to the other without hitting any major roads, almost
So
completely light free.
so this guy definitely is capable of doing this all himself. I mean, clearly, I mean.
From what I'm seeing and hearing,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah.
And it seems as though he may have had the training to pull it off as well.
No, I know, and that's what I fear for the law enforcement area. I mean, they're not dealing with just a rookie; they're dealing with somebody who clearly knows how to shoot someone point on.
Hey,
Yeah, but he's
Dominic,
not cooking Mr. Noodles in the woods right now and cuddling up in his sleeping bag, right? He's either off himself or he's in the river. Okay, guys, it's
Yeah,
not like you're in your right mind. It's like, well, I guess it's time to
you're right.
watch a little YouTube and take a snooze and resume
Yeah,
the killing tomorrow, right? I think there's a little bit of facility going on here that is
yeah.
sort of facile at best and retarded at worst.
Mm-hmm.
hey, Dominic,
Take a minute and think about where this started. Over the summer, he checked himself to get mental health treatment. He admittedly had thoughts of going to what was it, Asenko, where where he was stationed, and told him he wanted to go kill people.
Mm-hmm.
From there, we just found out earlier that he was let go from his job. So there's a massive trigger for you there.
Mm-hmm.
Not to mention the two places were very opportunistic in the sense that they were more than likely the most packed places. And if you look at what's happening there, you have someone, a little bit of armchair psychology, we'll put it that way. You have someone whose life is falling apart, and he went to places where people are happy and having a good time, and he destroyed
Mm-hmm.
that.
Yeah.
He did that on purpose.
No, I completely agree.
And if they, and again, Robin said it earlier, if he didn't shoot himself in the car
Mm-hmm.
when he dropped that car off, he has no intention of offing himself.
No, I mean,
he is going to play this all the
Understood.
way out. He is either going to
Where does that assumption come from? What magical wand do you have on that one there, buddy?
Okay, so
like that sounds like a pretty hyperbolic statement.
No,
if he doesn't off himself in the Subaru, then there's no Subaru is such a good brand that we could never, if you're not going to leave that Subaru, like where
does
does
Maine
that
have
come
a
from?
5150 law like California or no?
Well,
Yeah, you can't leave your Subaru without killing yourself, or else you'll go cook a little meal in the woods and have a sleeping bag. Like, where does that come from? That's like hyperbolic. That's a hot take.
You asked the question, so let me answer it. What he did was methodical. If you look at the pictures of him going into those places,
thank you so much for your
he did very much methodically think through where he was going and what he was going to do. He didn't do suicide by cop, and he hasn't confronted law enforcement. He is running. And he had a pre-planned route. That's at least what we're making the assumption now. If you look at the route that he took, starting at the bowling alley to the bar, then there. And I don't know, I'm not going to divulge it because I don't want to dox the guy, but his family's land and where he lives is not far from there. It is in that route. So he's going back to a place that's familiar.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we've established he probably has the training and the skills to survive out there.
Gear,
back to the Subaru statement. If he leaves the Subaru.
Sorry, I'm gonna have to mute everyone real quick. I just want to say I'm gonna start switching speakers. There's been people that have been wanting to join for a while now. So if you have already spoken, I'll add you back later. But there's a lot of people that want to join. So.
Well, I'll sign out because it is late, and I know I'm going to get yelled at for staying up so late. If you restart this space tomorrow, please put an alert out and let us know.
Yeah, I definitely will.
This would be, I think a lot of people would be looking, because of the information that came out here today, the way the space has been moderated, and as many people that joined with the topic, I think they would be looking to rejoin this space again and to continue with the updates and the information that you're getting. Because everything you're getting, the people that you had on, is good. The moderation's been good. You let people talk, and I think where it needed to get cut off, it kind of started to get moderated better there. So
yeah,
you've done a great job, and it's been a great experience. You guys keep it up and check in the morning and see what happens.
Yeah, I was just going off what I was saying earlier. Does Maine have a 5150 law like California or New York?
I have potential to be work for some intelligence. Some people recognize my
That's not what I'm saying, but okay.
word, and they are accepting my talking sense. They are accepting my thought process. And you can find a man with his followers. Followers define yourself. I think this is a small thing, but
not sure we're following what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm trying to finish what I was saying, and you interrupted me. But okay.
I'm loving it.
So, in regards to a 5150,
yeah,
I love you all, an entire nation.
Okay, thank you.
The state of Maine, in the state of Maine, you are entitled to your mental illness. As long as you're not hurting anyone, you can walk around as mentally ill as you want without medication. However, there is such a thing known as a blue paper, which is an involuntary committal to a mental institution for a certain amount of time. Be the closest thing that we have
to a 5150. Okay, because in California, you make a statement like that. A cop can admit you for 72 hours without a judge even approving it, as long as his sergeant signs off on it.
Yes, there's no 5150 law in the state of Maine, but I have to go, guys. I have a 20-hour ride back to Maine if I can get some sleep. So thank you for letting me speak.
Safe travels.
Safe
travels, buddy.
Rotate somebody in my place. Thank you, everybody.
I got a quick question, if you guys don't mind.
Sure thing. Ask away.
I just wanted to know why, when these individuals commit these heinous crimes, we don't call them terrorists, just like ISIS and Al Qaeda. And why do we always hide behind the mental health thing? And why don't we just kind of point it out and say, you know what, this guy's a terrorist? Is it because of the demographic of the individual?
No, because mental health. Because mental health is a real thing, and mental health is a real disease. It is a pandemic that's way more deadlier than HIV itself. That's a true statement, and I'm sure a lot of people will agree with me here.
I would 100% agree. I think there's a split, though, right? There's the mental health crisis up front. Then there's a path we pass, and then it becomes terrorism, or it becomes violent acts. And it's two separate issues. One precedes the other, and the first one needs to be solved, and it's the bigger problem. But at the end of the day, the violence that we see is, in my opinion, it could be classified as terrorism, right?
Yeah, no. But terrorism, like the dictionary definition, is an individual who uses unlawful violence in the pursuit of political aims. He's not politically aiming for anything. That's the definition of terrorism.
I don't know if we know that yet.
I mean, no, true. I mean, you're right. I mean, it's speculated, but I'm saying though the definition of a terrorist is somebody who's going for political gains or aims at the same time.
So we also take into effect this man self-admitted himself
Mm-hmm.
to a mental health facility in the summer. This is now the end of October. He has had several months and several stressors to plan this. And if you think that he's going to plan all this out just to go jump in the river, no, he's not going to do that. And nobody knows if he stayed on his medications. Nobody knows if he's seen outside therapists after his admission. I mean, I'm a therapist in a crisis lockdown unit, and we get people at their very, very worst. And a lot of times they're on a 72-hour hold, then they can leave. And if they self-admit, they can leave anytime they want to. They can be there 1 hour and say, I don't want to be here. And they can walk right out that door. We have to unlock it and let them out. So mental health is not controlled well in America. And that is why a lot of APRNs and physician assistants are now able to write medications for narcotics, because America is very, very short on actual psychologists, psychotherapists. So they had to loosen their load by putting it on people less trained than what we are. So when we're diagnosing them and they leave from us, they're going to somebody who might have 2 years of mental health training, and we have no control over that once they leave our facility. That is up to them. And if they have somebody that is in control of their mental health, if they have somebody, if they have a companionship over them, that is up to them to make sure that they continue that help. Just because he was in a lockdown facility voluntarily does not mean that he voluntarily continued all of that mental health. And if he didn't, then think he has had months, literally months, to plan this out. Not days. This is not a rash decision. This is carefully planned out. And so people's like, well, why did they release him? He self-admitted. He could have walked out there anytime he wanted to.
There's no definition for discharge that is rational.
Yep, agree.
And it's a complete flaw of this system.
Yes,
hey, let me I'm about to lose my place. Dominus, hey, I had a question for you. Okay, I was going back and thinking about what you said. You said that you had verified that he was 10 years intelligence and 10 years MP. Am I correct on what you were saying?
No, from my information, it seems as though he was 10 years in logistics.
Logistics.
And 10 years MP. That seems to be the word.
And 10 years MP. Okay. And I guess he somehow became a firearms instructor in the military. I mean, because that's what he was, correct? I mean, that's from the statement that he made on the Facebook page. He was training cadets at West Point, so I don't know how that would connect with the MP stuff.
That's what I've been hearing. It seems as though it was a mix of firearms instructor, logistics his first 10 years, and MP his second 10 years. The only thing I can positively confirm is that he was in the military.
But did he work? Did he
We
work at
know he was in
Walmart
the
too? Because he shot up a distribution center.
we know he was in the military. I mean, we know he was in the in the nine. What was it? The oh shoot, man, I forgot the name of it. The 947th and the let me look at real quick. Uh, yeah, but I mean, if he was logistics, and then if he was MP, he wouldn't have been in the 304th like we've verified. So just trying to figure out where those numbers are coming from by year wise and so on. Because okay, so it's the 947th, and he was in the 439th, and then he was up there in May. You know where he was at before he left was the 304th, third of the 304th. So, and he states right here, Robert, in this statement states that he was training units to go to West Point and conduct cadet basic training. That's up in New York. So, wouldn't think that would have anything to do with MP or logistics.
I would agree with that. It certainly sounds correct. I'm no expert when it comes to military matters, though.
That's okay. Well, that's the one thing that I'm trying to hone in on. That's just so. Anyway, not going to hog the stage. I just want to verify. I wanted to see if there was something I didn't know yet about this. I've been trying to figure it out.
One other thing,
The general, I want to.
I can't confirm that anything has happened there. That's still a tentative at this point.
General, I wanted to. Okay, I was in the military 13 years. I got deployed 3 times. Your MOS, just because you have a MOS, that doesn't mean that you can't train. Like any sergeant can take a drill sergeant test and go be a drill sergeant, but that's not their assigned MOS. That's just an extra class that they're taking. That's an extra job that they're doing. So you don't necessarily have to have that MOS to do that job.
No, I understand that. I do get that, but specifically, we know that he was a firearms instructor. So, and then in the statement here, it's talking about training West Point cadets. So it's
I've seen that same. It was like a screenshot from his cover photo.
Yeah.
And what I'm wondering is, has anybody contacted the guy that was talking to him to verify any information of what they know, what he knows, that what training he's went through?
Yeah, Stuart Ross, the guy he's talking to. Yeah.
Yes.
Good point.
Hey, I have a question. I was wondering, and I'm 100% for people owning guns. I'm about as far right as it comes when it comes to that. Gun rights, 100%. But why didn't this guy's guns get taken when he said he was having hallucinations? Like, what
Because
the
Maine
fuck?
doesn't have a red flag law.
Not red flag. It's like common sense, dude. The guy is hallucinating.
No, I mean I completely agree, but Maine doesn't have that law.
If you are blue papered, as I recall, they will take and seize your firearms temporarily. But that's an
Maine doesn't do that.
That's an involuntary committal. That comes from like a mental health professional that deems you a threat to other people or yourself. They can issue what's called a blue paper.
So when he said that he was hallucinating to whoever he said that to, they didn't think that was a problem, apparently.
Well, does that align to the discharge requirements?
Okay, so if he was in a mental health facility when he said that, which would have been a lockdown unit, he voluntarily went, and we don't know how long he was there. So if he had already been discharged at that point, if he had already been discharged from the military, then it wouldn't have been reported to the military. Now, if it had been if he was still active duty and it got reported to the military, yes, they would have had to come take his guns. But if he was discharged already at the time, if he had already done his 20-year retirement, then the military is not going to have no idea about that. So it's up to that individual therapist to report him to local authorities or to anybody else that he.
But Maine doesn't allow that in their law. Under their, if you look at 15 MRS 393, the only way you can take away a weapon from someone in the state of Maine is if they've been criminally responsible by reason of obscenity by a judge, not a mental health professional.
Right. And I don't know Maine's laws. I live in Arkansas. So
My point is, guys, if I was a mental health professional in Cambodia, no matter where I was, and somebody told me that they were hallucinating, I would probably have to take it upon myself to like try to make sure that this person wasn't running around with
okay, well,
firearms.
in our defense, there is a lot of people who fake mental illness, and they fake things like that because how do you know at this point that he wasn't trying ability? I mean, like insanity plea for after this happened. How do we know that at the time?
Because he walked in and told you, that's how.
I just want to.
Well, I mean, if the guy was, if in fact he made threats against the actual reserve base there in Saco, that would be the moment that I believe that his weapons would have been taken away, or they would have attempted to take them, I would think. But I just checked this out. The 304th Infantry Regiment is a straight infantry training. There's no MP stuff. There's no nothing like that. It's all infantry regiment training. It's headquartered in Saco, Maine, and it is literally as part of the 104th Training Division with the mission supporting military training for the United States Corps of Cadets. So nothing to do with any MP stuff at all. Just to verify.
Can I hop in for a second about the ROTC?
Yeah, hold on. Susanna wanted to speak, and then Mitch, and then we can go back to the regular conversation.
Hey, sorry guys to interrupt. I've been up for a couple hours and my baby's about to wake up, and I just gotta say a few things. Earlier on in the conversation, there was a lot of wild speculation about some special training that this guy could have had, like SEER school or Ranger or whatever else. And a lot of that was pretty wrong. If he's infantry, sure, he could have gone to Ranger school, but the ROTC training thing makes me think of something that no one else has brought up because it doesn't affect but about 4,000 people. So I'm just curious if it could have affected him. Recently, Army Big HR discovered an issue with the Green to Gold commissioning program that they've been running for about 10 years, which has the potential to require service members who've been getting paid for time in service and retirement, that time in service from doing the Green to Gold program doesn't count anymore. It's kind of technical, but basically, long story short, unless Congress decides to do something to fix this, there's a potential that about at least 4,000 veterans or current active duty who did the Green to Gold program could either owe back thousands of dollars or would have to serve more time in order to be considered retired. So if you've already retired and then suddenly you're now being faced with the possibility that you owe back all that retirement pay, you'd be considered not retired anymore because you didn't have the correct time in service to retire and you owe money or whatever else. That can be a huge motivation for someone to have some crazy thoughts in their head. Combine that with this guy just getting fired from his civilian job. So again, I don't know if he was affected by that. It was kind of a small number, but that's just the thought that I have. If he's in ROTC command, he probably knows about this issue that's going out. It affects my family and it's very concerning. No one said anything about it. And it's just the kind of thing that immediately makes me think, oh man, there's going to be some people out there who have some mental health issues over that. But that's just kind of a nugget in the back of my mind of something I'm going to be looking at in the days to come. As to the other stuff, like SEER training and all that kind of stuff. Somebody said like anybody in the Army can get SEER training. That's not true. He would have to be in special operations, and even then, there's like a waiting list. It's hard to get into it. And even if you've had SEER training, it doesn't make you some special Jason Bourne spook. If he hasn't been actively refreshing that training like recently, like within the past year or two, you're not going to remember every single detail of that stuff. And it's not like they teach you to be an expert in the woods. He's far more likely to have more experience of surviving in the woods, if he is even alive or trying to escape in the woods, just from being a hunter. They're way more likely to have woods knowledge than what you'd be getting from SEER school, which is very basic in that regard. And that's talking as someone who's been through SEER training. So, and also the other person said, I think that if one person's been to ranger school, they come back, they teach all their unit, then everybody's rangers. That's complete bogus. Just let's disregard that. The other thing is, my thought is, if his family does own all that woods, and he's headed in that direction, I want to know, where is his family? Where are his kids? Where's his ex? If he's not done shooting some people, my thought is, if he does want to kill himself, maybe he tries to take some of them with him. I mean, murder suicides, people killing their families and killing themselves, especially after they've made a huge splashy act that's to get attention by shooting a bunch of civilians. It makes me wonder, is he trying to go find them? I don't know if there's been anything coming out about where his family is, if they're safe, or if what his feelings towards them are, but my thought goes to that. The other thing, and the last thing I was going to say, because I know I've been kind of long-winded, is thank you to Henry and all the other people who did personally have any kind of tie to this guy and have been willing to sit here and answer questions. Because to know somebody, especially if they've been to your family functions, and then have them turn out to do something like this, is so shocking that I think everybody can agree that it'd be very hard to come to terms with that, let alone try to answer a lot of questions and try to figure out like why in the world this guy did something, when you're sitting there asking yourself, like, how did I not know this? Or, like, how did I not notice there was something wrong? So it takes a lot of, guts and mental fortitude to sit there and to be able to participate and try to help us out. So I'm really appreciative. I don't know if Henry's even still on, but I just thought that was worth pointing out.
Yeah, he left a while ago. It's almost 5 o'clock here, but yeah, I really appreciate it. I'm so sorry for the long wait. Again, I do apologize. It's been chaotic the whole night ever since this happened. So my DMs have been exploding. A lot of people have been waiting and so on. But I do want to wrap this up. I'm going to try to get a few hours sleep before the press conference at 10:30 later today. So I'm going to give it about like 15 more minutes, and then I'm going to close this out and then probably start the space again. So.
Yeah, thank you, Raw, for having this space. And, I think for all Mainers, really, really tough time. I mean, not really anything anybody really ever expected. I think a lot of us are just, trying to get in touch with a lot of people now and make sure everybody we know is okay. But, in terms of the guy's family or whatnot, I mean, nice people in law enforcement, I'm sure they're going and making sure, they're going through all the scenarios and what could possibly happen, and trying to make sure that they have all ends covered here. There will be a press conference at 10:30 tomorrow, I believe.
Well, technically today, but it's already
today.
Thursday here, so.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's.
Yeah. So, I mean, I guess hopefully we can have an answer by then, but otherwise, I mean, I really don't have much other to say in terms other than thank you guys, thank you everybody, and just continue praying for the people of Maine.
Yes, and been definitely heartbreaking. Numbers are likely to rise according to law enforcement, so it's going to be interesting to see what this guy motive. If they do find him alive, if they find the guy dead, then it's going to be hard. But it's really interesting what caused him to snap like that. So,
I will say, like, looking at the flight radar this evening, yesterday, probably upwards of 15 different aircraft going to different locations, towards Boston, north, also towards Vermont. I don't think I've ever seen as many light flight aircraft coming out of one area.
I agree.
Ever.
I agree.
It's really disturbing, and I think it's an unfortunate indication of what tomorrow or today, a few hours from now, will indicate. But
it kind of reminds
based
me
on
of Las
yeah,
Vegas.
yeah.
So I'm going to give it about 5 more minutes if you want to do some closing thoughts, any response before I close this space. I just want to thank everyone for joining the space. I'm usually not a huge space kind of person. I like to join spaces, but usually I get a little nervous talking about like 6,000 people. So I really appreciate it. And I think I'm definitely going to do a lot more spaces for large breaking events because it's so much better to get the information out and give live updates and so on. So I really appreciate it. And if you haven't followed the speakers, make sure you do. If you haven't followed the host, make sure you do for live breaking updates and so on. But if you want to close out, now's your time.
My thoughts and prayers are with everybody in New England, especially everybody in Maine, and especially the people that are locally in the areas that are affected. Thoughts and prayers with all of you. And I guarantee tomorrow reinforcements are coming.
Thoughts and prayers from the state of California. My heart goes out to the people involved, anybody on this space who has somebody who's impacted. But I want everybody to remember that mental health is not a joke. It is a serious illness that people tend to push to the side. And mental health is a serious disease that's affecting millions and millions of people every day. And if you see somebody who looks like they're struggling, I mean, don't be afraid to ask them to reach out for help or encourage them to get help, so we can prevent things like this from happening. Because I mean, I've been a producer for years, and I mean, just the agony and the pain that just and the tears that run down my eyes when I hear these situations all the time are just devastating. Because it's like it's like a part of United States culture now. It feels like, and but honestly, I mean, it's appalling. But I have confidence in the state of Maine that they will do everything they can to find this monster and either first of all get him the help he needs and for him to face justice, and for the victims to face justice. And this is a very, very sad occurrence, and it breaks
Is
my
this still
heart.
on, or is this need to exit?
No, yeah, we were just saying our closing thoughts and so on. So if you would like to say anything before I close this space, feel free.
Sure, and thank you. I've never done this on X before, first space, so it's been pretty interesting to me. And I've had a little bit of my faith in humanity restored. There are people who have reasonable conversations in the world and not just, social media spam. But anyways, the one thing that I hope after all of this, especially as more information surfaces, is that we can do so much more to help everybody who's been affected and all the victims, and that they get more attention than this turd gets. Because, whether he's found dead or alive, I feel like people do this kind of stuff for attention. And I try my best to just not give them that attention that they're seeking and not incentivize anybody else. So I hope that, and obviously everyone's going to rally around the victims, but I just hope that in the media everywhere else that they can give all the families and everybody else who deserves that attention and that outpouring, that they get that, whatever that they need, and whether that's, the blood donations or anything else, that spaces like this and all that can be used for that sort of thing. So thank you guys.
Lewiston strong.
Thank you. Degenerate?
Yeah. Really, I mean, the main thing I got to say is stay strapped or be clapped, man. I mean, we're we're in a time right now where we've got tens of thousands of who knows who the hell they are coming across the border that I imagine that would love to do worse than what this guy did. So, we're kind of in a bad situation in this country, and it's important for us to really, I don't know, man, just, definitely grasp the concept of the Second Amendment, because, these situations are probably not going to discontinue, and it's probably going to get a little bit more hellish out there. So, just protect yourself, protect your family. It's good to have God, and it's good to have angels protect you, but there's nothing better than a Smith and Wesson on your side to make sure that you can stop, a threat like that. So, unfortunately, these places that this happened at were gun-free zones. So, that's unfortunate. So, God bless everybody. Thank you, Raw. Appreciate you doing this, man. Good space.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to real quick. I just wanted to say, Raw, thank you for hosting this space. It was great to get a lot of people's insight and also be able to talk to everybody. The other thing, thoughts and prayers to friends, family, all my other fellow Mainers. I hope everybody's safe, and hopefully this guy gets caught by tomorrow. It's definitely going to be hard on the state in general. I know a lot of people are going to be affected by this, whether it be friends or friends of friends. Like, Maine is a big area, but it's very small town feeling where everyone knows somebody. Like, when you meet someone else from Maine, you always have that connection with them because you immediately know where they're from, and more than likely you know someone in that area. So it's a very close knit state. So it's definitely going to be hard for all of us moving forward, but it's going to be all right. We'll get through it. Maine are tough people, always have been. But again, Raw, thanks for having the space. Thanks to all the speakers who came on too. You guys were awesome.
Thank you. Really appreciate it. Just
Raw,
Yep.
Raw,
Sorry
Biden's holding a press conference at 12:30 Eastern as well.
Okay.
For this.
Looks like I'm waking up at 9:30. Great.
Yeah.
But yes, just the hog. Any last words?
I just really want to remind everybody, this is a terrible situation. Terrible in every way about it. But let's try not to blame, because we do everything that we can. But once they leave our doors, once they leave the comfort of us, it's up to somebody else. It's up to them. It's up to somebody to continue that mental health care. So because he checked his health into somebody, that he didn't continue care.
It seems like you're cutting out and so on.
I think you're being attacked by bots, Raw. It happens sometime on Spaces. I think you're being attacked because the it's glitching like crazy.
Yeah, sometimes it does that with Spaces.
Usually happens when you run out of speaking time.
Yeah, so it's probably getting close to that. Daniel, any last words?
Thank you. Yeah, Raw, I just wanted to say, they say ship falls downhill, and the way this space was ran was really nice. So it's evidence of the boss, and good job, man, because it was really well organized and everybody was calm. And I wanted to say thank you for that, and then I wanted to thank everyone in the space and in the country who sacrifices their own life and in service of this country, for people like me who never served in the military. I'm very, very grateful for all of you, and this I hope, if anything, some good that can come from this will be that more gratefulness is showed by Americans for men and women who give their whole life up to make sure that we can go to the bowling alley or that we can go to a bar or to the gas station to get milk without worrying about a bomb dropping on us. And so I just wanted to say much thanks. I'm in my profile picture, I'm wearing a t-shirt of a special forces guy who was killed, a friend's friend, SEAL, and his name was Chuck Heavy. And I have a lot of friends in the military, family in the military, and I live right near West Point. And just thank you to all of you. That's all. That's all I had to say in closing. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Dominus, any last words?
Just thank you very much for having me. I really appreciate the time. And we have a saying here in Maine, as Maine goes, so goes the nation. Let's pray that that's incorrect.
Thank you so much. Anyone else I can call on? Joey, did I get you? I think.
I am good.
All right, cool. Michael?
Yeah, I mean, I really don't have anything else. Just thank you, and all the Mainers stay strong.
All right, thank you everyone for joining this space. I will definitely consider doing more breaking spaces on X. It seems like a lot of people are interested. It seems like everyone was working together trying to get information out. I really appreciate for supporting this page, and I'm going to get some sleep. So thank you all.
Raw.
I'll see you. Yes.
Raw. Follow me, and I'll send you some context. I mean, I give Mario his information all the time. So.
All right. Cool. Thank you.
Yeah. You too. Take care.
Thank you all, and I will see you all tomorrow. All right. Bye-bye.
This space was downloaded via spacesdown.com. Visit to download your spaces today.